Conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On January 7th, 2026, the committee voted to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On January 23rd, 2026, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Mr. Indyke to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell. I will enter the subpoena and corresponding cover letter as Exhibit 1. The committee noticed the deposition for Mr. Indyke on March 4th, 2026. I will enter the notice for this deposition as Exhibit 2. Can the witness please state his name and spell his last name for the record?
Darren Indyke, Indyke.
Thank you, Mr. Indyke. My name is Jack Emmer, and I am the Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman Comer. Under the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform's rules, you are allowed to have a counsel present to advise you during this deposition. Do you have a counsel representing you in a personal capacity present with you today?
I do.
Will counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Mark Weinstein from Hughes, Hubbard & Reed.
Daniel Weiner, also from Hughes, Hubbard & Reed.
Thank you. Now, starting with the majority staff, can the additional staff members please introduce themselves with their name, title, and affiliation?
Billy Grant, Deputy Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman Comer.
Peter Spector, Deputy Director of Oversight for Chairman Comer.
Daniel Ashworth, General Counsel for Chairman Comer.
Ryan Giacchetti, Chief Counsel for Chairman Comer.
Will Harness, Professional Staff Member for Chairman Comer.
Ellison Tolan, Counsel for Chairman Comer. Brittany Bergnac, Senior Counsel for Chairman Comer. Emily Feinerhagen, Counsel for Chairman Comer. Neil Paffey, Professional Staff Member for Chairman Comer.
Jack Furla, Counsel for Chairman Comer.
Melvin Soto, Digital Director for Chairman Comer.
Thank you all. Mr. Indyke, before we begin, I would like to go over the ground rules for this deposition. The questioning will proceed in rounds. The majority will ask questions for an hour, and then the minority will have an opportunity to ask questions for an hour if they choose. To the extent members have questions for the witness, they will be propounded during their side's respective rounds. The clock will stop if you need to confer with counsel, your counsel is speaking, and when members or staff are speaking during the opposing side's rounds of questions. We will alternate back and forth until there are no more questions. Do you understand?
I do.
There is a court reporter taking down everything I say and everything you say to make a written record of the deposition. For the record to be clear, please wait until the staffer questioning you finishes each question before you begin your answer, and the staffer will wait until you finish your response before proceeding to the next question. Further, to ensure the court reporter can properly record this deposition, please speak clearly, concisely, and slowly. Also, the court reporter cannot record nonverbal answers such as nodding or shaking your head, so it is important that you answer each question with an audible verbal answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Exhibits may be entered into the record. Majority exhibits will be identified numerically. Minority exhibits will be identified alphabetically. Do you understand?
I do.
We want you to answer our questions in the most complete and truthful manner possible, so we will take our time. If you have any questions or do not fully understand the question, please let us know. We will attempt to clarify, add context to, or rephrase our questions. If we ask about specific conversations or events in the past and you are unable to recall the exact words or details, you should testify to the substance of those conversations or events to the best of your recollection. If you recall only a part of a conversation or event, you should give us your best recollection of those events or parts of conversations that you do recall. Do you understand?
I understand.
You are required by law to answer questions from Congress truthfully. This also applies to questions posed by congressional staff in this deposition. Do you understand?
I do.
If at any time you knowingly make false statements, you could be subject to criminal prosecution, including but not limited to perjury. Do you understand?
I do.
This includes both knowingly providing false testimony, but also stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. Do you understand?
I do.
Furthermore, you cannot tell half-truths or exclude information necessary to make statements accurate. You are required to provide all information that would make your response truthful. A deliberate failure to disclose information can constitute a false statement. Do you understand?
I do.
Is there any reason you are unable to provide truthful testimony in today's interview?
No.
Please note, if you wish to assert a privilege over any statement today, that assertion must comply with the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. For privilege over testimony or statements, witnesses or entities must clearly state the specific privilege being asserted and the reason for the assertion on or before the scheduled date of testimony or appearance. For the purposes of this deposition, objections must be stated concisely in a non-argumentative and non-suggestive manner. If the witness refuses to answer a question to preserve a privilege, the committee may seek a ruling from the chair. If the chair overrules any such objection, the witness shall be ordered to answer. If the witness continues to refuse to answer a question despite being ordered to do so, the witness may be subject to sanction. Do you understand?
I do.
Primarily, we take a 5-minute break at the end of each hour of questioning. But if you need a longer break or a break before that, please let us know and we will be happy to accommodate. However, to the extent there is a pending question, we would ask that you finish answering the question before we take the break. Do you understand?
I do.
Finally, I will note for everyone here today that the contents of what we discuss in the deposition today is confidential under the House deposition regulation. Under the rules, the chairman and ranking minority member shall consult before any release of testimony or transcripts, including portions thereof. This means it is a violation of House and committee rules to disclose the content of the deposition prior to its official release. For this reason, the marked exhibits that we will use today will remain with the court reporter so that they can go into the official transcript, and any copies of those exhibits will be kept at the table or returned to us when we finish. Can the reporter please swear in the witness?
Here is your right hand. Do you solemnly declare or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you have any questions before we begin?
I do not.
We understand that you have an opening statement that you would like to read into the record.
I do, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the committee for working with the Epstein estate over the past 6+ months. As a co-executor of the estate, I have done my very best to cooperate with the committee and to respond to the committee's requests for documents, photographs, and other information relating to Jeffrey Epstein. As you know, the estate produced voluminous materials in response to the committee's subpoena and communicated regularly with both the committee's majority and minority staffs on the timing, scope, and content of the estate's responses. My appearance here today, as with my co-executor's testimony before the committee last week, represents our continuing cooperation with the committee's efforts to investigate matters regarding Mr. Epstein. In addition, Since we were appointed in 2019 by the United States Virgin Islands Probate Court as co-executors of Mr. Epstein's estate, we have fully cooperated with the U.S. Department of Justice's investigation of Epstein-related matters. I'd also like to note the extensive efforts that my co-executor and I have made to address the wrongs committed by Mr. Epstein during his lifetime. At our direction, the estate initiated, developed, and funded the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, the first of its kind established by an estate, which provided a private, voluntary, and non-confrontational means to compensate women who suffered sexual abuse by Mr. Epstein. Independently administered by preeminent figures in the field of victims' compensation, the EVCP awarded more than $121 million to 136 women, all of which the estate funded, pursuant to our express direction that 1, there was to be no cap on monies awarded, either individually or in the aggregate, and 2, even women whose claims were time-barred or who had previously signed releases could participate. The estate has also directly settled claims by an additional 59 women for a total of more than $48 million. Including the recently proposed settlement in a putative class action lawsuit filed in 2024 on behalf of all women abused by Mr. Epstein, a settlement that the court preliminary approved earlier this month, my co-executor and I have authorized payment by the Epstein estate of more than $200 million to women who assert they were abused or trafficked by Mr. Epstein. Let me be clear. I had no knowledge whatsoever of Jeffrey Epstein's wrongdoings. My complete lack of involvement in that misconduct is a matter of record. Not a single woman has ever accused me of committing sexual abuse or witnessing sexual abuse, nor claimed at any time that she or anyone else reported to me any allegation of Mr. Epstein's abuse. I did not socialize with Epstein, and I reject as categorically false any suggestion that I knowingly facilitated or assisted Mr. Epstein in his sexual abuse or trafficking of women, or that I was aware of his actions while I provided legal services to him. Far from being Mr. Epstein's lieutenant or chief of staff, as I have been incorrectly described by plaintiffs' lawyers and uninformed journalists, I was one of many attorneys who Mr. Epstein regularly consulted, including such noted luminaries as Kenneth Starr, for entirely legitimate purposes. My primary role was to provide corporate, transactional, and general legal services to Mr. Epstein and his companies, and yes, I did so. The press and plaintiffs' counsel have mischaracterized cash withdrawals I made from Mr. Epstein's bank accounts from 2013 to 2017. Entirely ignored in that reporting is the fact that the bank involved knew full well that these accounts belonged to Mr. Epstein. Neither I nor he made any effort to disguise his name or identity. And as part of its standard policy, the bank itself imposed a $7,500 limit on daily cash withdrawals. I was not attempting to structure such withdrawals to avoid federal reporting requirements. Quite the contrary. I simply sought to comply with the bank's internal requirements and limits, with the bank's full knowledge. It is undisputed that during this time, Mr. Epstein had difficulty accessing credit cards from major banks. Instead, he and his staff required cash to pay for a wide variety of expenses, including maintenance, repairs, and daily household needs for his residential properties in New York, Florida, New Mexico, Paris, and the USVI, as well as meals, gifts, gratuities, and fuel for his private aircraft. For a person of Mr. Epstein's financial position, with 5 multi-million-dollar residences, staffed by dozens of employees, and with an extensive travel itinerary, it did not strike me as unusual that Mr. Epstein's business, household, and personal needs required large amounts of cash on a regular basis. I never believed that the cash I withdrew from Mr. Epstein and his staff was used by Mr. Epstein or his staff for any improper purposes. There have also been allegations of my supposed involvement in facilitating forced or sham marriages between women in Mr. Epstein's life. Those allegations, too, are 100% untrue. I did not arrange, assist, or facilitate any marriages between acquaintances of Mr. Epstein, nor was I aware in advance that such marriages took place. Same-sex marriage has been legal in New York since 2011, with this passage of the Marriage Equality Act. I did not consider it appropriate to interrogate anyone as to the reasons for their decisions to marry or the bona fides of their relationships. I don't mean in any way to condone or excuse Mr. Epstein's reprehensible conduct. Quite the opposite, I condemn it wholeheartedly. Had I known that he was abusing or trafficking women, I would have quit working for him at once and severed all ties to him. The truth is that I did not know what Mr. Epstein did after hours, what he did behind closed doors, and what he did in places where I was not present. I first met Epstein in 1996 when he was already a highly successful businessman. After he pled guilty in 2008 to procuring a person under the age of 18 for prostitution, Mr. Epstein appeared to me to be devastated and extremely contrite. He was adamant that he had no idea that anyone involved was underage, and personally assured me that he would never again let himself be in that position. I believed him, and I made the mistake of believing that Mr. Epstein would not again commit a crime. I deeply regret doing so. Most importantly, I feel horrible for the women whom Mr. Epstein abused. While my professional association with Jeffrey Epstein has subjected my family to death threats and malicious personal attacks, I don't expect the members of the committee or of the public to feel sympathy for me. But I am left trying to explain what many people who knew Jeffrey Epstein have noted after his death. He led two entirely separate lives, his professional one and the other, a private, personal one that caused many others to suffer. That I did not know what my client did in his private life may be difficult for some to believe, but it's true. Thank you.
Starting with the majority, may all individuals, members, and staff who have since joined us since the beginning, please announce themselves for the record.
James Comer, Chairman from Kentucky.
Andy Biggs, Congressman, Arizona 5.
William Timmons, South House, 4th Congressional District.
Dave Mann, California 47. James Washington, Virginia 11.
Thank you. The time reads 10:22, and the majority's time will begin now. Mr. Indyke, let's begin by discussing your education and experience. Where did you attend undergraduate school?
Colgate University,
And what degree did you graduate with?
a degree in education and economics,
What year did you graduate?
1986,
And where did you attend law school?
Cornell Law School,
And when did you graduate law school?
1991,
When were you admitted to practice law?
1992,
In what states were you admitted?
New York, initially.
And where have you since been admitted?
In 2019, I was admitted to practice law in the state of Florida.
Is your license currently in good standing?
I believe my licenses in both New York and Florida are in good stand.
Can you briefly go through your professional career up until now?
Sure. When I graduated Cornell Law School, I worked as first a clerk and then as an associate for the law firm of Golden Wachtel. I did that until I think it was 1994. In 1995, I joined the law firm of Greenberg Traurig in New York City. I worked there until sometime in 1996, towards the beginning of 1996, at which point I was asked by someone who was a former partner at Golden Wachtel to go work for him and with him to represent Jeffrey Epstein and his company. And since then, I have been working to represent primarily Jeffrey Epstein, both as an employee and then subsequently in my capacity as a law firm, my own law firm.
Prior to your employment with Mr. Epstein, what areas of law did you practice?
Corporate securities and trademark law.
When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Sometime in 1996, towards the beginning of 1996.
And Mr. Indyke, I understand that you're hard of hearing, so we're going to try to speak up. But if you could also speak up as well for everyone in the room.
Sure.
So let's begin again. When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
It was, I believe, towards the beginning of 1996,
Where did you meet him?
at his office in New York City.
And why did you meet him at that time?
Prior to my meeting Mr. Epstein, the partner that I worked for at Golden Wachtel had asked me to come work with him to represent Mr. Epstein. And as part of me doing that, he wanted me to meet Mr. Epstein in his office. So I did so.
And for the record, I missed this. Who else was present during this meeting?
I don't recall, it was many years ago. That partner may have been there. So it would have been him and Mr. Epstein, I think. I don't recall anybody else.
And what did you discuss with Mr. Epstein at this time?
I can't recall specifically, but basically he asked me questions about my background, corporate and securities background, about the work I did at Golden Wachtel and the work I did at Greenberg Traurig. Told me I'd be doing similar work for him.
Prior to meeting Mr. Epstein, what did you know about him?
Very little. When I worked at Golden Wachtel, I understood that he was a client of Golden Wachtel. And I understood that the partner that I worked for at Golden Wachtel had done some work with him along with one of the named partners, Bob Gold. But that's the extent of what I knew about it.
And what you testified to was all related to his business. Did he have any reputation outside of his business as it related to young women or girls at this time?
Not that I knew of.
What were your first impressions of Mr. Epstein?
I was slightly intimidated because he was explained to me to be a very wealthy man. I was not very wealthy, and I was very young at the time. And he was explained to me to be a very successful businessman. My impressions of him was that he was no nonsense. He seemed pleasant enough. Nothing more than that.
What did you understand his job to be at this time?
I understood that I would be providing support and assistance to the partner that brought me in connection with representing Mr. Epstein's business interests.
And you mentioned that
I think, Jack, did you ask, what did you understand his job to be or your job to be?
Mr. Epstein's job.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Mr. Epstein's job, my understanding was that he was a financial consultant for wealthy individuals.
Did you know who his clients were at this time?
No.
Just to be clear, you mean before he took the job?
Correct. We've had a member join.
For purposes of the record, Jasmine Crockett, Texas 30.
Mr. Indyke, recognizing that we'll discuss more specifics later, can you briefly describe the nature and extent of your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
I was one of Mr. Epstein's many attorneys. My role was primarily a role as a corporate and transactional attorney. My role was to review documents, summarize documents, analyze documents, critique documents, draft documents, in a wide variety of areas. Investment documents, private placement memorandums, subscription agreements, option agreements, warrant agreements. Let's see what else. Registration rights agreements, stock purchase agreements, rights of first refusal agreements, all of those and kind of side letters for investments, all of those in the investment field. There were times when he would do some trading, and my role was to review the trading confirmations. And to the extent there were documents required as a precursor to the trading, like interest swap agreements, things like that, I would review the interest swap agreements. To the extent that I had any comments on those, I would give my comments on those agreements. If Epstein was going to buy or sell a business, there are times when I would be required to draft basic business agreements or letters of intent, or if he was, or review a purchase agreement or a sale agreement, and then critique it and summarize it and provide any evaluation of it. Epstein had aircraft, and his clients had aircraft. I was involved as an attorney in connection with the acquisition and sale of aircraft, fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, rotorcraft, both new builds from manufacturers like Sikorsky, and sometimes when they were resales of the aircraft. Also, there was lots of real estate that was being acquired and sold during this time. So I would work with local counsel. If it wasn't in New York, for example, I would work, and sometimes even if it was, I would work with local real estate counsel in the acquisition sale of real estate, anything from large acreage ranches to islands to townhouses to apartments to homes, any number of parcels of real estate. And in connection with some of the real estate that was acquired, there was a lot of construction going on during the course of my representation. And that construction would require architects and design. So I would review AIA architectural and design agreements, again, summarize, critique, evaluate. I would review proposals, just make sure that the proposals for any particular building or design were incorporated all of what I understood to be the kind of the roles or the program for the building that was to be done. There was construction management agreements that had to be reviewed, general contractor agreements that had to be reviewed. Sometimes liens would come up. So all of that, those things would have to be reviewed. From time to time, when a new asset like an aircraft or a helicopter or even a large boat would be acquired, a new entity would be formed for that asset, because that asset was a large, tended to be as an aircraft. Aircrafts could fall out of the sky. They could cause serious damage. So kind of it's corporate law 101 to make sure that when you have a kind of a liability type asset, you put that asset in a separate entity. So other assets held by the person can't be subject to the liability that is created by that asset. The same holds true for, it's kind of normal operating procedure, particularly for people in high net worth situations, when you would take on a new investment, or there would be an investment program, you would form a separate entity for that investment program. For new businesses, because you didn't want to mix a new business with an old business, you would form an entity for that new business. So part of what I did is, either if it was some place that in a jurisdiction where I was admitted and I knew of a corporate service company to do it, I would have a corporate service company form the entity. If not, I would have a local attorney do the same. So we did those things. Just kind of the types of things sometimes are very, very complex. There was just to give you an example, there was a project that required connecting one of Epstein's islands, because he had two, that island to the St. Thomas mainland, and that required the manufacturer of a 15 kV cable with fiber optic capabilities by this Italian manufacturer. So I would have to work on that agreement with the manufacturer. And then we'd have to do, I'd have to work on a separate agreement for the installation of that cable across the span from St. Thomas mainland to the island. And then you'd have to work on the local, to step down the cable, you know, all the work that the electrical contractors had to do to connect the cable to the island. And then there was also permitting that I had to work with local council who handled the permitting, and local environmental consultants to do the permitting to lay the cable on the ocean bed. So lots of different things like that. There was,
I think that's,
yes,
I just have a couple of questions related to the number of attorneys. You mentioned there were a number of attorneys working in-house essentially for Mr. Epstein. Is that correct?
no, it was a number of attorneys that Mr. Epstein engaged.
Okay, so how many were actually working in-house?
At which time, sir?
Give me an example. Early on,
Early on, 3 attorneys,
and then as time went on.
2 attorneys. And then ultimately, nobody was working in-house. Ultimately, he was using outside counsel, including me as outside counsel, and other attorneys as outside counsel.
When you had the 3 attorneys, are you one of those 3?
I was one of the 3
When you
attorneys.
got down to 2, obviously you were one of
I
them.
was still, yes, one of the attorneys there.
Okay, and then you continued on until,
I continued on with the other attorney. I was there. But the other attorney formed an entity to serve Epstein and other clients, and I worked for that entity, and I was a junior member of that entity. And then ultimately, I formed my own law firm.
did you have any associates in that law firm or partners?
No,
You were sole proprietor?
I was.
Thank you.
Sure.
We've had more members and staff join. Can they please announce themselves for the record?
Sure. Robert Garcia, I'm the ranking member for Oversight Democrats. Rob Connick, California 17.
Yasmin Ansari, Arizona.
I want to stick with asking general questions to start. So during the course of your representing Mr. Epstein, how often did you communicate with him?
Towards the beginning, infrequently. I mean, I saw him from time to time. I spoke to him from time to time, but mostly his communications were with the partner that I worked with. And then the partner that I worked with would speak to me about assignments that I had specifically. Over time, I would have some interactions with him. I would get direct assignments from Mr. Epstein.
And you mentioned the partner, that's the same partner you referenced before.
Yeah, it's the partner who kind of asked me to come and join him representing Mr. Epstein.
For the record, what was his name?
His name was Jeffrey Shantz.
And how would you typically communicate with Epstein?
At which time?
During the course of your relationship?
Okay, so kind of multifaceted. Sometimes I would get messages. Sometimes I would get a communication through the partner. Sometimes he would be in the office and I would meet with him for 2 minutes, not a lot of FaceTime. And get a specific assignment. And then sometimes I would get a message from his assistant saying something that Epstein wanted from me. And towards the later end, I would meet with him when he no longer had an office in New York. Towards the later end, I would meet with him. I would meet with him on the ground floor in the dining room of his residence.
How often would you meet with him at the residence?
It really depends when. So towards the beginning, not at all. As time went on, once a month, sometimes twice a month. If he was in town and there was a transaction going on, could have been more, but typically it was about twice a month.
How long would your meetings last when you would visit his residence?
Typically an hour or so, maybe two, most.
Who typically would be present?
That's there is no kind of typical thing about who would be present. It really depended on the transaction and the specific matter that was, or matters that I was meeting with him about.
And I can hear you just fine, but there's a lot of people in the room that are struggling to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
However much you can speak up.
Okay.
Very helpful.
Yes.
But I just want to focus on who was present. There are women that have been identified and deemed as assistants of Mr. Epstein. Do you recall them being present at these meetings?
I recall women coming into the meeting, delivering a message to him, sometimes bringing some food to him. But generally, his personal assistants were not in the meetings.
And you mentioned that early on you'd have meetings at your office, and then it seemed that it became more common that you'd meet at the residence. When did the shift occur?
I think it was 1998 when Mr. Epstein moved his residence, his primary residence, to the U.S. Virgin Islands and his business to the U.S. Virgin Islands. So he no longer maintained an office in New York. And so when he came to New York, the requirement was to meet at his residence.
And I'm going to ask you a general question here. What were the nature of your communications with Mr. Epstein?
Can you rephrase the question?
What were the nature of your communications with Mr. Epstein?
I'm trying to understand. That's very general, and I don't really know.
Were the nature of your communications always related to the furnishing of legal services?
Yes.
So for the record, did you ever have any communications with Mr. Epstein related to young women or girls?
No, absolutely not.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
It was strictly a business relationship, strictly a legal relationship.
For the record, at any point, did you consider Mr. Epstein to be a friend?
No.
Did you ever spend time with Mr. Epstein apart from your duties as his attorney?
I never socialized with Mr. Epstein. I never spent any time with Mr. Epstein other than when I was there for a status report or a legal project for Mr. Epstein.
Did you ever consider Epstein to be a mentor?
I did initially, and I could tell you a little story about that. When I first started working for Epstein, I got this assignment, and I can't remember the transaction that I was working on, but I got this agreement, and he told me I needed to get it reviewed and critiqued, and I mark it up, is the word that they used, mark it up and give me your comments to it. I think I had 24 hours to do it. So I went back to my office, spent a very long time in my office, probably till like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock that night, marking the thing up. And when I gave it to him, it was full of red. It's completely red. And I thought I'd done a fabulous job in marking up an agreement and showing all the ways the agreement was defective. When he looked at it, he kind of looked at it and said, well, what am I supposed to do with this? So I have a transaction that I have to get done within the next week. This is never going to, first of all, I don't know what's real, what's not real here, what's important, what's not important here. I can never get a transaction done if this is what I have to do. So now take this back and go find me the 10 most important things and rank them in order of importance to me. And I learned a huge lesson from that. And he taught me about being a practical lawyer, not just a lawyer that's finding every possible theoretical kind of loophole in an agreement. So in that respect, I thought he was very helpful. And so that's, and he had other kind of advice to me like that. Those types of things in being a lawyer to, don't guess at things that I don't know, tell them what I don't know, tell them what I do know. And if I don't know, tell them I don't know. Those are the types of things that he taught me to do as a lawyer, which were helpful to other people that I was working with as a lawyer.
Mr. Indyke, that's helpful advice. You don't be just technically proficient to maybe help facilitate the deal, but when you were working with him, you never sat down and had a drink, never sat down and smoked a cigar with him?
No, never.
Never.
Two things. He doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, but that wasn't our relationship.
You didn't ever say, come along to have a cocktail party after work, come on, nothing like that?
I was never invited to a single dinner party that he hadn't had a few.
Thank you.
Did you ever ask Mr. Epstein for personal favors?
Let's see how to answer that question. I asked him for help when I was, I think it's my first year or so. Sorry, my first year or so when I worked for him. I don't remember the exact time period. My wife and I were having fertility issues. Infertility treatments were quite expensive and they weren't covered by insurance. So I had asked him if it was possible for me to forego the insurance, and in lieu of the amount of money that he was paying for insurance at the time, if I could take that money and apply it towards the cost of infertility treatments. And at that time, his response to me was, absolutely not. You should keep your medical insurance and I will pay for your infertility treatment. Subsequent to that, it didn't work, and it didn't work, I think, 4 other times. Subsequent to that, without me having to ask, he would tell me, when are we doing the next one? And so Epstein paid for all of our infertility treatments until we were able to conceive.
This time I'd like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 3. And this is a letter sent in 2008 by Mr. Epstein's criminal defense lawyers to prosecutors in Florida when Epstein was under investigations for crimes committed against minors. This is a compilation of statements from various employees of Mr. Epstein, all attesting to his good character. This document is base number EFTA 2857458. And I would like to direct your attention to page 13. We're specifically looking at the bottom, and page 14, and I will give you a moment to review. So which page? Page 13.
Thank you.
Okay.
And for the record, we're reviewing the italicized portion. Did you write this, Mr. Indyke?
I believe I did.
And why did you contribute a statement for this? For this, the filing?
I'm trying to, let's see what this is for. I believe I was asked by defense counsel to contribute a statement for him.
So there's a part where you mentioned that Mr. Epstein had provided emotional and financial support. Is that in reference to what you previously described as help for infertility issues?
Yes.
And for the record, again, why did Jeffrey Epstein offer to pay for these services?
I can't tell you what was in his own mind, but I can tell you my perception was that he was being generous to me. He didn't really know me very long, and there was no kind of obvious benefit to him at that stage in my career with him. So I guess he was being generous. I will say this, that, you know, in the years that followed, he did this kind of thing for other employees, friends, acquaintances. He appeared to be generous. He appeared to understand that his money could do good things, and he appeared to use his money to do things like that for people.
Did he provide you any other support besides the infertility or support?
Can you be more specific in terms of a time frame?
Well, we're looking at this character reference around this time, 2008.
No, but you know, that was a big deal, obviously. It was a very difficult time for my wife and I, and it was very meaningful to me to have that support.
We've had another member of Congress join. Can she please identify herself for the record?
I'm Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico.
Mr. Indyke,
Yes.
it's a poignant letter that you wrote here. Did you see in the whole packet that was submitted as the defense for Mr. Epstein before it was submitted?
I don't recall.
Were you aware what the charges were pending at the time that you wrote your statement?
I'm trying to remember when this statement was written. It was kind of fluid at that time.
Well, you knew that there was some kind of criminal allegation against him, which is why there was a criminal defense attorney that was asking you to write the letter, right?
Yes, there were criminal allegations against
You know
him.
what the allegation.
Again, it depends at what time we're talking about. My understanding,
Again, can you please speak up for the mics, I guess?
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, Mr. Indyke, that's.
no, my apologies. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking loud enough. My understanding basically that the allegations against him at the time, I think at the time that this was going on, and, you know, forgive me, it was a while ago, but I think the allegations at that time, this is the state investigation in Palm Beach, were that there were massages at his house. Some of those massages wound up sexual in nature, and that at times it wound up being the case that there were some underage women there in the massages.
So you understood that those were the allegations or the nub of the charges at the time you wrote your letter.
I did understand that those were the allegations, but if I could talk a little bit more about that, I'd like to, if that's okay.
I'm sure they're going to get into that. I just want to ask one other question. You wrote the letter, criminal defense attorney asked you to write the letter. Did you ever discuss the charges with Mr. Epstein before you wrote your statement?
No.
You never talked to him once about these allegations before, even though you just described somewhat of what you knew about him. You did not discuss that with him at all before you wrote a good character reference.
To the extent that there were discussions with Epstein, they were always in the presence of defense counsel. There were many lawyers there, and I was a member of that group. So I never had a personal conversation with him like that, like the one that you're suggesting.
And during those conversations, I assume that Mr. Epstein wasn't mute. He was speaking perhaps about the charges.
So, well, a couple of things. I want to talk to you about them, but I will say this. I have a balance of privilege here, but I also don't want it to be that I'm trying to withhold anything from you. So at the time that this was going on, what I was learning from the defense people who were investigating it was that the investigation was full of allegations that were in many ways untrue, contradicted by recorded, transcribed statements from the witnesses. What I understood from the attorneys was that the police investigation was flawed and somehow either biased, or there was some, or the facts of that investigation as described in the police report were inconsistent with recorded statements from the witnesses, omitted information that the witnesses gave them in recorded statements. There was even, if I recall, there was even in the police report reference to a trash pull where the police report indicated that they found a sex toy in the trash pull. And it later turned out that what was identified as a sex toy was in fact a broken salad utensil. And so, but when the police used the information from the report in their affidavits and their arrest warrants, they kept the part about it being finding sex toys in the garbage pull, but never mentioned the fact that it was later found to be a salad utensil. There's also no mention in that police report about the fact that Epstein had been adamant that he didn't know that anybody was underage. In fact, there was, as I understood it, because I didn't do it, but as I understood it, there was a lie detector test, a polygraph test, where Epstein, which indicated that Epstein was being truthful when he said he didn't know about the age.
So Mr. Indyke,
So
let's go back to an earlier question that I asked you about when in context of that charge, when in context to his adjudication of guilt and his sentencing, I assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you wrote this in connection with the sentencing or the pre-sentencing report on behalf of the defense. Is that accurate?
I don't know for a fact, but that's not what I recollect.
Okay.
I think this was done previously.
So what I find intriguing about what you just testified to, you mentioned rather lengthy detail about the theory of the defense of Mr. Epstein, but you're having trouble contextualizing when you wrote this particular document. I find that intriguing and a little bit difficult for me to understand why.
May I just say that he didn't write the document, he wrote that excerpt,
Yes.
just to be clear, for the record.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, over the course of, the reason I can provide as much detail about the defense position is because that detail has been argued over and over and over again by the defense counsel. So it's something that has stuck in my mind. When this was written, it was written once. It was also a very long time ago. And so I can't tell you precisely when it was written. And I can't tell you, I just can't tell you the full context when this was submitted.
In your opening, you said that after 2008, after his guilty plea, you thought that he was contrite and that he learned from his mistake. And you said that you were horrified to learn of the crimes he committed after. What crimes are you referencing after 2008?
So now with hindsight,
Was he ever charged, or I'm unaware of any charge or referencing times post 2008? Is there,
So-
what charges are you referencing? What
Uh,
crimes are you referencing?
I'm not referencing any charges after 2008. After he was,
What conduct after 2008 was criminal? Because you said that you were horrified to learn of his criminal activity after this. In your opening.
I'm not sure that I
You did.
don't think I said I was horrified to learn of his criminal acts. I was horrified that he hurt people. But all of that is in the context of statements that have emerged since his death.
What criminal activity occurred?
Since his,
I'm unaware what criminal activity occurred post 2008.
I don't specifically know what criminal activity occurred post 2008. I wasn't there. I didn't see any criminal activity, but what I've seen now are allegations by a number of women that have come to light after he died, where they said all of these things happened. And while I've never seen him do anything that way, nobody's ever reported anything to me that way. Clearly, with all of these women saying this happened after the fact, I cannot say that he didn't do a lot of bad things. And so learning this after his death, I feel horribly. And that's what I said. I do feel horrible.
So, Mr. Indyke, just go back to the statement you wrote that was inserted in the defense statement. I just, wondering if was it your normal practice to write such a letter of recommendation on behalf of someone without full understanding of the ramifications of what you were saying and the allegations and the context with which you were being asked to write that? I mean, did you know why you were being asked to write that specific statement?
I knew that people were saying, were making allegations against him, which were contrary to what I had observed in him. And the truth is that I felt they asked me for what he had done that was generous to me, and I felt like I could be honest about that. And so that's why I did it.
So I'm aware that you were a transactional attorney, probably didn't know ramifications, but you understood, I would guess, as an attorney, somewhere along the pipe, I had to understand something about criminal law, that your statement was going to be used to facilitate a reduction in sentence, reduction in charges, or some benefit to Mr. Epstein in light of the rather substantial charges which you described in some detail that you were aware of.
At the time that first of all, this is the first time anything like that ever happened to me. So to some extent, it's all very new to me. I am still representing the person. The person that I represented never exhibited this kind of conduct to me, was very generous to me. And at the time,
Even though he
May I
was
finish,
generous
sir?
to you,
May I finish?
even though he was generous to you, you understood this was going to be used to facilitate either a reduction in sentence or reduction in charges.
But I also understood, the answer is, I understood that it was I didn't know it was going to be used for a reduction of charges or reduction of sentence. I understood it was going to be used to give to law enforcement as a character reference for him. Okay, I did understand that.
And so why would you give a character reference if not for a reduction of sentence or reduction in charges? I mean, that's why you would give something like that to a police agency, is it not?
That's not what was going on. That's not what I was thinking at the time.
All right.
It wasn't.
Mr. Indyke, you had
Yeah.
referenced attorney-client privilege. I just, for the record, if you wish to assert any privilege, you must say so on the record.
So far, there hasn't been a very specific question. If that does arrive, I'll let you know.
And we're going to jump around a little bit here, but you had mentioned that the allegations that were made against Mr. Epstein during that 2006, 2008 period, you had mentioned they were untrue. Who Did you make that determination yourself?
No, that was communicated to me.
Who communicated that to you?
And through, it was communicated through defense counsel. And the reason I can discuss it is this, it's the same statements that defense counsel made in documents they delivered to the, to the government.
And for the record, who was the defense counsel?
Epstein had a lot of defense attorneys at the time. Off the top of my head, Gerald Lefcourt was one. I believe Jack Goldberger was one. I believe Mike Teen was one. Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz, I think I mentioned. Lily Sanchez. I'm trying to remember who was involved at that particular time. Cheryl Reich, I believe, was an attorney, a criminal defense attorney of his at the time. Guy Lewis also. Martin Weinberg, the attorneys came on at different times, so I can't tell you exactly who came on when.
In addition to defense counsel, did Mr. Epstein hire private investigators?
I don't know that Mr. Epstein hired private investigators. I believe the defense counsel hired private investigators.
Why were private investigators?
Oh, sorry, Roy Black. I want to add to that. Roy Black was part of this as well.
Why were defense or private investigators hired?
Not being an attorney, and not being participating at the time that they did this, because I came in after. I didn't hear anything about the allegations until about 2006 or so. Much of the attorney's work had already been done by that time, including, I think, the hiring of private investigators. So the actual reasons as to why, I don't know, but I think my assumption at the time was that's kind of what you do as a criminal defense attorney, is you bring on a private investigator to find out information so that you can have a full idea of what you're defending.
For the record, did you ever work with these private investigators?
At some point, I did communicate with private investigators, I think, for payment. But and I'm sure I must have had conversations at some point in the process, not early on, but I just don't remember.
But you yourself, as far as the work that the private investigators were conducting, you didn't direct them?
For the criminal work that you're talking about, absolutely not.
And earlier you mentioned that you never socialized with Mr. Epstein. Did Mr. Epstein ever invite you to social events?
I was invited one time, and it was the only time, to not a social event with him, frankly, but there was a Victoria's Secret fashion show. I was invited one time, and that was the only time. I think I saw him there once, but I certainly didn't socialize with him there. And it wasn't just me, it was me, Jeff Shams, who I worked with. So the attorneys were invited.
And
but other than that, no. I've never was invited to a dinner. I never was invited to a show. I never invited to a movie or anything with him. No.
And I want to return back to the statement that you provided for Epstein's defense. Is it true that you made Mr. Epstein a godfather of your children?
Yes, it was an honorary appellation. I had no expectation because I didn't have that kind of relationship with him, but I wanted to show gratitude, do something to show gratitude for how he helped my wife and I have our children. And so I had asked him, would it be okay? And he wouldn't have any obligation to do anything, but it's a way of honoring him if I could make him honorary godfather. And I did.
Sorry. Based on your testimony, your children did not have any relationship with Mr. Epstein.
No. I think in total, they met him twice in the office, and they were very, very young at the time. My wife was there. They were in the office. I think it was 2 times.
Would you have entrusted Mr. Epstein to care for your children?
To care for my children? No, I wouldn't have trusted anybody to care for my children.
Who is Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ghislaine Maxwell was an associate of Jeffrey Epstein.
When did you first meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
Sometime after I started working representing Epstein in 1996.
What did you understand her relationship to be with Mr. Epstein?
My understanding in it, at the time, my understanding was that she was largely kind of an overall household manager. Epstein even then would travel from different households. And Ghislaine was responsible for making sure that the households were managed properly, that they were supplied properly, that the employees there were doing the cleaning and things like that. That was my understanding of her role. I learned at some point that she had been a girlfriend of his, though I do not believe at the time that I was there that she was a girlfriend of his.
And you mentioned that she would manage Mr. Epstein's properties. Did you ever understand her to have any role in arranging or scheduling masseuses for Mr. Epstein?
No.
She never talked to you about paying masseuses?
No.
How often did you interact with Ghislaine Maxwell?
When I worked in the office in New York City on Madison Avenue, she had an office there, so she appeared from time to time. She wasn't in my section of the office, but she was there, so I would see her. I would say hello, that kind of thing. And it wasn't super frequent, but I saw her. I saw her there.
As far as your day-to-day and the legal services you were providing, did you have any interactions with her?
At times I did. Again, most of my stuff was very specific, it was transactional. So there were times I believe Maxwell purchased a townhouse. So I did work for that townhouse, the purchase of that townhouse. I believe she had me look at an agreement or two. I can't recall which agreements off the top of my head, but I believe she had me look at agreements or two. And sometimes she would convey requests by Epstein for me to do some kind of a transactional or corporate work for.
And you mentioned the acquisition of the property. This past week, we had Mr. Khan testify, and he said that there were accounting work that he did for Ms. Maxwell, and she, I don't want to mischaracterize his testimony, but said effectively that she didn't pay. Did she pay you for the work that you did for her?
No, it was done, to the extent I did work for her, it was at the authorization of Epstein.
Would you consider Ghislaine Maxwell at any point to be a friend of yours?
No.
Do you believe that Maxwell facilitated Epstein's access to minor victims?
I don't know.
Mr. Indyke, I want the record to be clear, so I'm going to ask you some questions related to the investigation of Mr. Epstein in 2005. When did you first become aware that there was an investigation into Mr. Epstein's conduct in Southern Florida?
I'm not entirely certain. I believe it was 2006, 2007.
And for the record, you did not have any knowledge of the illegal activity by Mr. Epstein prior to his arrest.
I'd worked for him for a decade and I had no knowledge of any allegations being made against him like that.
On October 20th of 2005, police executed a search warrant for Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach, Florida home. Do you recall this occurring?
Can you tell me the date again?
October 20th, 2005.
I don't think I knew contemporaneously.
Palm Beach detective Joseph Riccieri spoke out about his belief that Epstein was tipped off about the raid since multiple computers expected to be at his house were missing when the search warrant was executed. To your knowledge, did anyone tip off Jeffrey Epstein to the October 20th search warrant in Palm Beach?
I don't know.
When you visited Mr. Epstein's properties, did you notice cameras?
Can you specify which property?
Well, you mentioned the Manhattan property at one point.
Sure. So let's break it down. The Manhattan property. My understanding about the cameras, there were cameras in the Manhattan property. My understanding is that they were external cameras. There was a security room when you first walked in to the right that had monitors of the external cameras that were all around the perimeter, the outside of his townhouse. I later found out, and by later I mean, I think, after things start to get conflated, but I think I found this out after he got arrested the second time, that there was one camera, and this is probably even after he died, that was one camera. He had a safe room in the house. I didn't even know there was a safe room in the house, but he had a safe room in the house. And there was a camera outside the safe room in the house. Those are the cameras that I knew about in New York. In Florida, there was much made about, and I think it was in the press. Again, a lot has gone on, and lots of reports have come out since then. But I believe in Florida, there was a reference to cameras in his house, but there were cameras, as I understand it, that the police helped put in there because there was concern that somebody was stealing from him. So they put the cameras, I think, in his desk on the ground floor. And I wasn't sure if there was maybe one in the garage as well. But those are the cameras that I knew about.
There have been allegations that Mr. Epstein would record visits at various properties. You don't know anything about that?
I've heard the allegations. I know of no recordings. I don't know of cameras that would have done that.
Mr. Indyke, excuse me.
Yes.
The majority has about 5 minutes, and I just want to make sure the record is clear. And I'm going to ask you numerous yes or no questions. First, this is not a yes or no question. How did Mr. Epstein act towards the young women or girls that he surrounded himself with?
The question assumes that I saw him surround himself with young women or girls. It's not true.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein engage in sexual conduct?
I never witnessed Mr. Epstein engage in sexual conduct.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein have sexual conduct of any kind with young women or girls?
I never witnessed Mr. Epstein have any sexual conduct, period.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein sexually abuse or assault young women or girls?
I never witnessed that, no.
Did Mr. Epstein ever discuss sexual acts of any kind with you?
No.
Was it common for Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell to bring young women or girls to any other place where the two of you would meet?
The only women that were ever in my presence, to my recollection, with one exception, I'll get to that in a second, were women who were either in their 20s or in their 30s, who were assistants, I understood to be personal assistants of Epstein.
You said you had an exception.
I'm sorry, and the exception is he had a goddaughter, and I don't know that I feel comfortable giving her name, but he had a goddaughter that I believe he had seen from time to time, and I had met from time to time. A couple of times, I think, because she would, when I was in his when I was in his home, in his dining room, she'd come into the dining room.
Can I just be clear? So the exception was that's the only person who you saw as a minor female in his presence?
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear.
Who are the assistants that you're referencing?
Svetlana Pazadaeva. There was a woman by the name of there was another woman by the name of, trying to remember. If you have some names, I could tell you if I recall them or not.
And we'll have more specific questions.
Okay.
Did Mr. Epstein have children of his own?
To my knowledge, no.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever ask if you wanted them to bring women or girls to you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sexual contact with young women or girls in the presence of Epstein or Maxwell?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever have sexual contact with any young woman or girl introduced to you by Epstein or Maxwell?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein receive a massage from a young woman or girl?
No.
Did you ever receive any massages from any young woman or girl brought to you by or introduced to you by Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell?
No.
We'll go off the record.
You can go on the record. Mr. Indyke, good morning.
Good morning.
I understand that Ms. Crockett has a statement.
Just briefly, as you go through your line of questioning,
Yes.
when you reference someone, if you say the assistant, if you say the partner, can you also make sure that you reference their name after you label their title for clarity of the record?
I'll try to remember that, yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Indyke, I'm going to revisit some of the areas that you discussed with my majority colleagues in the previous round. In doing that, I don't want to make you repeat yourself. I just want to make sure that we have as clear a record as possible.
Okay.
So going back to the time when Mr. Epstein first hired you, did you have a title?
Attorney?
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you were the sole proprietor of an entity called Darren Indyke PLLC. Is that right?
Darren K. Indyke.
Darren K. Indyke.
LLC. And I don't think did I give that name? But that is.
Thank you. And if I also understand correctly, Jeffrey Epstein was the sole client of Darren K. Indyke PLLC. Is that right?
He was the primary client. From time to time, he was the primary client, and from time to time, I would do things for him and for his clients. But he was the primary client, and there were times when friends or acquaintances or somebody else would come. I wouldn't take on jobs very often because the expectation was that I would be available at all times, and that I would get projects for Epstein, and sometimes it's for Epstein's clients. I would get a project, and the expectation was as soon as that project came to me, that would be the most important thing I did, and I would get it done very quickly. So it wasn't, part of what I had to do was be available to make sure that I could respond to those things on that basis. And if I brought on more clients, that would interfere with that.
Are you familiar with an entity called J. Epstein and Co.?
Yes, I am familiar with that entity. I believe it's called J. Epstein and Company.
And were you associated with it in any way?
Long time ago, but I believe that's the entity that initially employed me.
And over what period of time did J. Epstein and Company employ you?
I don't remember the exact end date, but it was from 1996 for 3 or so years.
And was there another entity that employed you following J. Epstein and Company?
There was another entity called New York Strategy Group, which was primarily owned by Shantz,
I'm sorry.
by Jeffrey Shantz, the partner that brought me into. I believe I had a minority ownership of that LLC. It was an LLC.
And over what period of time were you employed through New York Strategy Group?
I believe that New York Strategy Group was my employer until, I want to say, 2006 or 7. And at some point, I became the primary owner of New York Strategy Group.
And when did Darren Indyke Darren K. Indyke PLLC come into existence?
That came into existence, I believe, in 2008. Again, it was some time ago, but I believe it was in 2008.
So does J. Epstein and Company still exist?
No,
When was it wound down?
I believe J. Epstein and Company was wound down when Epstein moved his primary residence to the U.S. Virgin Islands and formed a company there. I don't remember the date exactly, but I think the company's name is Financial Trust Company, Inc. And J. Epstein and Company was discontinued at that point, I believe.
Did you have any association with Financial Trust Company, Inc.?
I believe I was at some point a corporate secretary, may have been a vice president in an administrative sense.
You were asked earlier about your communications with Jeffrey Epstein. Are you aware of Jeffrey Epstein ever using encrypted messaging software or an encrypted messaging app such as Signal?
As part of the things that I did for Epstein, once he became a registered sex offender, I had to report or include in a report to the New York Sex Offender Registry apps that he had used or that he had a presence on. I want to say that at some point, I remember Signal being used and maybe WhatsApp, though I can't tell you when.
At the time you started working for Jeffrey Epstein, what was his net worth to your knowledge? An approximate number is fine.
I don't know.
Did you come to know that later in time?
Well, I know it when he died because I'm co-executor of the estate. I had to know it. There were times that I could recall over before I became executor, hearing net worths around, $500 million, sometimes less, sometimes 300 million. But, accounting for his assets and his wealth, that wasn't my role. So if I heard it in passing, not necessarily something that I would be kind of investigating or reporting on.
And whose role was it to keep track of that?
The accounting department.
And specifically who?
I think Rich Kahn would do that. I think that was part of his role when he joined.
And over the period of time during which Mr. Epstein employed you, what, to your understanding, were the sources of his wealth?
Primarily, they were clients that he worked for and investments that he made. He did very well with investment funds. You know, I'm not a financial markets kind of person. That wasn't my kind of skill set, but my understanding was the reputation that he had was that he was skilled with understanding financial markets, currencies, options, securities trading, but that his business wasn't as an investment advisor. His business was more as a financial consultant. But he did have participations in funds. And those funds yielded him pretty solid results. So between the funds and the clientele that he had that paid him fees over time, that's where his wealth came from my understanding.
If we could focus on the client servicing piece, how many clients did he have during the time that you worked for him?
I'm trying to, I can name them. I never actually thought about how many, but Les Wexner, clearly. When I first joined, he was doing, or he'd given me some kind of an assignment to do for David Rockefeller. I don't know if Rockefeller was a paying client. I wouldn't, that's not something I wasn't, again, that wasn't my role, but I did work for David Rockefeller. I believe Elizabeth Johnson. And I know there was work done for Mort Zuckerman. Leon Black. I know the Rothschilds. Trying to remember which of them or what entity, but I don't.
Would that be Ariana Rothschild?
I know the name Ariana Rothschild, and it's possible that it was for Ariana, but I'm not 100% certain.
Glenn Dubin.
So Glenn Dubin, I don't think Glenn Dubin was a client, like a client in the same sense that Wexner was a client. Dubin, as I understand it, there are a couple of different ways that he was connected with Dubin. Dubin had funds that he invested in, that he made a good deal of money off these funds. I think Dubin, if I recall, he referred Jeffrey to invest in a fund called, I think it's DB Zwern. I don't remember the full name, but that's the fund name. And there was a dispute about DB Zwern that got fairly elevated. And as part of the resolution of that dispute, there was a settlement that came about. As part of the resolution of that dispute, because it was Dubin's referral to that fund, Dubin had some kind of compensation payment to Epstein to settle that case. And the last thing that I recall is Dubin had a company, I can't remember the name of the company right now as I'm sitting here, but that company was purchased by JP Morgan, I believe, and I believe Epstein got a finder's fee for that. And that was a one-off thing. It wasn't like, Epstein was kind of representing Dubin all the time or things like that.
What about Steven Sinofsky?
I know the name. I don't know, and I believe that there was a payment from Sinofsky. I just don't know. I don't know the nature of that relationship.
And just going down the roster,
Mm-hmm.
to the best of your recollection, how much did each of these people pay Epstein for the services he provided to them? And I'll start with Les Wexner.
I really don't know how much Wexner paid him. It was a lot, but I just don't know how much.
And what was the nature of the work that Epstein did for Les Wexner?
A variety of things. As I understood it, and his relationship with Wexner predates my arrival there. But as I understood it, sometimes people who obtain kind of this ultra high net worth standing get there gradually over time, and they kind of build their offices gradually over time. And when they do that, it becomes inefficient. There are people who are not necessarily doing things and getting paid to do things, and there are people doubling up on things. And so part of the thing that Epstein did, at least for Wexner, that I can recall being told about, was kind of cleaning house a little bit. Also, he would do things for Wexner, like, for example, even, somebody at that level of wealth has lots and lots and lots of assets. And all of those things, art, jewelry, all of that stuff require insurance. But unless you're kind of born into it, you don't know how you're supposed to deal with that. And how you're supposed to deal with that is photograph it and appraise it. So all of that's for record. God forbid something happens to it. You have good records to justify your insurance claim. So they helped organize it that way. Jeffrey did tax work, estate planning work.
Not to interrupt you, I'm receiving another request for you to speak up. I think
Oh, I'm sorry.
some of our
Sorry.
audience members are having difficulty
Apologize.
hearing you.
If I move this closer, would it help? Or not?
Let's try it.
Yeah, let's do that. Sorry, my voice is not.
I think it's for the people in the room, just a little.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think the mic's gonna.
So I apologize to everybody. Let's see, so Epstein also did estate planning work, did tax planning, help people kind of achieve kind of better tax results, more tax efficient results for themselves. I don't know that too much of the detail behind this, but it was my understanding that with respect to Wexner, Epstein helped him gain greater liquidity with the wealth that he did have, because things like that help.
That's a helpful picture, and I appreciate that.
Okay. So
and
that's Wexner.
Yeah. Moving down the list, and I think if we could just cabin the answers to the amount that each one of these people paid Epstein, to the extent you recall.
Sure.
The next name is Leon Black.
The way I know this is not because I kind of tracked it or reported on it, but it's based upon what I kind of read through the papers. So Leon Black, he did work for, I can confirm that. I heard reports that it was something like $158 million, and that wouldn't seem unreasonable to me.
And David Rockefeller,
I don't know.
Elizabeth Johnson.
I also don't know. She was a different lawyer by the name of Mandy Ellison was the lawyer that worked on her account.
And Mort Zuckerman.
I don't know how much money, if any, that he got from Mort.
And then the Rothschilds.
Also I don't know.
Shifting back to the period in time when Epstein hired you.
Yes.
Were you aware that he had an affinity for young women?
No.
Or for teenage girls?
No, absolutely not.
Did you become aware of that over time?
The only way I became aware of the allegation that he had an affinity for teenage girls was once I was kind of learned about the investigation in Palm Beach.
Did you become aware at any point that Epstein sexually abused young women and teenage girls?
I became aware of the allegation in Palm Beach that there were massages which at times ended up sexual, and that in some cases there were underage people in those massages. My understanding at the time was that he was unaware of their age. That my understanding is that the statements given by the people who gave police statements were that there wasn't force used, there wasn't coercion used, those are the statements being made, not, I'm not testifying it to myself as to what I know, because I don't. But those are the statements, no force, no coercion. And that the conduct was voluntary. But again, I'm not commenting underage.
Okay.
I'm not making any comment about underage.
Can I just ask if you were asking if he was ever personally aware, or he's talking about allegations, but was your
Yes, but
question?
yeah, we veered off a bit. So yeah, and
Right.
I was focused on the personal knowledge.
So just to be clear.
I'm sorry, I have no personal knowledge of that.
We'll come back to that. Employer con with Jeffrey Epstein. Did you ever?
Mr. Indyke.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Indyke.
That's okay.
I beg your pardon. During your employment, Mr. Indyke, with Jeffrey Epstein, did you ever discuss with him his sexual activity with young women, whether consensual or otherwise?
No,
Did you ever discuss that topic with anyone else?
the topic generally, I'm sure, came up during legal conversations.
You were speaking during the previous round about Mr. Epstein's arrest in Florida. When did you learn about his arrest?
Again, the timing is a little bit cloudy to me. I don't believe I knew about it until 2006.
How did you become aware of it?
I believe, trying to remember back, I believe Epstein told me.
And did that conversation happen in person?
It was an in-person conversation. I want to say it was an in-person conversation. And I want to say it was in New York. I just don't remember where in New York.
And how long after the arrest did that conversation take place?
I don't know.
What did Mr. Epstein tell you during that conversation?
That he was charged, that he didn't really go into the details of the charges. This is more substance of it because I don't remember the specific conversation. And then he told me that there were lawyers working on it with him and that I should work with them.
What was your reaction?
Surprise and shock, to be honest.
Did you ask him for any additional details about the arrest or the nature of the charges?
I think I was so surprised that I didn't think to, and also my relationship with him wasn't so that I could get so deeply personal. And I had never been involved with anything like that before, so I didn't really know what to do.
Was the rest of Mr. Epstein's staff informed of the arrest at some point?
Yes, at some point. I don't remember when.
When, to your knowledge, was Mr. Khan informed of the arrest?
I don't know.
Did you ever discuss it with him?
In passing, but nothing in detail.
What was the conversation in passing?
Just the arrest. I think maybe when he lost banking privileges, must have been about the arrest. You know, nothing. Rich Khan and I did not get into detail about Jeffrey Epstein's arrest.
What did you discuss with respect to the loss of banking privileges?
Again, substance, not detail, that the banking privileges at Chase were lost, that, and again, I don't know if I should, other than that their banking privileges lost, I don't know that I have enough detail to give you more than that.
Was it your understanding that the privileges at Chase were lost as a result of Mr. Epstein's arrest?
It was an assumption more than an understanding, because I don't know if anybody's experienced this, but when banks deny services to you, they don't, as a general rule, tell you why. They just say no.
But your assumption was that it was linked to the arrest as opposed to a different cause.
Yes. There was lots of publicity at the time, I think, that this happened, and so.
And I also understand from your testimony during the previous round that you ultimately represented Mr. Epstein along with other counsel in connection with his arrest and prosecution in Florida.
I was never the direct defense counsel, but I was brought on as a group of people that were.
So it would be fair to say that you were a member of his defense team.
Yes, very loosely, but yes.
So I think that anticipates my next question. Was there an allocation of responsibility among the members of the team? Did certain lawyers have responsibilities that differed from others?
You can't talk about how he allocated responsibility among the lawyers. There wasn't a group meeting like, you do this, you do that, you do the other thing.
Based on your observation.
My observation was that there was a group of lawyers at the time, all of whom kind of shared information and did things together. My role was kind of specific task oriented. Sometimes I would, if Epstein would ask me, did so-and-so do this yet? Could you ask them to do this or ask them when they're going to do this? But I believe it was more like a group thing. Some people were better writers than others. Marty Weinberg was a very good writer. Jay Lefkowitz also a very good writer. But I think as a rule, everybody kind of worked together.
And what, to your understanding, were the crimes that Jeffrey Epstein ultimately pled to?
My understanding was that there were two charges. One charge was a solicitation of prostitution, and the other charge was procuring prostitution of someone under the age of 18.
And please correct me if I'm wrong. I understand from your testimony earlier that you were aware of the requirement that Jeffrey Epstein register as a sex offender in various states as a result of his plea. Is that right?
Yes, I became aware of that fact, yes.
And that included New York State?
Yes, there was an initial registration in New York.
And you were involved in the registration, is that right?
Yes, I believe I was involved in the registration.
And did you become aware in connection with that Jeffrey Epstein was designated a level 3 sex offender in New York State?
The answer to your question is yes, but that was after a round of litigation.
The issue was litigated?
The issue was litigated, yes.
Okay. And were you part of the legal team that represented him in connection with that litigation?
Loosely.
And was it your understanding at the time that level 3 under New York State law meant that there had been a determination that Epstein posed a high risk of a repeat offense and a threat to public safety?
I understood it was a different designation, but I didn't understand that.
Broadly speaking, were you troubled by Mr. Epstein's guilty plea and incarceration in Florida?
Was I troubled? I was troubled. I guess the answer is yes. It was troubling. The problem I have in grasping and kind of tackling the question you have is not really knowing what it is. You know, it has come to, as it's come to pass. Clearly, he did something. But at the time, what I was struggling with is what it is that he actually did do. I think I went into previously I went into how the police reports were inconsistent with recorded statements, how there were references to items as sex toys, which were broken salad utensils, There was even a statement in from, I never heard the statement directly, but I was made aware of a statement made by the lead prosecutor in Florida, who was a female experienced sex crimes prosecutor, that uttered a statement to the effect that there were no real victims there. Now, I'm not saying there weren't. I'm just saying that that's what I heard at the time. So I'm, struggling with these things and not knowing what allegations are true or what allegations aren't true. And I know that with respect to his sex offense, the sex offender charge, which was required not by the state, it was required by the U.S. Attorney's Office after the state had kind of convened a grand jury. The grand jury came back with something that, I don't remember the charge, but it wasn't that charge. And the consequence for that charge was mandatory PTI, which was much less than obviously the police chief wanted. And so what happened during the course of the federal investigation is the U.S. Attorney's Office wanted something more than that, and wanted him to plead to charges that would, one, put him in jail, and two, plead to charges that for which there would be a sex offender registration requirement. And the charge that they ultimately said you should go back to the state and make them charge you this was a charge that the defense team had been saying that they didn't have the factual predicate to actually have that charge, but that will do it because that's what you want to get this thing resolved. So the troubling part of it, it's hard for me to know for sure what actually happened, what was true, what was not true. A lot of the allegations turned out not to be true.
What about now? Do you have a belief as to whether girls and women were abused in Florida?
Well, again, after he after he was arrested the second time and then died, lots of people have come forward. Lots of them come forward who didn't come forward before, who said that they hadn't come forward. But since then, as the co-executive of the state, I've been made aware of many, many claims. And so with that number of claims being made, it's really hard to say that, no, he didn't do anything. Obviously, he did a lot of terrible things. So my view is, I don't know exactly what he did. And I say this again, because I want everybody to be clear about this. I didn't see it. I didn't see anything, and nobody complained to me about anything. So I don't know. But all these people came forward. So obviously there's something there. So your question is, what do I believe? No, I believe he did bad things.
At any point after you learned about Mr. Epstein's arrest in Florida, did you ever consider quitting your job?
With all of the discussion about how, the answer is, I don't think I did. I'm going back in time. I don't think I did. And the explanation for that is twofold. With all of the discussion about the defects in the investigation and statements from like the lead prosecutor and all this stuff and the light and all this and all of these other things, I think there was even a psychological evaluation that said he wasn't a pedophile. And so all of these conflicting reports came. It seemed to me, who was very inexperienced with this stuff, that maybe it wasn't what they were saying. And so
when taking into consideration all of that information, it sounds like you were weighing the question.
No, I'm pointing the question now. The question then was, I drank the Kool-Aid at the time. I think that's the answer, is I drank the Kool-Aid at the time.
So I think our members have some questions for you, Mr.
Okay,
Indyke.
Great. Mr. Indyke, I have a couple questions. Just to follow up, do you personally believe that girls and women were abused by Jeffrey Epstein in Palm Beach?
I do believe that Epstein engaged in bad conduct with women, yes.
Do you believe that girls and women were abused?
I believe so, yes.
Raped?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me get a couple questions. Mr. Indyke, I want to ask a few questions related to Jane Doe 4. from the case Doe versus Jeffrey Epstein out of the Southern District of New York. Now, Jane Doe 4 alleged that she met Epstein in South Carolina in the 1980s, and through him was introduced to President Trump, who we know the allegation was that he abused her when she was 13, and these are allegations made by Jane Doe 4. Are you aware of Jane Doe 4?
I'm aware of the Jane Doe, the case, Jane Doe.
You're aware of Jane Doe 4?
Aware of the case Jane Doe 4. I'm not aware of the person.
Do you know the identity of Jane Doe 4 in this case?
I don't.
So you do not know the identity of
So
Jane
sitting here
Doe 4?
today, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Have you ever seen a document with the identity of Jane Doe 4?
I'm sure I must have.
You have seen a document?
I'm sure I must have.
Okay. Now, last week, Mr. Khan, who's the co-executive of the estate, testified that Jane Doe 4 had received a settlement from the Epstein estate, of which you're a co-executor. Now, later in the deposition, when oversight staff attorneys asked about the settlement involving Jane Doe 4, Mr. Khan's attorney clarified on the record, according to his team, that Mr. Khan's earlier testimony had been mistaken and that neither he nor Mr. Khan recognized Jane Doe 4 as someone who had filed a claim against the Epstein estate. Now, since then, there's been additional back and forth and confusion about the details of Jane Doe 4 and her interactions with the estate. And there's been back and forth and clarification. So I just want for clarity, since you're a co-executor, Mr. Khan, and given your position as a co-executor of the estate for both, did Jane Doe 4 receive a settlement from the estate? So to be clear, as your position as a co-executor of the estate, did Jane Doe 4 receive a settlement from the estate?
So, Congressman Garcia, I have to say two things about anything with Jane Doe's. The first is we're bound by court orders not to say anything about the identity. To the extent someone has sued under a Jane Doe name, we're not permitted by court orders to say who the person is at all. Secondly, putting aside whether it's someone as a Jane Doe or someone specifically identified, we are bound in confidentiality requirements in any settlement. We are, as the estate and the co-executors, to not identify if someone has settled or anything about the settlements. Having said that, any of those claimants who have settled, typically they are not bound by that. So, you're free to ask them if they want to identify things, but we cannot do that.
Good.
Aside from the identity and disclosing the identity to us of Jane Doe 4, any NDAs or non-disclosure agreements, as we have made clear in prior cases, Congress does not recognize. And we have the ability to determine whether we do and do not recognize. In this case, given that you were under subpoena, we would ask that you provide us information whether Jane Doe 4 received a settlement.
And let me, I heard you. Let me continue.
Yeah, but let me just say to that quickly that putting aside whatever order may come out requiring them to disclose, I believe, but I'd have to look at each particular settlement agreement, we likely have notice provisions to the person settling. If we were bound to disclose it, to first notify that person, because they could probably take.
So to be clear, you're not confirming or denying
we
that there was
cannot.
a settlement with Jane Doe 4, is that correct?
We cannot.
So, Mr. Indyke, was there a settlement paid from the Epstein Victim Compensation Program to any Jane Doe or Jane Doe 4?
We have the same
Let me go-
confidentiality restrictions.
So you're not unwilling to answer if there was actually a payment from the Epstein Victim Compensation?
It's not a willingness issue. It's a bound by confidentiality provisions.
I'm not going to take that premise, but I understand your position. Mr. Indyke, do you have any additional information on Jane Doe 4 that you can provide us?
No.
Okay, great. Mr. Indyke,
Yes.
the Epstein estate has provided documents and productions to this committee per subpoena, as you're aware, and we have welcomed those, of course, and we've gone through those, and we have continued to go through what's been provided. Not all the documents have still been provided to the committee. There's still some documents we believe that are in your possession. Is that correct?
In my possession personally?
In the possession of the estate.
In response to the subpoena?
In response to the subpoena.
I think based on conversations that council has had with both minority and majority staff, we've complied with what everyone was expecting. If there's more that people were expecting that aren't, let us know.
Are there additional documents with the estate that have not been provided to the committee within the bounds of the subpoena?
Within the bounds of the subpoena? based upon responses, my understanding from council is that whatever was agreed upon to be provided has been provided.
Okay, are there additional documents within that the estate has outside the dates of the subpoena, the subpoena was given, that are in possession of the estate?
I'm sorry, outside the dates?
So there,
I
so
apologize, I'm not sure.
the subpoena obviously has dates of when to produce documents, period of time.
Mhm.
Are there documents in the possession of the estate outside the period of time within the subpoena that are in the possession of you and Mr. Khan as the co-executives of the estate?
I'm a little bit at a loss here because, you know, what I did is, what I did in my
So so what you're saying is you won't answer the question if there's additional documents in your possession?
I'm trying to answer your question, sir. The estate essentially gave the documents to council. So I'm a little bit of a loss as to how to answer that question without conferring with council and council telling me what was it.
I think the question is pretty simple. The subpoena has a period of time where you should be producing documents within that period of time.
Specified document.
Right, specified.
We gave you all the documents that were specified.
Correct. So my question is, are there additional documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and communications outside the period of time specified in the subpoena that are in the possession of the Epstein estate?
That you didn't ask for.
That we didn't ask for.
So the subpoena did say,
I
give
think
us all the documents.
Correct.
in
The
the
question's really clear. Are there additional documents outside the period of time specified in the subpoena that are in possession of the Epstein estate?
I assume so, yeah.
You assume so, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who next is, yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
My first question, during your employment by Jeffrey Epstein, did you ever become aware of a relationship between Epstein and Donald Trump?
The answer to that question is yes, aware of a relationship that existed before my time.
Okay, did you ever become aware of Donald Trump socializing with Epstein during your employment?
No. Again, my relationship with Epstein was not a social relationship like that. And I don't believe Donald Trump was ever in the office when we were there in New York. And I don't recall off the top of my head whether or not Epstein specifically met with him while I was employed as an attorney for Epstein.
And to confirm, you began your employment with Mr. Epstein in 1996?
1996, yes.
And you said before your time, so you're not aware of any relationship between the two men after 1996?
I am not personally aware of the relationship they had between the time that I was there, from the time that I was there going forward.
Do you believe they had a relationship?
What I recall is that at some point, whatever relationship did exist no longer existed. And I recall that it no longer existed because of some dispute relating to some property in Palm Beach. But I can't tell you what that relationship was from the time I was there going forward, because I don't know.
So you're saying you were not aware of Donald Trump socializing with Epstein. What about with any women connected to Epstein?
I believe that I had learned through a subsequent lawsuit that there was an allegation that President Trump and well, not President Trump at the time, but Donald Trump at the time had some kind of interaction with the person alleging abuse.
Some type of interaction?
I don't recall specific details of it.
When did you become aware of this allegation?
I believe that I received a copy of a lawsuit. So when that lawsuit was filed, then I became aware of it.
Do you have any sense of when that was, what year that was?
It was years ago. I really don't. It was years ago.
But you first said you believe that post 1996, Donald Trump and Epstein did not have a relationship, but at some point after that, you became aware of a lawsuit
Yes.
involving Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and an allegation made by them.
I believe the allegation in that lawsuit predated the time that I was working for Epstein, I believe. I mean, if somebody could show me the lawsuit, I could read it and see different.
That lawsuit was 2009.
The lawsuit was in 2009.
That's when Trump was deposed, and that's when Epstein was scheduled to be deposed.
Okay, do you recall the allegation,
Right.
the date of the allegation?
Have you ever, exactly, they are 90s. Have you ever discussed Donald Trump's connection to Epstein with anyone?
Other than privileged conversations that I've had.
Meaning with his lawyers, not, is that what you're
Right.
talking about?
Correct.
During your employment by Epstein, did you ever become aware of Donald Trump visiting a property owned by Epstein, either in New York, New Mexico, Paris, Ireland?
No,
During your employment by Epstein, did you ever become aware of the relationship between Epstein and Howard Lutnick?
no, I didn't know that there was a relationship between Epstein and Howard Lutnick.
So you weren't aware that Mr. Lutnick was Epstein's next door neighbor in Manhattan?
Yes, but that, I was aware that he was a neighbor in Manhattan, but I wasn't aware that they actually had a relationship.
Okay, I believe that's my time.
Congressman Inman.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you a copy of an exhibit A. And this is a consent order issued by the New York State Department of Financial Services regarding Deutsche Bank in July of 2020. I'd like you to turn to page 16, paragraph 48. And that reads, several of Mr. Epstein's employees or agents had authority to conduct transactions in the accounts on Mr. Epstein's behalf. One of them, Mr. Epstein's personal attorney, was active in withdrawing cash from Mr. Epstein. Attorney 1, on behalf of Mr. Epstein, made a total of 97 withdrawals from the bank's Park Avenue, New York City branch from 2013 to 2017, personal accounts belonging to Mr. Epstein's. So my first question for you, Mr. Indyke, is Attorney 1 here listed, is that you?
I believe that's me, yes.
And can you explain why you were making these withdrawals?
At this time, there was a great deal of negative publicity
Was
about.
this done at the direction of Mr. Epstein? I guess I'll start there.
All right.
Well,
I would like him to be able to answer the question, if the question is asked, I know, but he has an answer to a serious allegation.
I'm
So,
asking first, were these at the direction of Mr. Epstein?
okay.
No, I do not believe that they were at the direction of Mr. Epstein.
Okay, you know the cash was used for.
I don't have a specific knowledge of what the cash in each instance was used for, but I know generally, or believe generally, that when I made cash withdrawals, they were for things, for petty cash to supply the households for supplies, for cleaning supplies, food.
You gave the cash to who then?
Just to be clear, I don't think he was done. That's okay. I just want the record to be clear that
limited
he
time,
had,
so I'm-
I know, but you can't, but if he's not allowed to answer the
I'm
questions,
not asking
it
a question.
doesn't
I'm trying to
matter.
Redirect him.
Okay, but
And
just to be
that's
clear, he
appropriate.
wasn't done. If you want to go on, that's fine.
I'm asking a follow-up question here, which was the cash, who actually received the cash?
The cash went to the accounting department.
Accounting department
yes.
of Mr. Epstein.
So there was an office down the hall from my office where the accounting function for Mr. Epstein and his homes was performed. Somebody from the accounting office would ask me for to go to the bank to get money for the petty cash, and the petty cash would service the various households. There were 5 different households. And I would go to the bank with a check drawn on Mr. Epstein's account. The bank knew it was from Mr. Epstein's account. And I would get the cash and give it back to the accounting department.
This is a lot of cash, I just want to note, $7,500 per withdrawal. And that would be 97 withdrawals. That is over the course of 16 months, a total of over $725,000 in cash.
Just to be clear, that paragraph says it's 4 years, not 16 months.
60.
I'm sorry, I misheard you. Thank you.
4 years or so, 60 months. That's a lot of cash, $725,000.
It's a large amount of cash. I
As a
agree with
lawyer,
you.
did that not concern you or raise any red flags?
Well, if you knew that Mr. Epstein had 5 multi-million-dollar residences, or 6 actually with the other island, had dozens of staff members, didn't have use of credit cards, all of those residences had lots of rooms, lots of people working there that needed food, that needed supplies, that needed equipment, that needed tools.
To your knowledge, was any of that, I'm only saying this, sir, because I'm running out of time, was any of that money used to give cash payments to women or young girls?
I just want the record to be clear that he had not finished his prior answer, but
So I did not believe that any amount of cash that I gave to the accounting department was going to be used for an improper purpose. I believe that there were legitimate reasons to bring that cash in, and I did so.
Now, I want to switch topics here. Did you have any kind of written representation agreement with Mr. Epstein for the scope of your services as an attorney, a retainer agreement, anything like that?
I believe at some point I did.
That's not available in the files that produced to us. Is that
I
something
don't know that I actually have it anymore.
you don't have anymore? Okay. What were the terms of your scope of representation and also your payment agreement with Mr. Epstein?
The payment was decided on an annual basis. It wasn't decided.
Not upfront, not based on hour?
No.
Just keep whatever that's what you receive?
The answer is yes, but he had always been generous with me, so I didn't have any reason to doubt it.
He was very generous with you. So from 2003 to 2013, according to public reports, your personal bank account received more than $2.4 million from Epstein, while your business account received over $8.3 million. You also received a loan that was never repaid of $7 million, and a copy of Mr. Epstein's trust showed that he planned to leave you $50 million, 50, which was matched only by his girlfriend, Karina Chuliak. What were you doing for him that made him so generous to you?
I think I've already discussed all of the things that I did for Mr. Epstein, which were all legitimate legal tests. I was working for him at least 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. I was on call 24 hours a day with him. And I was not at liberty to take on other clients that other lawyers in private practice would want to take on clients to continue their business.
At the end of my time, that's a lot of money. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Congressman Stanford.
Hi.
So I represent Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Zorro Ranch is just north of my congressional district. And as you're probably aware, New Mexico has opened a truth commission and reopened the criminal investigations into what happened at the ranch. So my questions are primarily fact-finding, less so much about your specific role, but really about the ranch and the investigation. Ask this their case. I also have a follow-up question about Trump as well as your work on the defense team. So that's kind of the scope of what I want to ask about. So as I understand it, you helped to manage the assets at Zorro Ranch, is that correct?
I wouldn't say I helped to manage the assets.
Were you involved in any,
now as co-executor or back then?
were you involved in any legal or financial matters over the course of your employment with Jeffrey Epstein and Zorro Ranch?
I was,
You
yes.
were. Did you ever travel there?
I traveled to the ranch, I want to say 2 or 3 times.
Are you aware that there are multiple allegations that were taken by the FBI of sexual abuse at the ranch?
I have been made aware of those allegations, yes.
Were you involved in any way, legal or financial, in the defense of Mr. Epstein, either in a state case or a federal case at the ranch?
No.
You-
Well, a civil case?
You were involved in a civil
In
case?
a civil case, and I believe there was a case relating to there was a grazing lease that was taken away.
But in any of the sexual abuse cases?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge or can you share with us why DOJ asked the state of New Mexico to drop its investigation into sexual abuse?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
I want to move on to a follow-up question on Trump and this suit that was filed by a young woman against both Trump and Epstein for abuse at her house. As I understand it, looking at both the responsive documents that the estate sent us, as well as separately the DOJ's files, it appears to me that these are 2 separate cases. Is that true?
Could you repeat the question?
So it appears to me that the Jane Doe 4 FBI files that the federal government is tracking, in which a young woman was interviewed 4 times by the FBI for abuse at Jeffrey Epstein's New York estate, is a separate case
from the lawsuit that was filed in 2009 against Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Is that true?
I don't know.
You don't, okay. Did you help to process the files from the estate that were sent to the committee?
The answer to your question is I did.
Yes. Okay, so you're aware that in the files, there's,
No, that I did not.
you did not. Who processed?
So the files, all of the files from the estate went over to the lawyers with instructions to comply with all lawful requests.
So it was handled by an outside firm rather than you?
Was handled by the law firm.
Okay, did you review the document?
Not the volume of documents that reviewed.
But you are aware, as was just established, that there was a lawsuit in 2009, and there's documentation in the files that were transmitted from the estate that actually state that Epstein was scheduled for a deposition in that case, correct?
I am aware, certainly aware now. And I was aware generally of the case. I think I was aware at some point that there was a request for a deposition.
Epstein actually deposed, these are scheduling documents that came from the estate. Was he deposed in that case?
I don't believe he was, no.
Do you know why?
I don't.
Okay, so that goes to my final set of questions, which is, did you personally or anyone that you worked with make any payments or financial transfers to any lawyers, law enforcement officers, DOJ, or state attorneys involved in cases against Jeffrey Epstein for sexual abuse?
Say that one more time, because that's a lot to unpack. So
I think just to be clear, because you asked lawyers, so do you mean lawyers for some government in that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll ask it slightly slower because we are on a time constraint here. But really what I'm trying to establish, if I may have a moment to establish it, because it's an important piece of the question here, that we're trying to get to the bottom. The overall point here is, why did DOJ and state entities not prosecute these crimes in a more timely manner? And it has been alleged by survivors that they received some sort of payment, maybe there were transfers of money involved. And so let me ask specifics. Did Alex Acosta, as the U.S. Attorney for the Department of Justice, ever receive any money from Jeffrey Epstein, his estate, or any of his business entities?
my knowledge, no.
To your personal knowledge, you're saying no, but is it possible that he did?
I don't know.
Did any other law enforcement agents, to your knowledge?
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
But you don't know? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Waukesha.
Thank you, Mr. Indyke. I want to go back to compensation. So
Yeah.
when you started working for Mr. Epstein, what was your compensation? It was an annual salary, you're going to roughly the amounts? Or was it hourly?
No, when I started, it was around, I want to say 450, 400 or so.
$450,000 a year.
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in addition to that, receive any kind of bonus compensation or incentive structure?
I don't recall on a year-to-year basis. When I went back to think about it, what I remember at the beginning was about $450,000.
Okay. And that salary, I presume, increased over time over the course of 23 years.
It did.
Okay. And from the time that you were hired until Epstein's death, could you tell us roughly ballpark how much you were paid?
Total ballpark between 27 to $30 million for 23 years. Roughly comes out to about $1.2 million a year. So,
Okay. And there's been reference already to one loan you received from Mr. Epstein.
it was a series of loans, but not one.
How many?
It total, I think, 77 million. I believe that's.
Okay. 7 million. And what was the purpose of the loans? Why did you need the loans? Why did he give you the loans?
Ultimately, the idea was that I was going to do investing on my own.
Did you end up doing
I
investing?
invested in one thing.
What did you do with the rest? $7 million.
I wound up using it.
You spent it.
I spent it, yes.
Okay. And can you give us roughly the years that you received these loans?
2013 to 2018.
So $7 million in 5 years, you made some minimal investment and you spent the rest. I mean, what did you spend it on?
I support a lot of people in my household. I support both mothers, all of their health expenses. I support my sister-in-law who's got a granddaughter that she also takes care of. I support her as well.
You needed the money. You needed all of it.
I used the money.
And how many of these loans or how much of the total loan amount was ultimately forgiven by Mr. Epstein?
Before we get there, you should know that I've been paying interest all the way through until the time that he died.
Okay.
Interest on these.
That's actually one of my next questions. So why don't you?
So, and the answer to your question is that according to the estate plan, all of the loans are to be forgiven.
Upon his death or when the estate is?
Well, right now it's up in the air because there has to be enough money in the estate to cover it.
Did Epstein ever pay you for anything beyond the legal services you've described here today?
No, he never did.
Did he give you anything else of value, gifts, real estate? We already talked about the IVF. Anything else?
He helped me purchase a house the first time that money was paid back. The second time, he helped me purchase a home by putting by purchasing my home in New Jersey, going to contract with the home in New Jersey.
Did you ever make any payments directly to your wife or other family members?
As part of the discussion that we were just having.
As part of this?
As part of this money.
7 million?
Yeah.
Some of that 7 million went directly to your wife?
The house, for the house.
For the house. Okay. And you were asked earlier, shared the IVF treatment funding.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
That definitely did that.
I don't think you gave an amount roughly in terms of what he paid for the IVF treatment.
It was 5 times. I recall that at the time, the treatments, the medical portion of the treatments was something like $10,000. And there was also the hormones that required to be purchased as well. I don't remember what they cost.
Okay, so 10,000 times 5 is what you can remember.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
We're gonna, our time here is done, but I have just one thing just to put into the record and just want to be clear.
Yes.
It's our committee's opinion and understanding that within the subpoena that the Epstein estate has to actually provide us documents, there are actually 2 sections, section 15 and section 16, where we have not received those documents. Now, the majority may have directly dismissed those sections with all of you directly. We understand that perhaps the majority feels that the estate has been fully responsive to the subpoena, but it's our understanding that we are still waiting for sections 15 and 16 in the subpoena, and the minority still wants access to those documents. We believe that they're important. So I want to make sure I say that for the record, that we don't believe the subpoena has actually been fully complied with yet. Thank you.
I suggest, Congressman, that you talk to the majority because they know the answer to the question. We are awaiting instruction from the majority on those 2 sections. We are prepared to respond to them fully. We have responded fully to every request from the majority and the minority. We are awaiting instruction from the majority, which has been promised to us and not yet delivered.
Okay. Well, we look forward to the majority providing their response. We get those final sets of documents. Thank you.
We'll offer.
We will go back on the record. Chairman Comer.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. You had mentioned earlier, you, in your legal capacity, helped work some deals on stock transactions. Do you know anything about how he determined his investment strategy? Maybe not necessarily just with stocks, but with real estate. Did he just come to you, or did he, or in conversations, did he say how he decided to purchase this property in Europe or this property in the United States? I mean, it's strange to me that a guy that went from being a substitute teacher to advising the richest and most powerful people in the world on their finances and taxes. Do you know of or recall any conversations he had about how he determined which investments he would make?
No, Jeffrey Epstein was somebody who made all of the decisions he made on his own he would consult individual people. Like for his attorneys, he pulled pretty much every time he had an issue, all the issues that were working on a project, he would ask them questions, specific questions that he wanted answers to. But then he would go out and make his own decisions. He never discussed strategies. In fact, that was decidedly not something that he ever wanted to hear from me about. And not something he ever discussed with me. I would take direction after decisions were made, after conversations he had with his clients, directly with his clients. I would take direction after that fact and not be part of their kind of thought processes to get there. So the answer to your question is no.
Okay. So you had mentioned he consulted with other people. Do you know which other people he consulted with? Did he ever say Bill Gates told me to buy Microsoft? It's fixing to split or anything like that?
This is over a long period of time, and there's not a conversation that I would say stood out in my mind where that's where he got the information for something. Most people who interacted with him, it's my impression that they thought he was very, very smart.
Right.
They thought he knew a lot of stuff, that he was very knowledgeable about tax law, very knowledgeable about estate planning, and people and currencies, and people went to him for advice.
Did he just pick that up on his own? I mean, he obviously didn't study it in school.
I don't know.
You don't know?
But I know that he worked at Bear Stearns for a period of time. And did, as I understand it, because it's all kind of anecdotal to me, learned option trading or became very, very successful at option trading there at a time when option trading wasn't such a well-known thing.
Right.
So he had a head for this stuff.
Okay.
At least that's the understanding that I have. And I don't think
pretty sophisticated, and you're on a time clock there. Like Miss Pelosi's the most recent offender, in my opinion, of stock trading. That's a big issue in Congress. And Pelosi does stock options, and most people in Congress don't know what stock options are. But the concern about members of Congress, or I would include Epstein, trading options is you almost have to have a great deal of confidence that that stock's going to move in one direction or the other very soon. And that's where a lot of, obviously, insiders trade naked options and things like that. You don't ever recall Epstein saying, I'm purchasing this stock option because I know it's fixing to crash in a week.
No, I'm sorry. That's not the thing. That's not something he would ever discuss with me.
You had mentioned you set up a bunch of the LLCs, and I understand what you're saying to protect liability and things like that. Did he ever say why he needed to have so many LLCs to protect for liability?
I don't think the answer to your question is no, there was never a conversation. I need LLCs to protect liability. It was for the clients that he had, for example, like Wexner had a bunch of LLCs and a bunch of corporations set up. And it was just considered that's what you do. If you have a new business, you set up a company for it. If you have a new asset like a plane, you set up a company for it. Never appeared to me to be anything other than a legitimate reason to set up an entity. And for somebody who has a lot of money and a lot of assets and a lot of business ventures, if you're setting up separate entities for each, there's just going to be a lot of them. It was never meant to be a kind of a veil. And the truth of the matter is that anybody who interacted with any of these entities always knew that it was him that they were interacting with, or at least my understanding was, to my recollection, they knew that they were interacting with him as the beneficial owner of the entity. The banks did, certainly after 9/11, the banks definitely knew that it was him.
How many LLCs would you estimate Epstein had?
I don't think I could tell you.
More than 50?
maybe, I don't know.
Some people would suspect he had a lot of LLCs. If for every property it was a different LLC to protect himself from liability. And this is a guy that now we know, and you say you didn't know at the time, but was, potentially abusing women, maybe underage women, and obviously that would be an obvious reason to form a LLC on each separate property.
I could respond to that if you like. I don't think that really works.
Okay.
Because it's a personal tort. If he engages in a personal tort for which he is civilly liable, it doesn't matter which entity that owned the property that it happened on, you're gonna go after him for engaging in the personal tort.
Okay. Bill back.
Just a couple of questions. He pled guilty in 2007 and received an 18-month sentence. You wrote a letter for his plea for a reduced sentence, but he wrote a part of the letter. Who were his attorneys that represented him during that time?
It's a while ago, and I gave you a list, and I'll list them again.
Did you know them? Did you recommend them? Or did
No, they were in place, and then newly ones came into place.
Did they predate you? You've obviously been there for close to 20 years.
No, but I don't know that they predated me. I don't know. I know that they were there.
You said that there were 3 lawyers and there were 2 lawyers, and then you were one lawyer.
Yeah.
That in 2007, was it just you, or were there 2 or 3?
2007, I think it was just. I think Jeff Jansen was no longer associated with him, so it was just me, and I think the other attorney that was handling it.
Were you involved in whatever the situation you had that allowed him to leave jail 6 days a week for 12 hours a day?
That would have been his defense team, Jack Goldberg.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, not a lot of people get to go to jail for 18 months, only serve 13, and get out 12 hours a day, 6 days a week.
So my understanding, and again, this is not something I do.
Sure.
But my understanding at the
You're a
time.
lawyer, bro. That's not normal.
Yes, but criminal defense versus transactional work on a stock purchase agreement, they're different things.
But wait, you were going to explain.
I am going to explain
All
that. My understanding from the defense lawyers was that they were asking, and they said it. I said it in response to, I think, claims even by the assistant U.S. attorney that this was not appropriate. And my understanding from the defense lawyers is they requested and received only that which any other similarly situated person in jail would be entitled to at the time. That was my understanding. And that's
Palm Beach County had a very interesting system for work release. Okay. That's just something that I think the American people are like, that's kind of strange. But moving on, this morning there was a CBS News article that published that I'll read it. Indyke and Khan recently settled a lawsuit accusing them of facilitating sham marriages in which foreign-born victims married Americans whom Epstein abused for immigration purposes. Can you tell us anything about the settlement? Who was it with?
This settlement was in this, it was a putative class action lawsuit that in the settlement was by the estate as well as us. It was upwards of $35 million to be paid to those who were abused by Mr. Epstein.
How many plaintiffs were there? Can you tell us that?
How many?
How many plaintiffs?
There was one initially. That plaintiff was dismissed out of the case. Another plaintiff came on, and then the second plaintiff after that came on.
Is this settlement public or is it private?
I believe that they filed a notice of the settlement in the court, and I think the documents.
What were the allegations underlying the?
Can I just make one thing clear? Because about the number of plaintiffs, so that's the named plaintiffs, but it's a class action, so it's supposedly on behalf of some unknown number.
Right, and that class hasn't been certified.
What were the allegations underlying the claim?
I would refer you to the document itself,
Okay.
but in substance, it seemed to me that what was being said was that in providing accounting services and in providing legal services that we did for Mr. Epstein, that we facilitated his conduct of a sex trafficking enterprise.
So it seems that there were foreign-born women that their visa was going to expire and they were going to have to leave, or they were going to be overstaying their visa. And the scheme was to get the woman to marry an American. And, I mean, I guess there's a lot of documentation associated with that, and the allegation is that you and Khan facilitated the underlying documents for that. Is that what the allegations were?
I don't think that's accurate. And again, I tell you to go please read the complaints to see what they were. And again, I can tell you that I never arranged, I never facilitated. I didn't even know about the marriage.
What's your
until
relationship
they
with
asked.
OSA Properties?
What's that?
What's your relationship with OSA Properties?
I don't have a direct relationship with those. I don't have any relationship with those.
Did you ever do any legal work associated with OSA Properties? For example, creating leases for individuals that were living there?
I obtained a lease from OSA Properties.
You were a tenant of 301 East 66th Street?
At one point, I was a tenant, yes.
Okay. I'll ask the rest of my questions later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Indyke,
Yes.
we appreciate your patience. We're gonna be jumping around. Obviously, we have the minority and majority asking questions, and we would like to avoid repeat questions. But I want to follow up first on Chairman Comer's questions as it related to the LLC. From your testimony, it sounds like a lot of the time when Mr. Epstein would solicit opinions, would it be fair to say he already had his mind up of how he would want to proceed, whether it was a particular transaction or the creation of an entity?
I don't know that that's true or not true, and I think it would depend on each circumstance.
Did Mr. Epstein ever create LLCs or any other entities himself and then later inform you?
I have no recollection of him ever doing so.
Can I ask a quick question? Did you ever create LLCs for people that were employees of Epstein?
Did I ever create an LLC for people that were employees of Epstein? There was an LLC called Lynn and Jojo LLC. That was an LLC that acquired a home that Lynn and Jojo, who were staff members of his, resided in. I believe I had something to do with the creation of, I don't know if I actually did it or if it was a corporate service company that did it, but I believe I had something to do with creating the entity that owned that house.
Is that the only LLC that was created?
I think if that's an LLC, I think HBRK was an LLC that for Rich Khan.
It seems the post-2009 scheme was to entrap women and create a complicated financial, legal, emotional web that they couldn't get out of. And there's allegations that you created LLCs for some of those women, which then, have you ever operated someone's LLC without their knowledge?
Well, can I address this idea of this scheme? I know nothing about a scheme. It was never, if I was asked to form an LLC, I formed an LLC. And if I was asked to form an LLC, I would have been told, like in the case of when Jojo, I'll say this is for the purchase of the house. And I would have been told this is for the purchase of the house. Now,
would it surprise you to know that Epstein was operating LLCs for people that he ostensibly employed without their knowledge?
yes, that would surprise me.
And you agree that it would be illegal to do things like file taxes and operate that LLC without the individual's knowledge? And if that person then asked for information surrounding that, withholding that would also be problematic.
I wouldn't want to express an opinion on something like that unless I actually saw what you're talking about.
During our previous hour, we talked about whether Epstein may have been tipped off to assert a search warrant at his residence. You had said that you did not know. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
That's a fair characterization of my testimony.
Do you think he was tipped off?
I really don't know.
Did you understand Mr. Epstein to have close relationships with government officials in Southern Florida?
No.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
No.
Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever inform or represent to you that she was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
No.
During your relationship, did you ever suspect Epstein or Maxwell of being affiliated with any intelligence agency?
I never suspected either of them. No.
At any time, have you had any affiliation with any intelligence agency?
No.
You've never,
Did you, Barack, live at 301 East 66th Street while you were there?
I recall, though I'm not 100% certain, but I recall that Ehud Barak may have stayed at an apartment in 301 East 66th Street. There were several apartments there that guests would come into town, people that he knew, that he would make available for people to stay at for a short period of time. It is possible, and I'm not 100% certain, that Ehud Barak did in fact stay at the apartment at one time or another.
Would it surprise you to know that property records show that Ehud Barak's wife lives there from 2019 to today?
It would surprise me, yes.
Okay.
and just because Ehud Barak was brought up, did you have any relationship with that individual?
I believe that on one of those occasions when I was visiting Epstein, not one, I think two, maybe three, but a limited number of occasions when I was doing work at Epstein, when I was going over status or going over an assignment with him in his dining room on the ground floor of his townhouse. Barak had come to the townhouse, or was just leaving, and I believe I said hello, or I was introduced once, maybe, or twice.
What was your understanding of Mr. Barak's relationship with Mr. Epstein?
I didn't really have an understanding of their relationship. I knew that there was a relationship, but I didn't really have an understanding about what it was.
Did you ever have any understanding that Mr. Ehud Barak had ties to intelligence?
From what, as a general matter, what one reads in the news, I thought, as a former prime minister of Israel, probably. I didn't know more than that.
And outside of Mr. Ehud Barak, is there anyone that you know of affiliated with Mr. Epstein or Maxwell that you suspected to have ties to intelligence?
None, no, the answer is no.
And again, for the record, you have never had any relationship with any intelligence service?
I have not, no.
You have never visited CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia?
No.
During the previous hour, the minority asked you questions related to your role as Mr. Epstein's attorney. I believe that they discussed at length the compensation structure. I just want to focus on your hiring, and again, recognizing I'll probably make you repeat yourself.
It's okay.
Is our understanding that you were working with a partner on Mr. Epstein's accounts, and subsequent to that, you and that partner went to J. Epstein and Company? Is that a fair characterization?
No, it didn't happen that way.
Okay.
I worked first as a paralegal, then as a clerk, and then as an associate at a law firm by the name of Golden Wachtel, at which that partner was a partner by the time he left. He left Golden Wachtel before I left Golden Wachtel. After he left Golden Wachtel, I then went to Greenberg Traurig for about a year or so. And when I was at Greenberg Traurig for about a year, I received a call from that partner to consider come working for him, with him, for representing Mr. Epstein.
And initially, what was your compensation for Mr. Epstein, with Mr. Epstein?
It's a long time ago, but I believe it was around 450,000.
What were you making at the law firm prior to moving to working with Mr.
A
Epstein?
little bit less than that, but probably in the 300s. I don't, it's a guess. I don't recall 100%, but it was less.
How were compensated by Mr. Epstein?
Well, it depended. If I was working as an employee, like I was for J. Epstein and Company, then I was compensated directly by the company J. Epstein and Company. When I was working for the company New York Strategy Group, New York Strategy Group would get paid by Epstein, and then New York Strategy Group would pay me whatever it paid me at the time. And when I was working with my own law firm, I received funds directly from Epstein, or Epstein, or it could have been one of his entities, like Southern Trust Company.
And you mentioned previously that you started around 450,000 a year.
Yeah.
What was your compensation by the time that you finished representing Mr. Epstein during his life?
My last compensation that I received for him before he died was, or maybe it was just after he died, was pursuant to an employment agreement that he signed, was the payment was $200 million. I'm sorry, $2 million, not $200. $2 million, sorry.
Did you find your compensation to be commensurate with your experience?
I did. I remember, so I went to Cornell Law School. I had a background in corporate and securities law. I worked for an AmLaw 100 law firm. I was on call 24/7 for 7 days a week. And I was expected to get things done very quickly and very carefully. Transactions were very complicated. They involved high dollar amounts. So given all of that, yes, I believe I was compensated commensurate with my experience and with the skill level that I exercised.
Did you receive equity interests as part of your compensation?
No.
Did you ever receive gifts outside of your base pay?
I received loans, as we discussed, and I received, he helped me purchase my house in New Jersey, which ultimately got paid back. And then when I went to purchase the house in Florida, he agreed to purchase my house in New Jersey on a deferred basis, gave me the money in advance, which was used then to purchase the house in Florida. And that ultimately, because he died, that never came to pass. And according to the estate plan, that contract was basically null. Obviously, if there's no money in the estate, that there will be an accounting that has to happen. But
Plus the IVF treatment.
what's that?
Plus the IVF treatment.
Oh, plus the IVF treatment. Sorry. Yes. That was a gift. Yes.
And during the minorities hour, I recognize that they talked to you at length about the loan. Was the $7 million provided at one time, or was it
over time?
Okay. And between 2013 and 2017 is what I believe you testified to?
17 or 18.
And did you approach Mr. Epstein and ask him for these loans?
I did. Yes.
What did that look like?
I told him that I'd like some more money, and I'd like to do it. I was thinking about doing investments, and he would tell me, "Okay, I'll loan you this amount." And it was very definitely a loan.
And Chairman Comer had discussed Mr. Epstein's investments, did he have an opinion on the specific investment that you were looking to make?
No, he never discussed investments, Jeffrey.
Did you receive any other remuneration we did not cover? In performing your roles and responsibilities for Mr. Epstein, I'm going to ask you if you communicate with the following individuals.
Okay.
First, Mr. Richard Kahn,
Yes.
Mr. Harry Beller,
Yes.
Miss Leslie Groff,
Yes.
Miss Sarah Kellen,
Yes.
Miss Nadia Marcinkova,
Yes.
Miss Karina Shuliak,
Yes.
Miss Bella Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Emad Hanna,
Yes.
for the in regards to all of these individuals, how would you typically communicate with them?
Sometimes personally, for example, Emad, at one point, Emad and Rich Khan and Bella and I were in the same office in New York City. Harry too. If Harry Beller. And I believe Leslie was also there.
And is that the 301 address?
No, originally there was an address on Mason Avenue. And then, but there was an address when Epstein was in jail. Each of us moved to different offices in 301 East 66th Street for a period of time. And then after he came out of jail, each of us moved to offices in an executive office space on Lexington Avenue.
What was Mr. Khan's role?
He was an accountant. I don't know if he actually had an official title, but I have heard him referred to as a CFO, but I don't know if he actually had an official title. Also,
How closely did you work with Mr. Khan?
we had offices near each other. We talked about if there was a specific job that required me telling him something or him telling me something. We communicated that way, but we weren't close. I think there's at least a few occasions where we socialized. I think he went to my kid's bat mitzvah. And I think when one of the office people was leaving, we had a dinner we went to together. That was the relationship.
What role did Harry Beller play?
Harry Beller was, as I understand it, a bookkeeper.
And
he was in the accounting department. And again, my role was more legal, not accounting. So the specifics of what was done in the accounting department was not something that I knew as much about.
But you mentioned Mr. Khan, you'd worked in close proximity to him. Was that true for Mr. Beller as well?
Mr. Beller worked in the same office. Again, not in the same office, but in the same floor. We had offices on the same floor. So we saw each other from time to time. I didn't sit with him. But if he had a question about something, I would answer a question. If I had a question about something, and I can't tell you specifically what the question would be about, I would ask him the question.
Outside work,
I'm trying to remember if Mr. Beller was invited to and attended my daughter's bat mitzvah. He may have. But other than that, no.
What was Bella Klein's role?
She was also in the accounting office. also a bookkeeper, but the specifics of what her job was, I don't know.
Did you socialize with Miss Klein?
Also, I went to one wedding with her, and I believe she was invited to the bat mitzvah, my kid's bat mitzvah.
What about Emad Anna?
Emad Hannah.
Yeah.
He was a purchasing person. Purchased a lot of equipment and tools, heavy machinery, particularly for the, if I recall, for the island Little St. James when there was a lot of construction projects going on there.
Did you socialize with him?
He may have gone to the bat mitzvah, I don't remember. I think he did.
While working with these individuals, did you ever discuss anything related to Mr. Epstein's personal life?
No.
During litigation with JP Morgan, there's been documents that have shown JP Morgan staff making comments that tend to show they may have had some awareness into Mr. Epstein's personal life. One in particular was referencing him hanging out with Miley Cyrus. Is it your testimony today that you do not recall ever having any conversations with the people you worked with that related to Mr. Epstein's affinity with young women or girls?
My recollection is I never had a conversation with anybody in the accounting office about Epstein's affinity for younger girls. I don't know that he had an affinity for younger girls. I don't recall ever having any kind of conversation like that.
Do you know how to name Arda Bascardis?
Arda Bascardis was an immigration lawyer.
What degree and frequency did you interact with him?
I interacted with him a number of times.
How many separate instances? Are we talking a dozen?
Maybe a dozen, maybe a little bit more.
Was that surrounding immigration cases for his assistants or other individuals?
Assistants, it may have been for like some of the island managers or from like South Africa, it may have been for them. So that would have been a couple from South Africa.
What percent of the immigration cases that you worked on were young, attractive women?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on attractive women.
Women between the ages of 15 and 30.
I would say
That's a wide range. I'm not
That's
sure
a
that
very
maybe
wide
qualifies for that range.
I don't recall there being any underage women ever that I did work for.
How many women between the ages of 18 and 30 did you work with Arda Bascardis to facilitate immigration paperwork? Range?
I think the
Less than 10, more than 20?
first, I think the verb facilitate immigration paperwork. To the extent that I did anything, it was to look over a document or to add a request from a person to provide a document. But I wasn't facilitating immigration. That's not an appropriate word. I'm sorry.
If Arda Bascardis asks you for documents to beef up an immigration application, I would use the word facilitate, but okay.
Just to be clear, that wasn't a question, right? So he's not going to answer, but I think he would have taken issue with that statement.
Yes.
Keep your voice up.
Keep my voice up. Yes, sorry.
Continuing on the list I previously brought up,
Yes.
Leslie Groff, what was her role?
She was Mr. Epstein's assistant for a while when he was in jail. She also helped me with some of my legal work.
Can you elaborate on that legal work?
Nothing sticks out in my head today, but to the extent I needed documents copied or if I wanted to send an email to somebody, I would tell her to please send an email to somebody.
So you're just referring to administrative work.
Correct.
Did you socialize with Ms. Groff outside of work?
Ms. Groff also was invited to my kid's bat mitzvah, and I believe that Ms. Groff went to that dinner, that one dinner, with when one of the workers in our office was leaving. But beyond that, no. And so that's the extent of my socialization.
Who is Sarah Kellen?
Sarah Kellen, to my knowledge, was one of Jeffrey Epstein's assistants.
And what were your interactions with Ms. Kellen?
From time to time, Sarah Kellen would relate a request. Nothing comes to my mind about what request that Jeffrey had relating to some legal issue. Sarah Kellen also, as I understand it, was doing interior design work for Epstein. Epstein had a lot of properties, as we know, and was constantly redecorating and changing them. And Sarah was doing a lot of the procuring and for the decorating that he was doing on those properties. And I believe the entity that she did it through was an entity, her business was Sarah, SLK Designs, I think it's something like that it was called.
Did you create that entity?
I don't recall, but it is possible.
Did you socialize with Miss Kellen outside of work?
No.
Who is Karina Shuliak?
I have come to know Karina ultimately as somebody who was a girlfriend of Mr. Epstein. But I did not have that realization until, I want to say, 2015, 2016, around there.
And we discussed her in the context of one of the alleged sham marriages.
I was not aware that it was a sham marriage. I'm still not sure that it's a sham marriage, but she was one of the people that was married, yes.
But you came to learn that Mr. Epstein had a romantic relationship with Karina after this marriage.
So the word romantic is for me is kind of loaded. I understood her to be his girlfriend, whatever that meant, and I didn't know what that meant. I don't know what his actual intimate relationship with her was.
Did you socialize with Ms. Shuliak outside of your official role?
No.
We talked about Ms. Groff, Ms. Kellen, and Ms. Shuliak. You understood all of them to be assistants of Mr. Epstein, is that right?
Say it again, Ms. Groff, Ms. Kellen, and Ms. Shuliak.
Correct.
Yes, and Sarah, as I explained, Sarah also did decorating and design work for me.
Was Nadia Marcinkova an assistant?
To the extent that the same extent that I don't know what that meant, I understood at some point I became aware that Nadia was a girlfriend of Epstein's, but she was also an assistant.
When did you meet Nadia Marcinkova?
If you had something to show me, I could tell you, but I don't recall when I met her.
You may not recall when you met her, but do you know how old she may have been when you met her?
She was well above the age of 18. I guess I should take this point. I have heard stories referred to her as a child sex slave or something like that. And I will tell you that I do not believe that to be true. I don't think that was true. And as part of the defense counsel's kind of disclosures to federal and state governments in connection with the Epstein investigation, they made it clear that that wasn't true.
Gentlemen, in his 2019 indictment, you're familiar with the allegations.
If you have a specific allegation.
2005, he was accused of engaging in sex trafficking, human trafficking. If you were on the jury and that had gone to trial, would you vote to convict him given all of your information you have?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were on the jury, and on a trial.
I'm sorry, for which?
For 2002, 2005,
Uh-huh.
the indictment that you probably have read, if that went to trial and you were on a jury, would you have been in favor of convicting him for the charges with which he was alleged to have committed?
Based upon what I knew then, the answer would have been no.
What about now?
I don't know.
$750 million been paid in settlements, close. And you don't know whether
$750 million.
working towards Bank of America, Bank of America.
Yeah.
I mean, so, okay, that was helpful.
I don't know.
Mr. Indyke, I want to return back to, I characterize those women as assistants. What would you, and I'm about to ask more questions related to Mr. Epstein's various assistants.
Okay.
Do you disagree with the committee's characterization of some of these women as his assistants?
To the extent that I knew what their role was, they appeared to me to be assistants. They appeared to be taking messages for him, making travel plans for him, running errands for him. So they appeared to me to be assistants.
In the time that you worked for Mr. Epstein, roughly how many assistants did he have?
I don't know. 10, 15, it's a guess. I don't know. We could go through them if you want.
As his corporate attorney, did you advise him on employment matters related to their hiring?
Typically, no.
Were all of his assistants female?
Office assistants, I would say yes, but he did employ people to assist him with like architectural stuff. I can think of one person that was, at least one person that was a man. His chefs were largely men. Household staff there were men as well as women. So I think the answer is no. Personal assistance in the sense of, taking messages and getting coffee and things like that, I would say yes, except to the extent there was overlap with household functions like, bringing meals and things like that.
What percent of the women lived at 301 East 66th Street?
I don't know.
Your office was there for a while, and you don't know what percent of his assistants lived at 301 East 66th Street?
So my office was in one apartment in a 150 unit building. I was not in the accounting office. To the extent that Epstein provided apartments to those people, that's not something I did. So the answer is no.
The answer is you don't know.
Yeah, right. The answer is I don't, well, I was answering your other question. The answer is I don't know, correct.
Did you find it suspicious that his personal assistants were women?
No. In my experience, in my exposure to other men in the business world, oftentimes the assistants were women. Even in the lawyers, the assistants were women.
You didn't find it suspicious that the guy that just went to prison for prostitution of a minor had 7 different female assistants and had a very strange situation surrounding all of them? That's not suspicious?
There's a lot to unpack there. So
The guy that just went to prison for,
So if I can answer the question, I'd like to answer the question. The guy just went to prison, was registered as a sex offender. He was under intense scrutiny. So no, I didn't think that if he had women, also he was under intense scrutiny and there was publicity about him. So no, I never made the assumption that women were working for him, were engaged in a sexual relationship with him. And I never believed that he would be engaging in conduct which, with all the scrutiny on him, could put him back in the place where he said he was never going to go to.
How were these assistants compensated?
I assume they were paid by check or, either as independent contractors or as salaried employees or various entities.
To be clear, did you ever provide cash payments to Epstein's assistants?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein giving cash to his assistants?
For their personal payment? The answer is no, not that I recall. Is it possible that I was in a room where he handed cash to them in order to tip somebody who showed up or to pay for a particular thing that he asked them to get? That's possible. I don't have a specific recollection, but it's certainly possible.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein pay women for massages?
No.
During the previous hour, I believe you testified that you visited Zorro Ranch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how many times did you visit Zorro Ranch?
2 or 3 times.
What were the nature of your visits to the ranch?
Usually, if I'm visiting a property, and I believe in this instance, it had to do with some kind of either construction project taking place on the property. Oh, and there was one other time, now that I'm thinking about it, when my family and I took a vacation out in New Mexico. Epstein wasn't there at the time, but my family and I visited the ranch just to see it.
Did you visit the Palm Beach residence?
I did.
How many times did you visit that residence?
Well, after he was in jail, when I went to see him in jail, I actually stayed at the Palm Beach residence in one of the rooms, one of the bedrooms.
And how long did you reside at that residence?
I didn't reside at the residence, I stayed in the residence. When I would go visit him, I would go there for a day, stay overnight, and come back to New York, New Jersey.
Did you visit his residence in Paris?
I visited the residence in Paris once, when I was on a family trip when he wasn't there. And once when he was there for, I don't remember, it was a business related trip and I don't remember the nature of the business. It was quite some time ago.
Was Mr. Epstein present?
He was there, yes.
Who else was present?
Daldson, his valet, and one personal assistant, I don't remember who. But it was somebody who was his personal assistant at the time.
Recognizing that you just testified, you don't recall why you visited Paris with Mr. Epstein. Is it possible that it may have been related to meeting with Jean-Luc Brunel?
No.
And for the record, do you know Jean-Luc Brunel?
I did interact with Jean-Luc Brunel on probably a handful of occasions, yes.
What were the nature of your interactions with Mr. Brunel?
Brunel had traveled to the office one or two times. I understand that he and Epstein were social acquaintances, so when I was visiting Epstein, for whatever reasons I was visiting Epstein, I would see him. As it relates to MC Squared had some kind of a payroll tax issue, if I recall. And in connection with that payroll tax issue, there was some kind of a letter of credit that was required for it. And I interacted, I think, with him and with his staff. I think it was an accountant or controller with respect to that. issue and Epstein providing some security for the letter of credit.
Did you socialize with Mr. Brunel outside of,
I did not socialize with Mr. Brunel outside.
and you mentioned,
Period, not outside of it. I didn't socialize with him.
you mentioned the entity, and I do not have my notes in front of me, but what was that entity?
MC squared.
MC Squared was a modeling agency. And to my knowledge, was a legitimate modeling agency with bookers and employees. And so that was an agency that I believe he was a principal of.
Did you have any role in organizing that modeling agency?
I recall that I did the I don't know if it was the corporation or the LLC, the incorporation work, or had something to do with the incorporation work.
What was Mr. Epstein's role with the agency?
I don't know that he had a role. I don't know that he was I'm pretty sure he wasn't a principal of MC Squared.
During the time that you knew Mr. Epstein, did he ever represent himself to be a talent scout for models?
Not in my presence, no.
Did you ever subsequently learn that he represented himself to be a Victoria's Secret model scout?
Through allegations in legal papers.
What did you think of those allegations?
I didn't know what to think.
As far as the resident or the properties that Mr. Epstein owned that you said you visited, and correct me if I'm wrong, Palm Beach, Manhattan, New Mexico, and Paris, did you have keys or security access to any of these properties?
No.
At any time, did you have office space inside any of these properties?
No.
Did you observe any massage tables?
After he died, when we did a tour of the New York, I think it was the co-executive, Rich Collin. We did a tour of that property, and I believe I saw a massage table there.
So then, just for the record, can you be clear that before he died?
Before he died, I did not see any massage tables.
You never, during your representation, were you ever a part of any purchases of massage tables or equipment?
No.
It's been reported, and we've seen from the Epstein Files Transparency Act that Mr. Epstein had weird taste in artwork, and many of his properties had portrayed nudity. Did you notice any unusual artwork when you visited the properties?
I saw, there's the blue dress that everybody refers to in the press. I had seen that in the New York property in the control room where the security person was located. I've seen that in that room. I remember seeing eyeballs, glass eyeballs. I forget which house that was in, but it was glass eyeballs. They was hung in a frame and hung up. I thought that was kind of an odd thing. I remember in the New York townhouse, when you walked in on your way to go to the dining room, there was a rope with like an acrobatic woman dangling from the rope. So that struck me as kind of an odd piece of art. He also had an American flag on the dining room table at some point. I think that was art. I don't know.
Did you ever discuss any of those art choices with Mr. Epstein?
No, my relationship with Mr. Epstein was not such where I would have a conversation about artistic tastes.
Real quick, have you heard the phrase, if you can speak it, don't write it, and if you can wink it, don't speak it?
No,
Okay. It's a DC phrase people always talk about, not good. But you get the general gist.
I think so. I mean,
Okay.
I think so.
Epstein has a very documented history of putting things in writing that people would generally not want put in writing. It seems intentional, it seems systematic even. Have you followed that at all? Do you realize that the Epstein Transparency Act shows us all these emails and the way that he documents things really intentionally to create, it seems like he's creating leverage. I mean, do you have any insight into that practice?
I don't have any insight into that practice. I've never seen his emails.
Why do you think he would document so many things that the people that he was communicating with clearly probably not want that stuff in writing?
I wouldn't speculate. I don't know.
To be clear on the artwork, did you ever see nude photos displayed at Mr. Epstein's properties?
I've seen, in inventorying the estate, I've seen there's naked paintings, naked women in paintings. I believe there was a book of nudes, like a photographic book, one of those big kind of coffee table books. I saw something like that. I think I'm trying to remember if it's only because I heard tell of it after the fact, after he died. I don't think I saw anything else.
Did you ever travel on Mr. Epstein's plane?
I've traveled on planes that were owned by Mr. Epstein beneficially, yes.
How many times?
Over the course of 23 years, maybe one a year, maybe less than that, maybe a dozen. I'm not sure, but it was not frequent.
Was Mr. Epstein always present?
On every trip that I went, I think he was present, with the exception of one, when I had gone to, I'm not sure if it was DC or Boston with Mr. Epstein on it. I'm sorry. I had gone either to Boston or DC with Mr. Epstein on a day when I had told him that I was celebrating my anniversary with my wife, and he asked me to go nevertheless. And when we came back to Teterboro for that trip, he said I should take my wife to Atlantic City and take the plane. So that was the one time that I did not travel with him.
What were the nature, was it business related? You were always traveling on his plane?
Every trip that I took with Mr. Epstein was business related on his plane.
It's been alleged that Mr. Epstein would use his plane or would conduct sex parties on his plane. You never witnessed or heard anything related to sex parties on his plane?
I never witnessed any kind of sexual conduct on his plane when I was on that plane.
We're coming to the end of our hour, so I'm going to ask you some questions to close. Have you ever declined to provide legal services for legal or ethical reasons?
No, I don't think that occasion came up.
Have you ever declined to participate in a transaction for legal or ethical reasons?
While I was employed with Epstein declined to participate in transactions that he thought were inappropriate for either legal reasons or that he thought could potentially be scams or frauds. So in that respect, yes. Personally, I never had occasion to make that call.
Have you ever advised a client to not tell you something?
No.
Have you ever advised clients about human trafficking statutes?
In connection with Did I answer the question or should I? Sorry. In connection with the legal defense team, the team and I certainly reviewed the sex trafficking statutes.
Mr. Indyke, or your lawyers, you discussed this committee's subpoena of documents of the Epstein estate last hour with the ranking member. I believe it was stated that the subpoena is closed out except for items 15 and 16 in the subpoena schedule. Is that correct?
15 has subparts A and B. So one of them is closed out and one of them is not.
I will enter the subpoena and schedule as Majority Exhibit 4. The subpoena is addressed to the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, care of Darren Indyke and Richard Kahn, and it was sent on August 25th of 2025. Item 15, and I will read it into the record. It requests all documents and communications to or from and or referring or relating to the following individuals. A is numbers 1 through 92 defined by Jeffrey versus Maxwell. Plaintiff Virginia Jeffrey's fourth revised disclosure pursuant to the federal rules of civil procedure in the Southern District of New York on January 5th of 2024. And B, all presidents and vice presidents of the United States not otherwise listed in request 10A from January 1st, 1990 through August 10th, 2019. Number 16 says all documents and communications referring or relating to the following entities: A, COUQ Foundation; B, NES LLC; C, New York Strategy Group; D, JEGE LLC; E, JEGE Inc., and F, LSJ LLC. My understanding is that the committee counsel discussed with the estate lawyers the need to further clarify items 15A and 16. I want to be very clear. The committee does not consider 15A or 16 to be closed out, as additional clarification was sought by the estate. The committee intends to provide that clarification, but is first continuing its investigation and review of materials produced by banks and DOJ which relate to these requests and assist the committee's clarification. And again, to be clear, the estate communicated to us that item 15B is completely closed out and the estate possesses no additional documents responsive to that request. We can go off the record.
We can go back on the record. Good afternoon, Mr. Indyke.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with the Florida Science Foundation?
Yes, I know the Florida Science Foundation.
Okay. Were you involved in setting it up?
The Florida Science Foundation is a trade name, for lack of a better term, of the COUQ Foundation, which was an existing foundation that predated Mr. Epstein's conviction in 2008.
So was there a separate incorporation of the entity that subsequently was known as the Florida Science Foundation, as you just explained it?
I believe that initially, and I'm not sure why it was done, but one of the Florida attorneys formed a separately Florida Science Foundation, but that I believe that one was never used. I believe the foundation that was in existence was the one that they used.
And you don't have an understanding as to why the Florida Science Foundation was incorporated?
As I'm sitting here today, I think somebody just did it quickly because they knew there was something going to be called the Florida Science Foundation. They didn't, and I don't think that they kind of got direction from anybody and they just did it.
I can represent to you that I've seen articles of incorporation for the Florida Science Foundation
Yeah.
that were filed on November 1st of 2007. Does that sound right to you?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And that, to my chronological understanding, was after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and during his plea negotiations with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida. Is that right?
After November 2007 would have been after he was arrested. And what was the second part of the question?
During his plea negotiations with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I think so, yes.
To your understanding, was the foundation created, whether in whole or in part, to give Jeffrey Epstein a place to perform his work release?
I think the answer to that question is, I believe that Epstein wanted work release. I believe that he wanted, during his work release, to do the scientific work that he was doing. He was a reporter of scientific research and academic research. And I believe that he wanted to continue that work if he were to get work release. And so I think in anticipation of that, though, I think it was a Florida law firm that, I think it was a Florida entity. The one that was incorporated was a Florida entity, is that right?
That is my understanding.
I believe the Florida law firm just set it up without kind of discussing that with him in detail. And then once the conversation ensued further, I believe that it was determined that the foundation that was already doing that kind of work, like the COUQ Foundation was, should be the foundation that's doing it in Florida.
I understand that the foundation had offices at 250 Australian Avenue in West Palm Beach. Is that accurate?
I believe that sounds right, yes.
Were you ever present in those offices?
I was in those offices. I wasn't stationed in those offices. My office was up north, but from time to time, when Epstein was on work release, and I would come down and have kind of the status conversation as to what's going on with the transactions that I've been working on, it would be at that office.
How often did that happen?
I don't recall sitting here today.
More than 10?
Is there for, yeah, I mean, that's probably true.
During any of those visits, did you see any women present in the offices?
I believe there was a personal assistant present. I don't remember which one.
Did you ever become aware of Epstein sexually abusing women in those offices?
I became aware, I'm not sure if the allegation happened after he died, but I became aware of the allegation after the fact that he did.
Did any woman ever tell you that she had been sexually abused by Epstein while he was on work release?
No.
Did any woman ever ask for your help in connection with sexual abuse by Epstein?
No. And just the idea that was taking place, I'm not saying it didn't, but it would have surprised me, because when Epstein was on work release, there was a deputy sitting in the front desk. And the office wasn't that big, so that would have surprised me if that was going on.
When you say deputy, you mean law enforcement?
Like a law enforcement, a deputy sheriff.
Did you at any time ever tell any woman making allegations about Epstein not to communicate with law enforcement?
I would never have told them not to communicate with law enforcement.
Did you visit Epstein in prison in Florida?
I did.
What was the reason for those visits?
The reasons for those visits is that while he was in jail, there were 5 properties. There was construction going on properties. There were investments that were outstanding at the time. There were things going on that required me to get instruction on. me to talk to him about, to give him status updates on, and that was the basis of the conversation.
You were asked by the majority earlier today about tip-off to Mr. Epstein of an FBI search. I don't want to belabor the point, but I'm just going to ask the question in a slightly different way for clarity of the record.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to believe that Epstein was tipped off about an FBI search?
I don't have a specific reason to believe that. I've heard the allegation a bunch of times. And having learned things after he died about him, I would be less certain that it didn't happen.
Do you have any knowledge of the removal of video equipment from any of Mr. Epstein's properties prior to execution of an FBI warrant?
I need to speak to you about this.
Privilege issue?
Yes.
Can't do it here.
We can go off the record.
Back on the record. Mr. Indyke, I'll repeat the question. Do you have any knowledge of the removal of any video equipment from any of Mr. Epstein's properties prior to the execution of an FBI warrant?
A video equipment?
Video equipment.
No.
So my next question is, do you have any knowledge of the removal of any computer equipment from any of Mr. Epstein's properties prior to the execution of an FBI search warrant?
So just before we get to that, you're the one asking the questions, not me, but can we first ask if he has any personal knowledge, and then if you want to follow up, we can.
Can you just qualify the question by adding the word personal?
Well, that'd be helpful. Yeah.
Sure. So, Mr. Indyke, do you have any personal knowledge of the removal of any computer equipment from any of Jeffrey Epstein's properties prior to the execution of an FBI search warrant?
We're gonna put out a waiver up here.
All right. So I think he's prepared to tell you what he. Well, that's why I asked for personal knowledge. I want to be clear about. Did you have personal knowledge?
So the answer
or anything
is
might have happened?
I don't have personal knowledge of the removal of computer equipment. It wasn't part of anything like that at the time. I have no knowledge that it was done.
And by personal knowledge, you mean firsthand knowledge?
Firsthand knowledge.
Do you have knowledge from another source?
Okay, so now, if I can, I think he's happy to answer the question. It may implicate a privilege, but to the extent that it's not going to be deemed as some broader waiver of privileges, he's ready to answer the question. So unless someone's going to claim that that is a waiver of any privilege that might exist.
So I think for clarity, I'll just read for the record the minority's position as to privilege assertions today. And that is, as a general matter, Congress does not recognize common law privileges, including the attorney-client privilege. I will further note that the elements of the attorney-client privilege do not appear to be present as to the entirety of Mr. Indyke's communications with Mr. Epstein. Among other reasons, Jeffrey Epstein was a serial sexual offender and abuser. As such, many, if not most, of his communications with Mr. Indyke were utilized to further his crimes. Such communications are subject to the crime fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege. Moreover, the attorney-client privilege is, in essence, a policy choice. The minority does not believe that this policy supports maintaining any privilege that may exist with respect to a former client, such as Jeffrey Epstein, who is both deceased and perpetrated horrific crimes against numerous victims.
Okay, so look, I respect the minority's views. I think the Supreme Court differs with the minority's views on attorney-client privilege. Having said that, one, I don't believe he's going to be talking about conversations with Mr. Epstein. That's not the privilege he'd be asserting. It's in the context of joint defense communications. And as I said, he's actually prepared to give you the answer. So it's not that we're now asserting privilege over it, but I'm stating for the record, this is not, in our view, redeemed as some broader waiver of privilege. regardless of whether you may recognize privilege. If you do, then we may have a different response.
Sorry, just so we're clear on your position, are you willing to answer, or is your client willing to answer the question on condition that we accept your premise that the privilege applies, but that his communication is not subject to it? Or just want to make sure.
No, I'm not asking you to accept that a privilege does or doesn't apply, because I understand your view to be it doesn't in this context. We disagree. I'm asking you whether or not a privilege applies. Are you going to take a position that if he answers this question and he does have privileges to assert, that by answering the question, he has more broadly waived any potential privilege in his communications with Mr. Epstein or anyone else on subjects related to Mr. Epstein?
I think off the record for a sec, please. Back on the record. So we have consulted with counsel for the majority, who is going to articulate the committee's position on this question.
Yeah, just to make clear, all objections are reviewed on an individualized basis on based on the assertion of privilege at a given time. And the chairman makes those determinations, not the minority or even majority staff. In this situation, the chair redirect the witness to answer the question and understand the issue raised by counsel as to assert that they don't view this as a blanket waiver, and as stated, all responses from the chairman related to objections or assertions of privilege are done on an individualized basis.
Yeah. If I may ask, just to be clear, and I understand that the decisions are made on a case-by-case basis. I think the issue we're raising is whether people can say that because he answers a question in the context of the one that was asked, putting aside what people's positions are on privilege generally, that the answer to this particular question, which is a pretty limited scope question, will not be deemed by Chairman Comer or the majority to be a broader waiver with respect to attorney-client privilege that might apply to other issues.
Given that each individual issue raised is done so on an individualized basis, and in this case, the decision here is specific to the question that has been asked. And so that the chairman will review all further objections should they be raised regarding any privilege that is asserted solely on the basis of the facts in that objection, raised in that objection, and will not hold facts related to other objections raised, including the circumstance.
Can we go off the record? The record.
Okay. So we will permit Mr. Indyke to answer the question with the understanding that we have that his answering that question will not be deemed a broader attorney-client privilege waiver with respect to other topics, even if they relate to Mr. Epstein. And on that basis, you can answer the question.
Thank you. So during the course of after Epstein's conviction, after he served jail time, through conversations with defense counsel, I became aware that there were computer hard drives in the possession of private investigators. Not having done them, not having been participated in that in any way, I don't know when they were removed, when they came in their possession, if they were removed. I just don't know how they came into possession, but I knew of the existence of hard drives.
And did you come to know what was contained on those hard drives?
No.
Mr. Indyke, up until now, we've been talking about the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein that were conducted in Florida. As you know, Mr. Epstein was subsequently investigated and prosecuted in the Southern District of New York. Were you ever contacted by the Department of Justice or the FBI in connection with that investigation?
No.
Were you ever contacted by the Department of Justice or the FBI in connection with the investigation or prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell in the Southern District of New York?
I was not personally contacted. I can't recall if the estate's counsel was contacted.
Do you have reason to believe that the estate's counsel may have been?
Sitting here today would be a guess, and I don't really want to guess. I don't recall. And I don't recall any conversation subsequent to that.
Mr. Indyke, I'm going to shift gears a bit. And as we go forward, I'm going to ask you some questions about interactions with women linked to Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Before I do that, I'm going to request of the majority that prior to any public release of the transcript or video of today's deposition, that the names of any actual or potential Epstein survivors that appear in any of the questions I pose or any of the answers to those questions, as well as any other information in the record today from which a survivor could be identified, be fully redacted. And with that, you spoke during the previous round about.
So just so I'm clear, so I can be comfortable that if we're using the names of a potential victim, and I use the names here, that will be redacted, and I don't have to worry about.
So this is a request I'm making to the majority, which controls redactions of the transcript prior to its public release. So 301 East 66th Street.
Yeah.
There were, as I understood from your previous testimony, women connected to Jeffrey Epstein living in that building. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
How many?
I don't know.
Did you ever interact with those women?
Never in the building, to my recollection.
Elsewhere?
If they were in his office, yes.
And who were those women?
It's happened a while ago, and I'm having trouble recalling who lived in the building, which is why I can't answer your question about how many. I'm having trouble recalling. I think Sue Hamlin may have lived in the building, and I interacted with her when in the office, and at times when I visited at Mr. Epstein's home in New York, in the dining room on the ground floor. I believe I saw her there and interacted with her there. I'm sorry, I believe I saw her there and interacted with her there. I'm trying to think if there are other people. I don't know. This is very hard because I don't know who's living there. And if you had names that you could give me, it would be helpful.
We can put that aside a moment. Did Jeffrey Epstein own the apartments at 301 East 66 that these women were living in?
I'm not 100% certain about the relationship because it was a little vague. OSA Properties, Jeffrey had a relationship with OSA Properties, which owned the apartments. I think his brother was an owner of OSA Properties in some form, and I don't know if I believe, I'm not 100% certain because this is not something that I did, but I believe that the Epstein was leasing a certain number of the apartments.
Was Epstein paying rent for these women?
I believe Epstein was paying rent for the apartments.
The apartments where these women were living?
Assuming there were women living there, yes. But again, I can't tell you who was living there. I don't recall, as I said, I do recall Sue Hamlin there. I don't recall who else was living there, but I also think, because I remember there were leases for, was there, now that I'm thinking it through, was there as well, and Juliet. And those were in apartments, but I don't know if they were leasing directly. I remember getting a copy of the lease, but I don't know who was paying for the lease.
What was your understanding as to how these women came to know Epstein?
I don't have an understanding as to how they came to know Epstein.
Did you ever discuss that with him?
No.
Did you ever see Epstein in the building?
I'm trying to remember when I was living there, or when I was working there. Epstein wouldn't have been to the building. When I was living there, I don't think I ever saw him in the building.
Do you know Lana Pozhidayeva?
I think that name refers to Svetlana Pozhidayeva. I do know, or did know, Svetlana Pozhidayeva.
And who is Ms. Pozhidayeva? Pozhidayeva is how I'm pronouncing it.
Okay. I believe she worked as an assistant for Mr. Epstein. I believe she was somebody who did marketing work for one of the foundations, one of the scientific foundations. I don't know of the relationship beyond that.
And what was your understanding of her relationship to Jeffrey Epstein?
What I just told you was my understanding of the relationship.
Did you ever understand it to be sexual?
No.
It's my understanding that Ms. Pozhidayeva had a business. Is that correct?
There was a woman empowerment business with that WE something or other.
The We Talks?
Yeah.
WE Talks?
Yeah, I think that's what it was about. And I believe that she was, I think that business was doing like presentations, conferences, things like that. And at some point later on, Ms. Pozhidayeva had asked me to do some trademark work for that business.
Did you do that work?
I think I did, yes.
Did she pay for that work?
No.
Did Ms. Pozhidayeva ask you to do that work directly, or did that request come from Epstein?
She asked me to do the work directly.
What about
I know the name, and I think I know the person. I think I know that person as an assistant.
Have you met her?
I believe, yes, I believe I met her probably a handful of times.
And again, did you ever understand that she was in a romantic or sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
I had no understanding of any romantic or sexual relationship with Mr. Epstein.
I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit A, B, I apologize, B. A check dated March 14th, 2019. It appears to be drawn on Jeffrey Epstein's Deutsche Bank account in the amount of $375 made payable to Women's Health of Manhattan.
Okay.
Mr. Indyke, have you seen this check before?
I don't specifically remember this check.
Is that your signature?
It appears to be my signature, yes.
Do you recall ever writing a check on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein to Women's Health of Manhattan?
I have no specific recollection of writing a check to Women's Health of Manhattan.
Do you have an understanding as to what Women's Health of Manhattan is?
No, other than what seems to be implied by its name,
Which is,
some kind of a health service.
as you sit here today, do you have any recollection or understanding as to why you would have been writing this check to Women's Health of Manhattan with name appearing on the memo line?
Again, I don't have any specific recollection as to why, but I can tell you that it was not uncommon for Epstein to pay for medical visits, tuition payments for people, both men and women who worked for him, who he knew, who were acquainted with him. So a check for $375, and the likelihood that this check came to me by itself is probably very limited. The likelihood is probably in a stack of checks. If I was signing checks at that time, I would have gotten a stack of checks and there would have been something on there. And if the person that provided to me had authority to request the check, then I simply would have signed the check. So this was not, that was not a big part of my role. It was a role that I had as a just as an administrative function. So that's as best I can give.
To your knowledge, were any of the payments that Jeffrey Epstein made to Women's Health of Manhattan in connection with reproductive health services?
I have no idea.
No further questions on this exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shifting gears again, in November of 2018, the Miami Herald published a series of articles about Epstein, his crimes, and allegations by additional women. Were you aware of that series?
I became aware of the series, sure.
And it's been reported that in the wake of the Miami Herald series, additional banks, including Deutsche Bank, dropped Jeffrey Epstein as a client. Is that consistent with your understanding?
The time frame of that story makes sense. You know, in the wake of it, I don't know if that's the correct characterization. I know that the articles came out, and I know that subsequently the bank dropped Epstein as a client.
It's also my understanding that after that happened, Jeffrey Epstein started transferring money to you and to Mr. Khan. Is that correct?
Transferring money to me?
Yes. Or either you or to your entity, Darren Indyke, PLLC.
So there was a moment, and I think the moment that money was transferred to my entity, if I'm remembering this correctly, is after he was arrested again and in jail, and money needed to come to my entity because that was the entity that was paying the law firms that were defending him. I believe that's what happened.
Were there any other reasons for financial transfers from Mr. Epstein, either to you or to entities that you owned?
This, other than to pay compensation to me, none that I'm aware
of. Mr. Indyke, I'm going to shift gears once again and ask you some follow-up questions regarding Les Wexner.
Okay.
To begin with, did you ever meet Mr. Wexner in person?
I've met Mr. Wexner on a couple of occasions, yeah.
What about Abigail Wexner?
Met Abigail Wexner on a couple of occasions.
And Abigail Wexner is Les Wexner's wife?
Yes, she is Les Wexner's wife.
To your understanding, when did Jeffrey Epstein come to know Les Wexner?
Predated my arrival, so I don't know when.
We spoke earlier about the work that Jeffrey Epstein did for Les Wexner.
Yes.
To your knowledge, apart from their business relationship, did Jeffrey Epstein also have a social relationship with Mr. Wexner?
Not having a social relationship either with Mr. Epstein or with Mr. Wexner, I don't know the nature of their relationship. I know that from a business standpoint, they communicated frequently. And on a isolated occasion, a rare occasion, I may have overheard a conversation, though not the detail of it, but it seemed like a friendly tone. But I don't have a full understanding of their kind of interactions outside of the business.
Did there come a time when Epstein and Wexner had a falling out?
Yes.
When did that happen?
My understanding at the time that it was happening, which is about the time that he was dealing with the negotiation with the U.S. Attorney's Office and looking that it was likely he was going to go to jail. And it may have been a little bit before then. And my understanding at the time, as expressed to me, was that because of Wexner's relationship as a principal of Victoria's Secret, it would be inappropriate for him to continue a relationship with Epstein. And as a result of that, there was going to be an unwinding.
Who told you that?
I believe it was Epstein. I believe it was Epstein.
Did he tell you anything else about their falling out?
It wasn't at the time that it was communicated to me yet. Subsequent to that time, I came to understand that there was, I don't know if that allegation may be too strong a word, but there was a concern about some of the tax planning that Epstein was doing for Wexner in the context of how certain properties Wexner was acquiring were to be held. I believe that Abigail Wexner didn't like or understand what it was, thought it was improper. My understanding at the time was that everything, at least as it was explained to me by Epstein, everything that Epstein did was with knowledge and consent of Mr. Wexner. But, you know, subsequent to that, it's now come out that Mr. Wexner has said that there was fraud involved, and at the time, what I understood to be was unwind because of the associational problem because of Epstein's the tenor of Epstein's offenses that he was going to plead to, and Wexner's relationship with Victoria's Secret, and then subsequently there was this notion that some of the ways the properties were held were improper. And then that became a bigger deal. And then there was this unwinding. So that's what I recall from it.
Are you familiar with the Wexner Foundation?
I'm familiar to an extent with the Wexner Foundation, yes.
It's my understanding that you served as secretary of the Wexner Foundation. Right?
In an administrative capacity, yes, for the purpose of signing documents, secretary certificates, things like that.
How did you come to take on that role?
As part of my work for Mr. Epstein, I did take on work for Mr. Wexner.
Was that at Epstein's request?
Yes. With Wexner's knowledge, too.
It's also been reported that Abigail Wexner gave you power of attorney in connection with her condominium on the west side of Manhattan. Is that correct?
At some point, I was asked to represent the Wexners in connection with the acquisition of that property, if this is what I'm thinking. I think that's what it was, and in connection with that transaction, I was given power of attorney. I don't specifically recall being given power of attorney, but it would have made sense because I would have had to sign documents, because the Wexners wouldn't be troubled to sign documents. They would have given me power of attorney so that I could sign the documents and do the closing.
Did you ever become aware of Les Wexner sexually abusing any women?
No.
I'm going to ask you another question, and this may have been the conflict that you were describing earlier with respect to the Wexner's assets. Public reporting has suggested that Jeffrey Epstein stole significant sums, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars from Les Wexner by selling stock of Wexner's limited company through Wexner-affiliated trusts, and then misappropriating the proceeds for personal use. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Is that the situation that you were describing a few minutes ago?
My level of this particular split was not at that high a level. Like other things with Mr. Epstein and his clientele, the conversations he would have with the clientele would be between him and the clientele, and then I would get direction subsequent to that. So what Abigail Wexner thought Epstein did or didn't do was not something that I had personal knowledge of. I knew that there was an elevated tenor at the time, and I knew that there was a need to unwind, and that it became more, I want to say, urgent because of that elevated sense of things.
Are you familiar with a friend or neighbor of Les Wexner named Jack Kessler?
I'm familiar with the name. I don't know Jack Kessler.
We understand that Jeffrey Epstein at one point bought a house in New Albany, Ohio from Mr. Kessler. Are you aware of that transaction?
No, the likelihood is that predated me.
Have you ever visited New Albany?
When I first started working for Epstein and also started doing work for the Wexner family, I did, yes.
How many times?
A handful. I don't know exactly. It's a guess.
Moving on from Mr. Wexner, you were asked about Ghislaine Maxwell earlier. I just had a few follow-up questions with respect to her.
Okay.
It's been reported that at one point, Ms. Maxwell offered to look into the possibility of adoption for you and your wife. Is that correct?
It was more of a gesture, you know, now looking back on it, it was more of a gesture that I was very upset at the time, and visibly upset by the whole process. I mean, we had gone through it a bunch of times. We lost a child in the interim. And every time we would go to a subsequent treatment, it failed. So at some point, what I perceived to be sensitivity to the plight that I was going through, Epstein had asked Ghislaine to kind of, again, as I perceived that she was good at organizing things, because she was organizing his household, he asked her to kind of meet with me and Michelle, my wife, and talk to us about what we were looking at, what kind of options we had, and, you know, is there something that could be done to help with any adoptions? I don't think she had any specific knowledge of adoptions or anything like that, but it was meant to be a gesture of sympathy. At least that's how I perceive.
Did you ever discuss with Ms. Maxwell Epstein's relationships with women?
No.
It's been reported that you served as a trustee of a foundation that Maxwell ran. Is that accurate?
In an administrative capacity, there's typically foundations required a number of trustees.
Would that be the Max Foundation?
It was some time ago, but that sounds familiar.
And how did you come to take on that role?
I believe I was requested to do so by Ms. Maxwell.
When did you become of Ms. Maxwell's arrest?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, sir?
When did you become aware of Ms. Maxwell's arrest?
When it was reported in the paper or on the media.
Did you ever speak to her about the charges against her?
No.
Did you ever speak to anyone else about them?
In the context of conversations with counsel, I think.
When was the last time you communicated with Ghislaine Maxwell?
I want to say before Epstein's death, I think. I don't remember exactly when.
Sorry.
That's okay. Is this loud enough? Is it
Yes, yes. I understood from your prior testimony, just to make sure I have a correct understanding, that your communications with Jeffrey Epstein were related either to corporate or securities work or the real estate matters that you described earlier today. Is that right?
Or aircraft, or business acquisitions, or investment acquisitions of funds and kind of funds. It was legal, it was related to other transactions. Some discussions with, counsel regarding the issues that he was facing because of his charges.
And what about social matters?
Sorry, should not. I never spoke to Mr. Epstein about his social relationships, his social activity. So it wasn't my place, wasn't my role.
I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit C an email that we obtained from the website Jmail. It's a thread dated May 25th of 2007. Please take the opportunity to review the document in its entirety. I'm only going to be asking you about the
Sorry, tell me again what you want me to focus on?
Yep, so I'm just going to ask you about the email at the top and the one right below it. So 3:36 p.m. and the previous 10:27 a.m.
You mind if I read the whole chain to
Not at all.
get a sense of it? Thank you.
And it reads from back to front. Start to back.
I was just front to back?
No, back to front.
That's what I was,
Okay.
that's what I was doing. Thank you. You'll give me a moment, please.
Sure.
What little I remember about this.
I don't think there's a question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So I'll start with the second email, 10:27 a.m., in which you write to Mr. Epstein regarding the issue of your close friends being in Palm Beach. So my first question is, what was that issue?
I think this related to putting together a list of friends for the defense counsel. And I believe I was asked to go find, to get that list.
And how did you determine which names to include in this list?
I don't recall how I did it, but my guess would have been, my guess is that I would have told his assistant at the time.
And who asked you to compile the list?
I really don't remember. I don't remember if it was him or it was defense counsel.
And what use was this list intended to be put to?
I don't think I ever got that far.
No further questions on this document. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you ever met Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew?
Yes.
When?
It's difficult for me to say. It was obviously before he died. And it was also in the context of me going to the New York townhouse.
Before Mr. Epstein died?
Before Mr. Epstein died, yes, sorry, not Andrew Windsor. Apologies. Also in the context of me going to Mr. Epstein's house for status updates on the matters that I was working on for him. I guess no longer Prince Andrew. That person was either then coming after a meeting or just leaving prior to a meeting. And either I was introduced once or twice to that person.
The former Prince Andrew?
Correct.
So, sorry, are we talking about more than one occasion?
Twice.
And were both of these encounters in Mr. Epstein's home?
Yes, in the New York townhouse, and they were passing encounters.
Was the former Prince Andrew in the company of women when you met him?
No.
Did you ever become aware of the former Prince Andrew having a sexual relationship with any women connected to Jeffrey Epstein?
I became aware of allegations made against Prince Andrew subsequent.
At what point in time?
I don't even know how to triangulate that.
Before Jeffrey Epstein's death?
Yes.
Before his Florida arrest?
No.
Have you ever met?
And I mean, that's helpful for me. Not before the arrest, not before the conviction either. I think it was subsequent to the jail time.
Have you ever met Jess Staley?
I met Jess Staley also about 2 times, maybe 3 times. Also, once in passing, and once I was delivering a trust document to him.
To Mr. Staley?
To Mr. Staley, yes.
Why was that?
Mr. Staley was a signatory on a trust from Mr. Epstein.
Do you recall which trust?
It was a prior iteration of an estate planning trust.
Did you ever become aware of Mr. Staley having a sexual relationship with any women connected to Jeffrey Epstein?
I have no personal knowledge of that, never observed anything like that. After Epstein's death, I became aware there were allegations, I think, in the bank litigation that Staley had a relationship. Mr. Staley had a relationship. I have no way of knowing whether that's true or not.
Mr. Indyke, if I could return to the topic of private investigators. Sorry, I'm going to table this one for the moment and come back to it. Skipping ahead to Mr. Epstein's death. and subsequent developments, when was the last time you spoke with Jeffrey Epstein?
A couple of days before he died.
What did you talk about?
Um,
And just to be clear on that,
it's privileged, and it was not personal, it was privileged, it was based upon his being in the jail at the time. And it was regarding subjects that one would talk about, like bail and things like that.
Okay, so I am going to ask the witness for the substance of those conversations.
those are subject to attorney-client privilege. I think
Yeah,
he's
I think
not
so.
going to be able to answer
I'm
the
not gonna do-
details on that.
Okay, so I'm going to refer that one to the majority for a ruling, and for the record, the question is, what did Jeffrey Epstein say to you during your last conversation with him those 2 days before he died?
And
And
you have a generic description of them already from the witness.
the will, as we discussed earlier today, Mr. Indyke named you and Mr. Khan as co-executors, correct?
Correct.
It also provides, as I understand, for Jeffrey Epstein's assets to ultimately be transferred to the 1953 trust. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
And
But let's take a moment on that. That's only after the will and the estate is fully probated, which means that all claims are paid. All of those issues have to be resolved before any assets, if there are any remaining, go to that trust and then are subject to the terms of that trust.
and it's also my understanding that you and Karina Shuliak are the largest beneficiaries under the trust, with bequests of $50 million respectively. Is that right?
Not exactly right. I believe that Karina has several bequests under that will, including the properties, including an annuity, and including another disposition. The total amount of the dollar amounts, I believe, are like $100 million to her, plus all of the properties were to go to her. But obviously that didn't happen.
But I am correct that the trust includes a bequest to you of $50 million.
Trust includes a bequest to me for $50 million. Yes, but that, again, that only comes to play if any money is distributed to that trust, and as it stands right now, certainly that amount's not coming to the trust, if anything.
Did you discuss with Jeffrey Epstein the subject of his making you a beneficiary of the trust?
Just briefly, other than that he was doing it, and I should give direction to the attorney that was working on it to make the changes.
Do you have an understanding as to why he named you as a beneficiary?
No, I can't tell you what was in his mind.
Did it surprise you?
No, I was a beneficiary in previous iterations. But I, like many people, and many of the both professionals, assistants, colleagues, many people were in the document.
Well, I think to come at it another way, the question I'm sure you can understand arises, given, as you've testified earlier, that your relationship with Mr. Epstein was professional rather than social. Why would he include you as a beneficiary in his estate to the tune of $50 million?
I can only speculate, and I don't want to speculate too far into it. A couple of things. Epstein had a brother, didn't have a lot of friends that he communicated with regularly, which is why the assets in his estate, it seemed to me, were distributed to people that were associated with him on a professional level. I think, I think that the bequests to me, as well as to Mr. Khan, were large bequests because there was a lot of work to be done in this estate, very complex estate, a lot of work, and the estate planning documents didn't provide for payment to us. And I think the idea was for the bequest to be payment. And, you know, for estates of this size, typically the more direct way, the more direct route for this is paying the administrators a percentage of the assets, in this case, well over $600 million for the assets in this estate, and paid over time. In addition, it's anticipated in many instances that both the executors will also be doing other services, sometimes accounting work and legal work and things like that. So I believe that part of this was an understanding that Mr. Khan and I would be providing substantial services for a very, very complex document, a very complex estate. And services, again, it's a lot of, I don't mean to imply that's not a lot of money, but other folks who would have gotten paid for managing an estate of this size would have gotten, given the complexity of the estate and given the amount, we've been working on this for 7 years. 7 years, and it's probably another 3 to go, maybe more, by the time all the claims are resolved. You know, I think given the complexity and the size, the compensation is a lot, but in that context, you have a different view.
I think we will end our hour there. We can go off the record.
We'll go back on the record. Oh, the minority wishes to make a statement.
Yeah, just to clarify, for the record, previous colloquy with counsel over the assertion of privilege as to the question, what did Jeffrey Epstein tell you during your conversation with him 2 days prior to his death? We would like to refer that question to the chairman for a ruling as to the applicability of privilege.
Thank you. Mr. Timmons.
Thank you. In the case that was recently settled, Shane Doe 3 v. Indyke and Khan, it's my understanding that you all sought to not disclose communications under attorney-client privilege, and the judge ruled that those communications were not protected because of the crime fraud exception.
Incorrect. What's your next question?
So the judge never ordered you all to turn over any documents because he deemed them not protected because of the crime fraud exception?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Indyke, I would like to briefly return to the loans that Mr. Epstein extended to yourself and other employees. Is it fair to say that it was customary that he would provide these loans to employees?
He was generous to many of his employees. And yes, did loan money to his employees.
Would you have drafted the loan agreements?
It would have been a promissory note, yes. But after, there was a form promissory note that was circulating around the office.
Keep your voice up.
Sorry, there was a form promissory note that was circulating around.
As far as the loans themselves, were the loans ever used to justify large movements of money?
No.
Were loan agreements ever used to make illicit funds appear legitimate?
No.
Mr. Indyke, have you ever advised clients to destroy documents?
No.
Have you ever been instructed to destroy documents?
No, I've never been instructed to destroy documents. There are, in the context of corporate law, there are document retention programs. After a certain number of years, you can feel comfortable destroying documents, but no, never instructed and never received instructions to discriminate.
So I want to return to the discussion during the previous hour, as it related to computers that were removed. It was your testimony, you had no personal knowledge of that, and you learned subsequently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during our first hour, I asked you if you had any knowledge that anyone would have tipped off Mr. Epstein to the October 20th search warrant in Palm Beach. I believe that you testified no. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you subsequently learn that Mr. Epstein was tipped off to the search warrant?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Epstein had storage units?
I don't, can you tell me when and which storage unit you're referring to? Because I have storage units, but not for Mr. Epstein. So I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Mr. Indyke, it has been reported that Mr. Epstein directed private detectives to hide secret files in storage units across the U.S. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I have no knowledge of that.
And you haven't subsequently learned that he had any such process for hiding or concealing?
Correct. I have not learned that.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Epstein maintained a safe room. Can you elaborate on what the safe room was?
I was not in the safe room. I actually never went inside it, but it was pointed out to me that it was a safe room. And by safe room, what that means is as I understand it, what that means is that if somebody is coming into your house to do you harm, you go into this room and they can't get in the room, and you are there locked in and protected in the safe room. That's what I meant by safe room. And as I understand it, it is fairly typical on the outside of the safe room to have a camera pointing down so that you can see if people are trying to get into the safe room.
Did you advise him to get a safer room?
No, I had no idea he had a safe room until after he died, and I told the residents.
Now, during the previous hours, it's come up numerous times, Mr. Epstein hired private investigators as a result of the 2006 investigation. Is that right?
My understanding is that his defense counsel hired private investigators.
Who were the private investigators?
I believe Riley Corrali was a private investigator.
Did you have any interactions with the investigators or Mr. Curley?
I have no specific recollection of an interaction with him.
Now, I asked you during the first hour if you had ever directed private investigators in any way. I believe you testified that you had not.
But in connection with the investigation?
Correct.
Correct.
Did you subsequently learn about the directions that they were receiving other counsels?
Not in any real substantive manner. I knew that there were communications, or I became aware of there were communications that had happened between them, but I wasn't privy to the content of the communications.
It's been alleged that the private investigators were acting in such a way that was intimidating towards those that they were following. You didn't know anything about that?
I remember seeing that allegation, and I don't recall where I saw that allegation, and that was, I think that happened. during the investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office, if I'm not mistaken.
He's asked if you have personal knowledge of it.
But I have no personal knowledge of it. That's, if it's personal knowledge, the answer is no. Sorry, thank you.
And you mentioned the private investigators that you knew of. Do you know what company they were with?
No.
Does Roadruck Investigations sound familiar to you?
That name sounds familiar to me. It does sound familiar to me, yes. I don't know that it's because of that, but the name sounds familiar to me. And I think I could supplement that a little bit. I believe Roadruck was used for background checks on new employees.
Are there any storage units that were at any time in possession of the trusts after Jeffrey Epstein's death?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Following Mr. Epstein's death, were there any storage units in possession of the trust?
Estate doesn't come in. Estate.
Oh, the estate.
So after Mr. Epstein's death, there were storage units, but the storage units happened after we inventoried the assets and then moved them out of the houses into storage. They were relationships created after his death, based upon, furniture and whatever, clothing and all the stuff that's in each of the houses.
I'm going to zoom out a little bit and just talk about why we're here. It seems that almost 300 victims have been documented, and there's possibly up to another 100 out there. And pre-2008, 200 have been documented, of which 70% of those, these are all approximate, were underage. Post-2008, there have been 70 documented. My understanding is that 0% were underage. To compensate those victims, there's been around $750 million in settlements from JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, the estate, Bank of America. And I think the purpose of this entire exercise is additional accountability. The American people are pissed, and I think appropriately so. A very wealthy man has taken advantage and ruined a lot of lives. And so I kind of view the whole purpose of this as being five different things we're doing. Number one, it seems there's allegations that pre-2008 underage women were engaging in sex with rich old dudes. And we want to list those names, and we're trying to figure that out. Second, there's possible undue influence associated with the guilty plea and the fact that he never really went to jail for stuff that put him on the sex offender registry. I was a prosecutor for 5 years. I know people that did less than him that got a very long time in jail, and it seems that he was given a sweetheart deal. Number three, we want accountability for the people that conspired to continue the same scheme that he had pre-2008. And honestly, I'll get back to that in a minute, but that's the number one reason you're here. Number four, whether a foreign government or federal agency was involved in any of this, why he was doing the things that he was doing, it didn't make sense. And then last, but certainly not least, deterrence to future perpetrators. Make sure this doesn't happen again. Back to number three. The American people want accountability for people that conspired with Jeffrey Epstein to destroy these lives. And you have been his attorney for decades, and you were instrumental to his operations, his estate's operations, and you've received millions and millions of dollars for that. So you're here answering questions. We appreciate that. I'm going to walk you through the scheme that occurred post-2008, and it's really hard for me to believe that you were not complicit, you were not an instrumental part of his human trafficking operation. So for purposes of words, the only assistant he had was Leslie Groff. Everyone else is a survivor or a victim, whichever one you want to use. He may have called them assistants, but he had a scheme. His scheme was to get them into the United States somehow. Some of them, it was promise of education. Some of it was promise of modeling careers or jobs, whatever it was. And once he got him in, he used a pretty complicated scheme to trap him. And you actually were a part of every single one of those things. Immigration was one. I want to talk to you about that because you said that while you have had interactions with Arda Bascardes, there was just a lot of really shady things that were going on. And so you communicate with him about the 2 marriages for the assistants to each other. And it's your testimony here today under oath that you did not realize those were sham marriages.
Just to be clear, because that was a long statement.
This
And I know there's a question at the end.
I had to have all of
You
that
don't
in
want
there
to,
because
just
I'm
to
gonna
be,
set the table.
okay, well, but that's not fair to set a table, not give them a chance to react, but then say, so after that, I have a
Let's
very simple
pause,
question.
let's
So
pause.
just to be clear,
Before
you just want them to
we'll back
answer
up.
the simple
We'll
question.
back up. We'll back up. Remove my question. For the purposes of the rest of my questions, Leslie Groff is an assistant. Everyone else is a victim or a survivor. And I'm going to ask you about the scheme that occurred after that. If you want to argue with anything that I just said before I ask you questions about the scheme that occurred that you seem complicit in, by all means, say whatever you'd like.
That's not a question. I mean, come on.
Okay, so I just
ask
set the
one
table.
question
Okay,
and see if
very
it
simple.
answers.
The question is this. Do you believe that the 2 marriages that you helped facilitate with Arda Bascardes were legitimate marriages or not?
I don't know.
But just because I think you asked that you helped facilitate the marriages. He's already testified. He didn't even know in advance of the marriages.
Are you aware of the email in the Epstein files that I can get for you that says from Epstein to him, copying both of you? I think that Arda Bascardes is going to flip on us. So, I mean, what was he going to flip on? What information did he have that would have caused him to flip on you?
Okay, I have no recollection of that email. And let me be clear, I have no belief at the time that I did anything for these marriages that they were sham marriages. I didn't
It
believe them.
wasn't just the marriages.
I didn't
though.
believe, let me finish, please, sir. I didn't believe them to be sham marriages. I didn't have any reason to believe they were. These are women who I believed were associated with these are women I believe to be associated with each other. I wasn't part of their social world. I did not question them why they got married, but they did get married. And I wasn't part of arranging those marriages. Absolutely was not.
Did Epstein ever talk to you about trying to arrange marriages with members of the opposite sex to his, the women you call assistants, but were actually survivors or victims?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not even sure what that question was.
Did Jeffrey Epstein talk to you about marrying his assistants to other people in an attempt to address immigration fraud?
No.
Did you create leases for the 6 victims, survivors, at 301 East 66th Street for the purpose of immigration fraud?
I did not create leases, number one. It wasn't for immigration fraud that I obtained a copy of the leases from OSA Properties to give to Arda Bascardes. I was requested by the women to get a copy of the lease so that they could give it to Arda, and I did so.
Did leases exist prior to that moment, or were they just staying there without a lease?
I don't know when the leases were created.
Okay.
I don't know when the leases were created. But given that this was property that Epstein had an ownership or a leasing interest in, it doesn't surprise me that if they were living in that property, they didn't have a written document. And they needed a written document in order to give it to immigration. So when they asked me for their written document, I asked OSA, do you have a lease? Can you get me a lease?
Did you ever change a lease for one individual to include 2 for the purposes of the immigration application? Was one person on a lease, and then because the idea was saying, all right, we're going to marry these 2, well, I don't know that. Did you change a lease that had one person's name on it to change that lease to put 2 people's name on it for the purpose of then giving it to Arda Bascardes for the purpose of then filing for immigration documents?
I think I probably did, yeah.
Got it.
I think I did, yeah.
All right. you said earlier that you didn't know
But
where.
let's talk about that for a minute, because I know you want to jump to the next conclusion. Let's talk for that for a minute. If somebody gives me a lease and tells me this I need to give for immigration, and it doesn't have both parties to the lease on the lease, I would have said to them, you should put both parties on the lease.
We're going to walk through a bunch of
No,
questions
but
here,
that's
and you're going to have an
important.
answer to all of them. But
that's
when
important.
you listen to these answers, you're going to say, "Oh, that's interesting. That could be true in this little narrow scope." But then when you put them all together, it creates a different story. So we're going to keep going.
Your story is based upon a hindsight that's based upon allegations that are made now looking back.
Correct.
And your story assumes that I had knowledge that these women had sexual relationships with Jeffrey, that these women didn't have relationships with each other, and I absolutely did not. Okay? So
Okay,
you can piece together however you want.
We're going to piece it together.
However you want.
Okay, so
But you cannot make something that's not true.
These 6 or 7 survivors, when they got to this country, under the promise of a job of education, of modeling, whatever it is, they didn't have an immigration issue. So
Except I don't know.
that
I don't know how
immigration-
they got to this country. I don't know about those promises. I know nothing of that.
A lot of this is public record, and
That doesn't
So
mean
they-
that I have knowledge of it. I'm sorry, but you were imputing knowledge to me that it doesn't exist.
so then they have to find a way to stay here, and the way to stay here was through this immigration scheme, which you were not overtly complicit in, according to you, but it seems that there's a lot of variables that cause a lot of questions. So let's go to the next one. Businesses. You previously said that you did not set up businesses for any of these victims. And I'm going to ask you again, did you set up LLCs for any of the people that you call assistants that have been deemed victims by many courts?
I believe that I testified that SLK Designs is something that I formed. I testified that.
Any other LLCs that you created?
I don't recall any other
So you do
LLC.
not recall creating any other LLCs for the victims that you call assistants?
Are they, I don't recall setting up an LLC for a victim, number one.
Do you
Number
recall
two,
setting up an LLC?
if you have an LLC that you want me to ask.
I have the articles of incorporation, but I'm not going to.
Then tell me what they are, and I'll answer whether or not I formed them, or had something to do.
I know you
form
formed
them.
them because you're on the document that
Well,
created them.
then tell me what they are.
We're going to move on. Did you take out loans on behalf of the assistants? I'm going to keep calling them assistants, but they're not. The only assistant is Leslie Gruff.
Did I take out loans on
Take
behalf
out
of
loans using their social security numbers, using their names, using their LLCs that you created on behalf of these assistants?
No.
So it would surprise you to say that some of the victims, some of the assistants, have said that loans were taken out using their social security number and then held over them in addition to the leases that you created that you say you didn't create. So there's this complex immigration fraud scheme that you knew nothing about. There's this complex web of financial control. And then we're just getting to the phone and the computers.
Is there a question here?
I'm showing you why it's incredulous that you're sitting here and saying that you had no knowledge of this.
You're actually not showing him anything. You're just making a lot of statements and then just calling him a liar. So if you actually want to show him something, that'd be great, but you haven't yet.
I've asked him under oath whether he created LLCs for the victims, and he's saying that he did not, except for one.
First of all, you don't even say who you're talking about. So you're just
Sorry,
general.
I don't say who I'm talking about because I don't want to use names because they deserve their privacy.
I totally agree. We have been on the same page.
But
on
the
that
American people
the
also
entire
deserve
time.
accountability.
But you're asking if he's done something for somebody and not saying who it is, and he's supposed to remember. You're putting him in a very difficult position.
There's seven people that he knew the names of.
What's 7 people? First of all, I don't know that it's
Which
7 people
LLCs are
marry
you
each other.
talking
So
about? Which people are you talking about? Tell me.
The congressman has clarified, I believe, that his question applies to the assistants at the time. If there was anyone who had the title or role of assistant being granted a lease or a loan, if that can be the world of which we're working through for the purpose of this question.
That's the thing about the loans, because I don't really understand the question.
Some of the assistants have alleged that loans were taken out in their name for their LLCs that they never signed off on. They never did their taxes. They had nothing to do with these LLCs, and they were operated
by you and Con.
Did they allege that I took out the loan?
Your name is on the document.
Did they allege that I took out loans for them?
You signed it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and out the
What,
people
what,
that
show me a document, because I don't know what you're talking about.
we will follow up. I'm not going to out people that want to be, want to move on with their life. But what happens?
Mr. Indyke,
Yes.
when I asked you about the storage units, you asked us to be more specific.
Yes.
Do you recall any storage unit in Palm Beach, Florida?
I have a storage unit, or had a storage unit for the estate in Palm Beach, Florida, when we emptied the house because it was going to be sold. All the contents of the house were taken out of the house and put in the storage unit.
So what years would the
That storage
contents
unit
be?
doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. But what years would the contents of the house have been moved into the storage unit?
Say that again, please.
You said that it was all in furtherance of the estate. I'm just asking a clarifying question.
Yes.
So are we talking 2019 that all or everything from the house would have been moved to this?
2019 or 2020.
Yeah. What about West Palm Beach?
The storage unit in Palm Beach, for the Palm Beach house was in West Palm Beach.
Were there any storage units in New York State?
When the house was being prepared for sale in New York, a moving company also packed the belongings from that house and put them in a storage unit. I don't, sitting here, know where the storage unit was located, whether it was in New York, it may have been on Long Island City, it may have been, across the river in New Jersey, I don't know.
I'm going to save us time and just ask, are you aware of any storage units that were used prior to storage units for the estate?
No.
I believe I asked you in a previous hour, but I'm going to ask you again for the sake of these questions. Did Mr. Epstein ever discuss receiving massages with you?
With me, no. In the context of conversations with defense counsel, they discussed them, but he never discussed them with me.
Were you aware that Mr. Epstein was receiving massages?
My understanding, based upon what I learned from defense counsel and the statements that were in the police report, was that there were massages, that some of them ended in sexual conduct, and that some of them involved underage people, that Epstein claimed he didn't know that they were underage, was adamant about it. There was a lie detector test in substance that said that. And again, the statement suggested there was no, or indicated there was no force, no coercion.
After Mr. Epstein's incarceration, are you aware of whether he continued to receive massages?
No, I'm not aware.
At this time, I'd like to introduce, will be marked as Majority Exhibit 5. And this is base number EFTA 326543, and it is an itinerary email from April 13th, 2016.
Okay.
Mr. Indyke, the sender Baby, or Bebe Adu.
Yep.
Are you familiar with her?
I am.
Who is she?
She was my assistant. And at times, when Epstein's assistants were not available, I think in particular Leslie, Bibi would fill in for Leslie. Her office was down the hall from mine.
When did Bebe start?
Her name is Bibi.
Bibi start employment with you?
I'm not sure. Somewhere around the mid 2000, mid 2010, maybe 2014, 15, around there.
And you mentioned that you would fill in for the
She would fill in.
assistants for Mr. Epstein. Did Mr. Epstein direct you to hire her?
No. I interviewed her, got her name from, I think, Indeed, or one of those job search places. She had previously worked for a law firm.
Now I want to direct your attention just to the April 15th, 2016, and it references a Thai massage course. Was it typical that, actually, let me back up. Who do you understand this itinerary to be prepared for?
I don't have an understanding of who is prepared for it. Sent to Bibi.
Would you presume that it was for Mr. Epstein?
It seems like, that seems like that's right, yeah.
Would it appears that your legal assistant had a role in scheduling massage courses. Would you disagree with that characterization?
It would surprise me if that were true. This looks to me to be simply acknowledging as a reminder to him that this was scheduled. It's not something I ever received. And it doesn't indicate that she prepared it for him.
This is in 2016 after Mr. Epstein's incarceration, which was based on inappropriate conduct that was a result of massages. Would this strike you as unusual or concerning?
Inappropriate conduct with underage women, right? Yeah, knowing what I know now, yes, of course, this is disconcerting.
Who else worked at DKI?
As I said, Leslie Groff worked for me for some time. When Epstein was in jail.
And during the minorities hour, you talked about performing legal work for that related to the Wexners. Did you ever perform legal work for Leon Black?
Some.
What was your relationship with Leon Black?
Only through Mr. Epstein.
What was the nature of the work you did for Mr. Black?
Mr. Epstein did tax planning and estate planning for him, and the transactional work that I did was an offshoot of that work.
Did you have any interactions with Mr. Black outside of the work that you did for him?
No, I did not.
We discussed Bibi previously, but was she on an employer-sponsored visa?
Who?
Bibi?
No, Bibi was
During the previous hour, it was mentioned that there was a joint defense agreement. Can you elaborate on what that is?
I believe that was referring to the agreement among all of the defense counsel in connection with the investigation and negotiation of Mr. Epstein's issues in Florida.
We've discussed Mr. Epstein's arrest in July of 2006, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Following his arrest, did you have any discussions with Mr. Epstein related to his arrest?
Any discussions that I would have had would have been amongst counsel in relation to some of the civil claims that I had with him. So, but it would have been in a joint defense context.
Was Epstein present?
There were a number of those conversations. Yes, I would assume, I can't tell you how many, but I assume he was present.
Did Mr. Epstein ever discuss the allegations with you?
No, and there was no discussion of the allegations. It was the discussion centered on the incorrectness of other people's statements.
Mr. Indyke, with the benefit of hindsight, were there things you witnessed or observed about Mr. Epstein that could have suggested he was trafficking and sexually abusing young women and girls?
I mean, at what period of time?
During the entirety of your relationship?
No. I had no knowledge of any allegations before 2006. And after 2006, when he ultimately went to jail and was back, my understanding was that the issue was underage people, sex with underage people. My understanding was that it was limited to Florida. And when I was in New York, which is where I spent my time, I never saw any underage people. I never saw any sexual activity. Nobody ever complained to me about sexual activity. I had no reason to believe that there was engaging in sexual activity. And frankly, given the amount of scrutiny that Epstein was under, I didn't believe he would do something like that, particularly after he told me he was going to be in that position again. He was, by all accounts, a very smart man. I couldn't imagine he would do anything to put himself back in that position again. So no, there's nothing that I saw that would lead me to believe that he was engaging in misconduct.
And you've discussed at length the cash that was withdrawn that I believe you had a role in retrospect. Would that have been something that should have raised concerns?
Not with the size of his household, not with all of the things that was needed for that cash. I mean, the island alone, they were buying tools and supplies and furniture and all manner of things, food. They had construction workers on the island. Pools were breaking down all the time. They had machine shops. They needed lubricating supplies for the machine shop. You know, any number of things like that. You know, given the size and scope of his households and the number of people involved and the fact that there wasn't a lot of credit cards available at the time, because banks were basically shutting him down that way? No, The cash that was being asked for me seemed to be for legitimate purposes, and I had no reason to think that they weren't for illegitimate purposes.
Did you also handle his taxes?
No,
Did you ever review his tax returns?
return, the answer is no, not while they were being done. In connection with the estate, I reviewed the tax return.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars were given every year out in cash. I mean, technically, you have to file a 1099 if you exceed $600 in a year for services. So, I mean, that's not.
Are you aware that 1099s were not filed?
We'll look into that and get back to you.
Okay. But that's not my role. That wasn't what I did.
I believe in previous hour, you were asked questions related to visits to the Palm Beach jail while he was incarcerated.
Yes.
What were the purpose of these visits?
I think I explained previously, but I'll say it again. While he was in jail, there were households that were running. There were projects that were going on Little St. James. I was handling lots of those kind of projects and lots of those kind of transactions. And I would go to him and report to him on the status. He would give me requests to take care of those types of projects, and I would implement those requests and report back to him.
Did you provide Epstein with cash during these visits?
In jail?
Correct.
No.
Did you ever bring any other items or packages to Mr. Epstein while he was incarcerated?
There was, when he first went to jail, I'd never been to jail before. So when he first went to jail, I believe I had a muffin that somebody wanted me to give him. And maybe a sweatshirt. I'm not sure if I had this, if it was somebody gave me a sweatshirt. But I believe I brought that in, and that was something that I brought in.
Did he ever ask you to deliver money or property to anyone outside of jail?
No. Other than in the context of a transaction that we're working, but not in the context of anything illicit or improper.
During the committee's investigation, we've been interested in the circumstances surrounding the non-prosecution agreement in 2008 and spoke with Alexander Acosta this past summer.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any role in the 2008 non-prosecution agreement?
Very, very minimal role. I looked at it once, and I looked at some of the language and made a suggestion about some of the language. I don't remember exactly which language.
Did you settle victims' claims associated with the crimes pre-2008?
Did I settle the claims?
Were there dozens of victims that were underage that ended up suing Epstein or the estate, and did you settle those claims?
I don't know the number of people that were underage, but there was a list of people that the government provided, and I believe there were a number of those people that filed claims against Epstein, and those claims were ultimately settled. Yes.
Were those settled in 2009-10, or were they settled post-death?
2009 and 10.
Okay. So you, in fact, did have to get somewhat involved in his alleged criminal activity prior to that to settle the claims.
I wasn't involved in his criminal activity.
Well, you had to
That's
get
a
involved. You had to understand the depths of it because you had to settle the claim on behalf of the state.
So that we're clear, people settle claims for all kinds of reasons, including the cost of litigating, the time spent litigating, how much it interferes with your current business.
So wait, did he go to jail because he didn't do anything wrong?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so he did something wrong and he settled a claim.
You're saying he didn't, I mean,
No, I'm not saying that, and you're putting words into my mouth, and it's actually unfair. What I'm saying is, on a case-by-case basis, you can look at a settlement and see whether or not the claims in those cases have merit or they don't have merit. And while I will never be in a position, I will never want to be put to the task of saying that any particular woman who's claiming abuse wasn't abused, I won't do that. I will say that there were facts that came to light during the defense counsel's investigation of many of these claims, which suggested that some of these claims, that some of these allegations in these claims were not accurate. So which claims were true, which claims were not true, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't in Florida. I don't know what was true or was not true.
but you were involved in that.
But let me finish what I was saying, please. What I have said is that now it's clear that there was misconduct. Okay. I also was clear that when he was in jail and he looked devastated and told me he wasn't ever going to be in that position again, and told me he didn't know that there were people that were underage, I believed him. And I told you in my opening statement that that was a mistake. And I do feel horrible about that. Had I known that he was doing it, I would have walked away. But in the context of all of this, all of the information that was provided, which suggests that a lot of what was being said was not true, and a lot of what was being claimed about happened in the past, after he had gone to jail, and after he said he wasn't going to do it again, I didn't have a reason to believe after he got out that he was doing it again.
I started out, the first question asked was about this, because in your opening statement, you said, I made the mistake of believing Mr. Epstein that he would not again commit a crime. He has never been indicted, charged. I don't even know if he's been investigated for anything after 2009. I mean, the indictment in 2019 was 2002 to 2005. So what criminal activity are you aware of that occurred after he got out of prison that violated your trust? Like that is what you're talking about here.
When he died, and it precipitated kind of a flow of people coming and making claims against Epstein. And there were lots of people that made claims against Epstein. And there were lots of people that went to the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund to make claims against Epstein. With that benefit, and as you said, how could I possibly say that nothing happened with that number of claims out there? And given that, I don't know what's true, what's not true, but I know there's stuff there.
What are the crimes that have been alleged are sex assault, are sex trafficking, human trafficking? What else is on the list?
I don't know if the crimes are sex trafficking or human trafficking. What I know is that people claimed that he abused them, he sexually abused them. There were claims, I believe, in some of the complaints that were filed after he died about rape. Those are the claims that I did not know about.
How many of the victims that have made claims and have recovered from the different funds post 2008 did you interact with on a regular basis in your capacity as his lawyer?
A very small minority of them.
Dozen?
The only people that I would have interacted with were people who were
ostensibly assistants.
Ostensibly assistants.
You had mentioned that your role with the non-prosecution agreement was related to making a single suggestion. Is that right?
Reviewing the agreement for language, and I don't remember specifically what the language was, but I was one of, I wasn't a criminal attorney. There were criminal attorneys like Roy Black and Billy Sanchez and people who were celebrated criminal counsel that were looking this thing over. So my input was marginal at best.
What suggestion did you make?
I don't recall. It was a linguistic one.
For the record, did it have anything to do with those identified to be co-conspirators?
With the language of that, yeah, I think maybe it did, yeah.
Did it have, in relation to the co-conspirators, did it have to do with creating a list of individuals who would be protected as co-conspirators?
No.
It's been alleged repeatedly that Mr. Epstein used his influence, his connections to powerful figures to curry favor and receive the non-prosecution agreement. Is there anything that, as far as the circumstances surrounding the non-prosecution agreement, that would be concerning in that regard?
I don't think so, because my view of the non-prosecution agreement, although based upon the positions laid out by defense counsel, was probably different than other people. The non-prosecution agreement was based upon attempts to charge Epstein for what the defense counsel were telling the government were state crimes. And what the defense counsel was saying at the time was that the crimes that were actually testified to, the crimes, the actions that were actually testified to were activities which weren't what was according to the defense counsel, weren't what was intended by the sex trafficking statutes. And so my understanding subsequently came that after they reached agreement, which none of the defense counsel was satisfied with, that even after they reached the agreement, they were fighting it with Acosta's office a lot. They explained that they went back and talked about how the record was defective. They went back and talked about how the petite policy should make it so that the federal government doesn't get involved in this case. They mentioned the fact that there was a state sex crime prosecutor that made a determination, that there was a grand jury convened that had a determination, and that the federal government shouldn't be involved in this. And again, listed why the statutes that were being cited by the government were not intended to be used in this way. And I think, based on what I recall Acosta saying, was that Acosta wanted to get something out of this. He was concerned that maybe Epstein would be able to beat the charges, and wanted to make sure that Epstein actually did jail time, and also wanted to make sure that Epstein had to plead to an offense that would require him to register as a sex offender. And registration as a sex offender is a lifetime. And those were his goals. And the defense counsel was not particularly crazy about what his goals were, given what the state outcome was. And Acosta, as I understood, and were challenging the deal that was made. So the defense counsel didn't look at this as a sweetheart deal, and that's the view that I had based upon what they were saying to me.
Outside of Acosta, are you aware of any efforts to talk to his superiors or any other government officials related to the claims against Mr. Epstein?
No.
Did you have any role in negotiating Mr. Epstein's work release?
No.
During the previous hour, the minority asked you about the Florida Science Foundation. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe that you had mentioned that its purpose was in the furtherance of scientific endeavors. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
What specific scientific endeavors?
It's really, that's something that Epstein was, as I think has been reported, Epstein was very interested in scientific and academic research in a lot of different areas. It wasn't something that I did much in the way of, but the idea was to search out and find these types of projects that were worthy of funding and then fund them. I can't tell you the specific kinds.
Do you know any entities or individuals that he would have interacted with in the furtherance of the foundation?
A couple of universities, I think, have been reported. I think Princeton was one. There was one in the Southwest. I can't remember where. Harvard was one. Stuff about the brain that he was looking at. There's some academic research that I wasn't really familiar with that I know that he was looking at as well.
And when he was on this work release, did you have meetings with him at the office that they were working out of?
In the same way that I would go to his house in New York, when he was on work release, I would travel to Florida and meet with him at the office to report on the status of things that I was working on for him.
And for the record, because I don't believe it was asked, where was this office?
I think it was stated by someone that it was on 250 Australian Avenue or South Australian Avenue.
Did you ever, when you visited him at this office, did you ever see young women or girls?
I saw people that I understood to be his assistants at the office.
Did you have to deal with any issues associated with him registering as a sex offender relative to his different properties? In South Carolina, you can't live in like most places. So did he have any issues with that?
Ask me again, please.
Once he was registered as a sex offender, he still already owned all these properties. In South Carolina, you're not allowed to live a lot of places, parks, schools, just there's no-go zones. Did you have to deal with any of that associated with his existing properties?
I did a little bit, sure, but usually in conjunction with criminal counsel. Obviously we had to make sure that where he lived in Palm Beach was clear, and as I understood it, then it was. The New Mexico ranch was isolated from other places. The island was isolated from other places, so that wasn't it. And New York also, from what I understood, was not a problem.
Are you aware of whether Epstein sexually abused young women or girls while on work release?
I was not aware at the time that he was doing anything like that. And as I said, had somebody even mentioned that to me, I would have been surprised by it, given that there was a sheriff's deputy sitting at the reception desk every time that I went to that office. And the reception desk was, maybe the distance from those chairs over there from the office, from where the offices were. So that would have surprised me. I have since learned after his death, I think it was after his death, that there were allegations made that he was having sex with somebody in his office.
To be clear, Mr. Epstein did have privacy at this office.
The office had a door. It did.
Did you ever see any woman there that you later identified to be a victim?
That I later identified.
That was later identified to
That
be a
later
victim.
claimed to be a victim? Yes.
Who?
Is it okay that we say it? I believe.
How many times did you see her though?
I don't recall.
Do you recall having any conversations related to her with Mr. Epstein?
There?
At any time?
Nothing remarkable. No.
Did Bruce Reinhardt have an office at the Florida Science Foundation?
Bruce Reinhardt did not have an office at Florida Science Foundation. He did, however, have an office in the building. He was an attorney at a firm called, I think, Atterbury Goldberger. I think was the name of the firm.
Did he do any work for Mr. Epstein?
I don't recall if he did any work for Mr. Epstein, but there were, I believe he did some representation of people who were associated with Mr. Epstein, relating to claims that were made against Mr. Epstein, I think.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Epstein about his requirement to register as a sex offender?
Yes.
What were the nature of those conversations?
Where he had to register, or where he was going, any number of different things.
Where did he have to register? What state?
He registered in New York. He registered in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He registered in Florida. Went to the registry in New Mexico, but was told for some reason that registration wasn't required, based upon something with the statute, I think.
I'm not familiar. I would assume it was primary place of residence, but that's not the case. It's if you stay somewhere for longer than a certain period of time.
It does convert it to a primary. He never stayed in Mexico very long. And in New York, he wasn't there long enough, apparently. There was a specific statement made by whoever was handing the registry that he wasn't required to register that as a primary residence.
Are you aware that Leslie Groff and Bella Klein facilitated cell phones, computers for the survivors, victims that you have referred to as assistants?
The word facilitated.
Are you aware that they gave them cell phones and computers?
For assistance, you mean?
We now know they weren't assistants. But
Well,
yes.
I knew them as assistants.
Okay.
Okay.
Are
And
you aware that Jeffrey Epstein would use that to monitor their actions?
no,
Would it surprise you to know that he monitored their cell phone communications to control them?
now, after what we know now, no, that would not surprise me.
Are we about done? I guess I just have one question. It seems like working for him was a huge pain in the ass. I mean, at some point were you like, maybe I should do something else?
I was compensated very well, and I worked very hard to do the things I did for him. And those things I did were all business transactional work experiences that I wouldn't get necessarily anywhere else. I was working with people who were billionaires on transactions that were, really interesting transactions. So, yeah.
Do you think this is gonna be over?
Let me just finish what I was saying. Sir, are you a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that when you become a lawyer, you're destined to work long hours for demanding people doing difficult things.
I'm in Congress. It's even worse.
So I'm sure that's true. So given that was the case, for me, why not? I was there. And I know, you have your own views on that, and I know you want to try to hold me accountable. But
I think we all have roles to play.
I understand that.
Following the evidence.
I understand that. Well, you're following your spin on the evidence, not really the evidence.
Not my spin.
It is your spin on the evidence, because the evidence makes it pretty clear that nobody said anything to me, that I never saw anything. Nobody alleged that I saw anything.
Time will tell.
All right, I'm glad you guys are having a conversation now, but I don't think there's questions pending.
We will go off the record.
We can go back on record. Mr. Indyke, I wanted to return, if I could, to the topic of the conversation you had with Jeffrey Epstein 2 days before his death. And for the moment, I'm not going to ask you to tell me about the substance of that conversation, but I would like to understand some of the details surrounding that communication. To begin with, where did it happen? Was this over the phone or in person?
No, it was at the jail.
It was at the prison. And how long did the conversation last?
I don't remember how long I was there. There was other attorneys and a paralegal there at the time.
So this conversation involved more than just you and Mr. Epstein. There were other people present.
Yes.
Okay, other attorneys
Yes.
and anyone else?
No, just the attorneys. Sorry, I said a paralegal too. I believe there was
One
I
paralegal.
believe there's a paralegal. That's it.
Who were the other attorneys?
These were, might have been Michael Miller from Steptoe. There may have been another Steptoe attorney there, and Epstein had some other lawyers who were new to the thing. I don't know if Marty Weinberg was there or not. I don't remember them. But there was more. There were some kind of associate level attorneys from criminal firms there too. I just don't remember who they were.
Okay, and other than the one paralegal you mentioned, were there any non-attorneys present?
No.
And I understood you to say that you don't have a specific recollection of how long you were in the prison. Different question, do you have a recollection of how long the conversation with Mr. Epstein lasted?
They were just continuing conversations about items that were of relevance at the time. So there was not like a specific conversation. It was talk.
So we're talking about a meeting.
Yeah.
And not to belabor the point, but the duration of the meeting, an hour, more or less?
Maybe an hour, maybe two.
Okay.
Possibly.
And again, without getting into the substance of the communications, what were the topics that were discussed?
Bail. Requirements. So this is not my thing. So some requirements, procedural requirements with respect to what needed to happen there. I'm not exactly sure what the procedural requirements were, but they were procedural requirements. There was
when you say procedural requirements, were those legal in nature?
Yes, in connection with the criminal case. Trying to think what else. I believe roles of the different attorneys. That's what comes to mind.
And again, just so we're all clear, are you asserting the attorney-client privilege as to the entirety of the communications that took place during that meeting?
I think I have to, because I can't remember specifically things that were said, and so I think the answer is yes, I have to.
And again, just so we're all clear, is that based on your participation in the legal representation of Mr. Epstein in his criminal case?
Yes.
And any other legal representations that come into play during that meeting, or is that the only one?
I would think during that meeting there was probably some kind of status of projects that were going on. So I would imagine that came up as well.
I appreciate that, Mr. Indyke. I'm going to shift back to yet another topic that we discussed earlier.
Okay.
And that is the hard drives that you learned through your communications with the Joint Defense Group that had ended up in the possession of private investigators.
Okay.
Just some follow-up questions to make sure we have a complete understanding with respect to that issue. So to begin with, I understand from your testimony during the previous round that the private investigator you were referring to was the firm Riley Corrali. Is that correct?
I think so, though I'm not 100% certain, but that's a name that stands out in my head.
To your knowledge, were there any other private investigators involved?
Based upon what I heard today, Roadruck may have been involved.
And to your knowledge, how did the private investigators obtain those hard drives?
I don't know. I have no personal knowledge of it.
And when, to your understanding, did they obtain the hard drives?
Again, I don't know.
And at whose direction, to your understanding, did they obtain the hard drives?
Also, I don't know.
Anyone else, to your knowledge, knew that the investigators had the hard drives?
Other lawyers in the defense group.
Keep your voice up.
Sorry, other lawyers in the defense group.
And how many hard drives in total did the private investigators have?
I don't know.
And to your knowledge, were those hard drives ever provided to law enforcement?
I don't know. But my sense is that no, that they weren't.
Were the contents of the hard drives ever described to you?
No,
As you sit here today, do you have an understanding of what they contain?
no.
I also asked you earlier this afternoon about the removal of video equipment from any Epstein home in advance of a search warrant being executed. Just wanted to be even more specific and ask you the same question with respect to audio equipment.
Could you ask?
Sure.
So I know it. So I know what the question is. Please.
Yes. Do you have any knowledge of any audio equipment being removed from any of Mr. Epstein's properties prior to the execution of a search warrant?
I have no personal knowledge of it, and I don't have any other knowledge.
Do you have any personal knowledge or other kind of knowledge of any other type of electronic equipment being removed from any residence of Jeffrey Epstein prior to the execution of a search warrant?
Electronic equipment?
So we've talked hard drives, we've talked video equipment, audio equipment, any other
capable of like understanding conversations, or
I'm casting a wide net, so really any type of electronic equipment, anything that's electronically operable.
that could be a printer or anything. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't have any knowledge of it, but I don't want to like give a broad. I don't know, because maybe that somebody took out a washing machine or something. I don't know, but I don't like answering questions for stuff that I don't know what the universe is that we're talking about.
Yes, it's that broadly defined category that I just described. Any type of electronic equipment. It sounds like your answer is you do not have such knowledge.
Nothing jumps out in my mind. And again, I don't know how far back we're talking. You said before, but are we talking about within what period of time also, because that's also an issue.
Let's say within a year before the search warrant was executed.
Nothing jumps in my mind about that.
And the same question, except as to records of any kind. Do you have any knowledge, whether firsthand or otherwise, that any records of any kind were removed from any of Mr. Epstein's residences prior to the execution of a search warrant?
Nothing to my knowledge. Just not to say that I don't know. I have no personal knowledge of that. I never heard anything.
Did you ever hear any other person express a belief that any hard drive, video equipment, audio equipment, or other type of electronic equipment had been removed from any of Mr. Epstein's properties prior to the execution of a search warrant?
Other than the hard drives that we've talked about?
Yes.
No.
So the hard drives, to your knowledge, where are they now?
I have no idea.
Did you come to learn which Epstein properties specifically the hard drives were obtained from?
My sense, because it was the Palm Beach investigation that was being talked about, that it was Palm Beach. But
do you have specific knowledge?
No.
Did you ever become aware, or did you ever hear that the hard drives were withheld from law enforcement?
I believe in the context of the discussions with the U.S. Attorney's Office, there were conversations about hard drives. and the U.S. Attorney's Office not having those arguments
The U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida.
in Florida.
And
I believe, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe I believe that's what I recall.
And when you say the U.S. Attorney's Office did not have the hard drives, was it to your understanding their expectation that they should have received them?
No, there was some discussion back and forth between the defense counsel and them about it.
Just shifting again to the topic of Epstein survivors and the allegations that they have made against Jeffrey Epstein and his estate. Since Mr. Epstein's death, have you had any contact with any women who have made allegations against Jeffrey Epstein?
Personal contact, no. With the exception, I was at a couple of mediations where those people appeared. But beyond that, no.
Have you instructed or engaged anyone else to contact any women who have made allegations concerning Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Have you engaged any private investigators in connection with allegations of sexual abuse by Jeffrey Epstein?
I have not personally done that. And I can't recall if one of the civil lawyers representing the estate may have, I remember discussions, I don't recall if they actually did so.
And do you recall which lawyer that is?
Maybe Bennett Moskowitz's team in Troutman.
Moskowitz's team and,
Bennett Moskowitz's team at Troutman.
thank you.
I think. We have multiple attorneys, so and there's a lot of claims obviously going around.
To your knowledge, have any private investigators working on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein or his estate themselves contacted any survivors?
I don't think so, no. And can we go back to the previous question? You talked about private investigators. This after he died, right?
At any time.
I believe that, just to amend this a little bit, I believe that prior to his death, or maybe just as he died, there was a private investigator that, in connection with the civil case, to find out about the plaintiff, that was retained. And I believe I may have had, I think I did have communications with the private investigator about it. And I think I got communications with the private investigator about it to do some background research.
Who was that private investigator?
I don't remember the name.
Okay, and you said the engagement was to provide background research?
Yeah. What do you know about this person? In many instances, we don't know about it. The co-executive and I, in most instances, we don't know these people.
When you say these people, are you talking about the plaintiffs?
The plaintiffs, yes.
Okay. And how did this private investigator go about conducting this background research?
I don't know. I got a report. I think they got a report at some point.
And what did the report say?
I think it's privilege number one, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
Did the report contain any indication that this investigator had contacted any Epstein survivors or plaintiffs?
No, I don't think that they would have done that.
Okay. To your knowledge, has either this private investigator or any other private investigator conducted surveillance of Epstein survivors or plaintiffs?
I'm trying to remember if the one that I'm talking about did. It's possible. It is possible. But I don't know for sure.
To your knowledge, have any women who have made allegations of sexual abuse by Jeffrey Epstein been threatened?
No, to my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, have any women who have made such allegations been pressured in any way not to pursue their allegations?
Not to my knowledge.
If I could return to the topic of an individual you were asked about several rounds ago, and that's Howard Lutnick. The question, I believe, was whether you ever became aware of a relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Howard Lutnick. And as I understand, your answer was you did not know of such a relationship. Is that right?
Up until recently, I had no knowledge other than that Lutnick was a neighbor.
I'm just going to quickly ask the court reporter to mark as exhibits D as in dog. D. An email dated May 28th, 2018. It is a thread between Jeffrey Epstein and an individual with an email address bearing the initials HWL. Given that it appears to originate from Cantor Fitzgerald, we believe that to be Howard Lutnick.
Okay.
The message down below from Mr. Epstein reads, "Tell your lawyer that Darren, my lawyer, will contact him." And then the response up above from HWL, "Meeting is tomorrow morning." You are not on this email, but do you have any recollection of meeting with Howard Lutnick's attorney?
No, I have no recollection of meeting with Lutnick's attorney at all. And I don't have a recollection of any instruction to contact the Lutnick lawyer. So if he had said this, I don't recall him ever saying it to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Indyke, thank you. Just before we go off the record, I'm going to note that based on your responses to my questions regarding your conversation with Mr. Epstein prior to his death, we are no longer seeking a ruling from the chair regarding your meeting with Mr. Epstein. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can go off the record.
We'll go back on the record. During the previous hour, we discussed Mr. Epstein's registration as a sex offender. Did you ever do any work in relation to his status as a sex offender as it related to being granted visas to travel?
I recall there was a request at some point to go to Canada. And I recall that because of his status, that was not going to be possible. I don't know that I actually did any work on it, other than to advise that I didn't think that was going to be possible.
Did Mr. Epstein get special privileges to travel to the U.S. Virgin Islands as a sex offender?
Special privileges? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Was he able to travel to the Virgin Islands?
The U.S.
given-
Virgin Islands, he was
Correct.
registered in the U.S. Virgin Islands. That was his primary residence, and he was registered as a sex offender in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
You mentioned Canada. Did Mr. Epstein apply for a visa to visit Russia?
I have no independent recollection of this. I have since learned that, and I forget where, that application was made, but I'm talking about very recently.
And for the record, you said you have since become aware. Are you aware of emails involving you related to a visa application to travel to Russia?
No.
Did Epstein ever discuss any business that he had in Russia with you?
Generally, I knew there were, though I don't know the names, but there were people that he did business with that had Russian relationships. Generally, there were people that I understood that he did business with that had some Russia connection.
Were they affiliated with the Russian government?
I don't think so, but I don't know, but I don't think so. My sense was that they were businessmen.
Over the course of your representation of Mr. Epstein, did you have signatory authority over his personal and business accounts?
Yes.
Did anyone else within Epstein's orbit have signatory authority?
I believe at times there were people who did.
Why were you granted this authority?
Two reasons that I recall. One was as to make sure that people who were requesting money on behalf of Epstein had authority to request the amounts. So, and I guess they didn't want the people who were doing the accounting to be the same people writing the checks. So I had a series of, my understanding was there were these conditions. This person, and I don't remember who, but this person could have had $5,000. This household manager could have $3,000. And so if the request was made, they'd have to be within that threshold, or there had to be some kind of an email from Epstein saying, pay this or something like that. And so part of my job is to make sure that checks that were going out within these conditions.
Did you ever sign off on payments to women or young girls for services?
I recall, I think I discussed this earlier, that Anna Pozadayeva was had some kind of a marketing relationship with one of the foundations. And I remember the foundation was writing checks to her on a monthly basis. And I believe I signed those checks.
For what reason were checks being sent?
She was a marketing rep for the foundation.
Did you ever authorize wires to girls in Eastern Europe?
Nothing. You have something that you can show me? Because nothing that I recall. Do you have anything that I could look at?
This is a tricky little tightrope trying to protect victims. And
I understand, but
so
it's hard.
anything I show you is going to create issues. But yeah.
Did you ever sign off on, actually, let me back up. As it related to the woman you previously mentioned in her marketing business, did you ever question the legitimacy of that marketing business?
No, she had a resume which was fairly fulsome. She had a business degree. I think it was a business degree. She had a degree, and so her role was consistent with what was in her degree.
Did Epstein pay for that degree?
I don't think so. No, this was before that.
Generally, again, did you ever sign off on payments for women's healthcare visits?
There's nothing. Not that I don't know that I didn't, but there's nothing that I recall.
Did you ever sign off on tuition or donations to schools?
I recall tuition. I don't know if I signed off on them or not, but I recall it. It was, as I explained, not unusual for Epstein to pay tuition for employees, for colleagues, for associates. It certainly is possible.
How many bank accounts did you manage for Epstein and Epstein-related entities?
I didn't manage bank accounts. So I wouldn't say I managed any bank accounts. That was an accounting function, not my function. I was a signatory on many accounts. I don't know how many.
Does 140 sound about right?
I honestly, I don't know. And if you're talking about at one time, that doesn't sound right. If you're talking about over the years when banking arrangements were lost and then gained and then lost, and then new ones were created, I think that could be possible.
Did Mr. Epstein maintain any accounts in foreign countries?
I believe there was in Paris a bank account, maybe more than one.
Did you have signatory authority over those accounts?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Are you aware of whether he had any accounts in Switzerland?
I seem to remember HSBC, but I don't know if he had an account or that was an account of one of his clients. But I seem to remember there were HSBC accounts. I'm not sure. Again, my function wasn't the accounting department. That's not something I would have done.
Generally, though, are you aware of any accounts in Grand Cayman?
No. I'm not personally aware, and I don't have any recollection of hearing about accounts like that.
It's been reported that you provided cash and logged costs for Epstein's coverage of doctor visits, rent, lingerie from Victoria's Secret, and haircuts from luxury salons. Is that true?
Can I hear that question again?
Yeah.
The first part of it. Cash and some word you said.
Cash and logged costs for Epstein's coverage of doctor.
What's a log cost?
Let me rephrase the question. Well, logged costs kept a ledger.
Oh,
of
the
costs.
verb.
Yes.
Let me hear the question.
Repeat it again.
It's been reported, Mr. Indyke, that you provided cash and logged costs for Epstein's coverage of doctors' visits, rent, lingerie from Victoria's Secret, and haircuts from luxury salons. Is that true?
So it's been reported that I did that?
Correct.
That's not true.
It's been reported and alleged that in February and March of 2016, you authorized approximately $60,000 in wire transfers to young women at foreign beneficiary banks. Mr. Indyke, did you initiate these wires?
I don't know what they're referring to. I'm not saying I didn't, but I don't know what they're referring to.
Did you ever initiate wires to foreign beneficiary banks for young women?
Could you tell me a bank? Could you tell me something?
Are there young women?
And can you tell, when you say young women, you mean women?
Are there women that today you can identify that were recipients of wires that you transfer to foreign banks?
I don't recall anything in particular. If you could show me something, I could tell you whether or not I did it.
The victims that you referred to as assistants, most of them came from Eastern Europe. They were financially incentivized to come here, and they got wire transfers between 2010 and 2013. So you're not aware of those wire transfers to Eastern European banks to facilitate the travel of the people you now call assistants, which are victims?
Okay, so there's a lot in that question, and you're doing it again to me, and I'm trying to answer your question, and there's a lot in there, and I don't know how to answer the question. So
Have you wired money to Eastern Europe?
I don't believe I've wired money to Eastern Europe.
Have you wired money to Russia?
I don't believe so. I mean, is it possible over the course of however many years that something like that happened? I guess. But unless you show it to me, I can't tell you.
Have you subsequently learned that money that was wired was used or intended to compensate women for sexual services?
So I've not learned anything like that. I've heard allegations here and after he died that happened. But I don't know that that's true. I have no idea.
As it relates to foreign wires generally, did you ever have concerns with the volume of wires that were being sent overseas?
I don't recall doing a volume of foreign wires. So I don't recall any concerns. And are you sure that these questions are directed at me? Because wire transfers were not generally something I did.
Has any bank ever requested explanations from you for suspicious payments?
I'm not sure if it was from me, but I do recall Deutsche Bank requesting information about payments. I don't recall what the subject matter of or the amount of the payment or who the payment was to. I believe there are times if I am doing a transfer that I'll get a request, what's this for? But not because they were suspicious. And, that happens from time to time when I do wires for any transaction. They want to know what that's for. With respect to suspicious transfers, I don't know that I got one. I guess it's possible, but I don't think so.
Do you consider Western Union to be a wire transfer?
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
I'll re-ask. Have you sent any Western Union payments to Eastern Europe or Russia?
No.
Reportedly, JP Morgan raised concerns with checks signed by Beller. Do you have any recollection of JP Morgan raising concerns to you related to checks signed by Beller?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Why did JP Morgan Chase drop Epstein as a client in 2013?
I don't know. I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. When the bank drops you as a client, when they dropped him as a client, we didn't get a reason why. They don't tell you why. There were assumptions made on this end that it had to do with his criminal conviction. But beyond that, did not know why.
After he was dropped, what did you do, or did you have any role in transferring Mr. Epstein's money to another financial institution?
When they opened up new accounts, I believe I became a signatory of accounts, and I had to sign documents for account opening documents. But the actual transfer of funds was not done by me.
Mr. Epstein maintained accounts at Deutsche Bank thereafter, is that right?
I believe that was what had happened after yes, sorry, yes.
Do you have any recollection of Deutsche Bank ever raising concerns with the financial activities of Mr. Epstein's accounts?
I received a call from Deutsche Bank once. That asked me about an interaction I had at the bank. I believe the interaction was relating to the fact that I had gone in on one day with one of these $7,500 checks and told the bank when I was there that I thought I would be coming in within a day or two to withdraw money from my own firm's account, cash for the petty cash of that firm, and specifically to be transparent, told them that if they needed to somehow aggregate this because the total would be more than 10,000, I wanted to tell them now because I did not want it to be considered something wrong. And then I got a call from one of the client relationship managers, I don't remember who it was, asking me about what happened. I explained that very thing, and the client relationship manager was satisfied, and then I didn't hear about it again.
But for the record, what you were inquiring, why did you make this inquiry?
We had gotten fired from the bank, right? I wanted to make sure that I did not do anything that would get us fired from another bank. So I wanted to be transparent. And if there was something that had to be done, I didn't want people to think that I was doing something that wasn't supposed to do. So one was for $7,500, one was for, I think, $4,000. The total was over 10, right? So if that was aggregated and they thought I was trying to get under 10, but taking out 10 within the same week, I didn't want them to think that was the case. So I told them in advance, and told them if they had to report it, they should. I didn't know if they had to report it, but I told them if they do, they should, because I didn't want people to be suspicious of me.
That wasn't the only time you took 7,500 out, is that right?
That's correct.
How many times did you take out that specific amount?
The number that's been quoted here is like 97 times. I don't know if that number is accurate, but it's possible. And remember, that limit was a limit that the bank imposed. That $7,500 amount, I would have done fewer times, more money, because that's what the accounting department wanted. They wanted money in their petty cash safe. And every couple of weeks, I would get a request, we need more money for the petty cash safe.
By doing so, were you actively trying to avoid complying with the Bank Secrecy Act?
Absolutely not. That's just not possible. The limits were imposed by the bank itself, not by me.
I want to go back to the immigration issue.
Okay.
So 2013, there were assistants that we now know are victims living at 301 East 66th or with Mr. Epstein in his house. Two of them, one of them, Karina, and then the other. Both of them lived at 301 East 66th Street, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes. And
To your knowledge, yes.
now you said that one of them lived at his house, but
So I understand Karina lived at his
I don't
his
believe
house.
that's true. I don't believe that's
So you
true.
think they both lived at
Yeah.
301?
Yes, I do.
And was a U.S. citizen?
My understanding was that she was a U.S. citizen, yeah.
And Karina's Belarusian?
I think that's right, yes.
And Mr. Epstein asked you to, well, those people got married,
Correct.
and Mr. Epstein asked you to help Arda Biscardi's apply for Karina's citizenship.
That's not true at all. He didn't ask me to ask Arda Biscardi.
Sorry, did your voice up?
Sorry, that's not true.
Did Mr. Epstein ask for you to provide documents to the immigration attorney that was facilitating Karina's citizenship application?
I believe either Karina asked me to provide documents.
What documents did you provide at their request?
I believe it was a lease.
Any other, all that you remember is a lease?
That's what I remember.
Did you ever communicate with Mr. Epstein regarding the application for citizenship for Karina?
I believe I did, yeah.
But not at his request, you just updated him on it, or what was the nature of that? He was concerned that his employees, ostensible employees, were,
I believe this is some time ago. Okay.
13 years. I got you. And then
I don't remember I want to be helpful, but I don't remember. I don't
that's
remember
fine. So then 4 years later, did you file for their divorce?
I didn't file for their divorce, no.
Did you facilitate did you connect them with people that helped them get divorced?
4 years later, as I understand it, had a divorce attorney that filed for the divorce.
How long do you have to be married in order to maintain your citizenship after divorce?
I have no idea.
It's 3 years. Did you provide documents for another couple that got married in 2013?
I believe also a lease.
Any other, who was that?
I believe their last name was.
Okay, and one was a US citizen
Correct,
and one was not.
correct.
And again,
At the request
one of them requested for you
one
to
of them
provide a lease.
requested that I do it, yes.
Okay. I feel like earlier you said that you weren't involved with 301 East 66th Street substantially. You
Correct.
just were a tenant.
I was a tenant. I had office space there.
Why wouldn't they go to a property manager for that?
What do you mean?
If you're not the property manager of the building,
Because
Mr. Epstein didn't own the
Jeffrey had a connection with 301,
okay, so Jeffrey's
which is
brother,
how they found the building.
okay, so Jeffrey's brother owned OSA Properties,
I believe he was a principal at OSA Property.
and so
And I believe Epstein leased space. I just don't know if the space that he leased was those apartments or not.
this is very convoluted. All right, so you were a tenant in 301.
I was a tenant in 301
You were not the property manager.
not the property manager.
Did you control any units other than your own?
No,
So what role did you have in providing a lease for a company that your employer didn't own?
there was a relationship between Jeffrey and 301.
Did you sign the lease or did somebody else sign the lease?
301 signed the lease, I think.
Did you sign it on behalf of 301 or did somebody
No,
from 301 sign it?
I don't have that relationship with 301. No, I did not sign.
Okay, again, this is just confusing because you're not the property manager. Your employer doesn't own the building. And what role did you have in creating a lease for a building that you have no association with?
Well, I never created the lease. I requested the lease. I told you I requested the lease.
Okay, so you requested the lease
Yes,
from the property manager.
from the property manager, yes.
And that the purpose of that was to get a lease that had
I was,
two names on it instead of one
I was requested to get a lease with them. Yes.
by
By.
Karina or
Karina, okay.
did you give it to the women or did you give it to Arda Biscardi's?
I don't recall. If I would have given it to Arda, I was probably asked to give it to Arda.
By Mr. Epstein or by
By
the women?
By the way.
I'm just gonna circle back to the email, and I wish I had it on me, but there's an email on the 5 million documents that says from Epstein to you and Khan saying that he's worried that Arda Biscardi is going to turn on you. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
did Mr. Epstein ask you to apply for visas for him or any of his people that you refer to as assistants?
No, I don't think he asked me to apply for any visas.
Not to Japan?
I don't think so.
Real quick, you just discussed the marriage between Ms. Shuliak and the other victim. Did either one of them ever approach you to ask for assistance in obtaining a divorce?
Yes.
Did you ever advise either one of them to not get a divorce?
No, I never advised anybody not to get a divorce. Came to me and said, would I help her get a divorce? I told her that, one, I wasn't a matrimonial attorney, so that's not something I ordinarily did. And I also expressed concern to her based upon my understanding that she had just filed some kind of an application for Karina Shuliak, that what I knew about divorce in New York was that you are either filing for something called irreconcilable differences or abandonment or something like that. And that seemed to me that would be inconsistent with statements that she likely made to the government in the application. And I expressed concern about doing that and cautioned her about it. Yes, that's what I said to her.
And now I just want to briefly focus generally. Did any victims, individuals identified as victims, ever come to you to ask for help as it related to being sexually abused by Mr. Epstein?
No.
On July 6th of 2019, Mr. Epstein was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges. When did you become aware of those charges?
At some point, so Epstein was seized at the airport. I'm not sure if it was Newark or Teterboro, but he was seized at the airport. And at some point after that, I forget who told me, but I was told that he was arrested.
And we discussed your role during the 2008 prosecution. Did you have any role whatsoever as it related to his arrest in 2019?
I went to the jail a couple of times. I understood that that he needed his criminal defense team, and I think I contacted them. And I think I contacted them about it. I believe I did some kind of research or legwork in connection with the bail application. And then participated in meetings with defense counsel.
During the previous hour, I believe the minority had asked you if you ever had any contact with victims. I believe you answered no. Is that right?
That's, I think so. Yes, I think that's when you say contact other than assistance, right?
So for the record, you never told victims not to contact or speak with law enforcement. Is that right?
So the answer is yes. I never told anybody not to speak with law enforcement. I remember one or two occasions, and I don't know when, and I think this was in the early investigation, not the later investigation, that there were people who were concerned that law enforcement was calling them, and the defense counsel, who they didn't know, asked me to call them and tell them that they could have a lawyer if they want, that they didn't have to speak to them if they didn't want. But I never told them not to speak to one. I simply related the statement from the defense counsel that if they wanted a lawyer, they could have one provided.
We will briefly go off the record. We'll go back on the record.
So I just want to finish that answer. So and it's been a long time now, but I believe I would have said and did say something to the effect that you don't have to speak to them without a lawyer present, and if you want, counsel will be provided for you. And the reason that I was asked to do that is people were expressing fear about having to talk to law enforcement. They didn't know, they'd never done it before, and it scared them, and they wanted to know.
Quick question. Do you know the name Ramsey Elk-Holy?
No, I don't think.
Big allegations that Epstein paid him to recruit women. But if you don't know the name?
I don't know that.
Mr. Indyke, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
It's a tough question to answer. On the one hand, the answer is I don't know, really. At the end of the day, I just don't know. I could see reason yes, and I could see reason no.
Do you have concerns that he didn't kill himself?
I really don't know.
Did he appear suicidal when you met with him?
No.
Did he ever say he was depressed?
No. It's not something he would have said to me anyhow.
What is the 1953 trust?
It is what's colloquially called a pour-over trust from the will. It's the trust after the will is completely probated and all claims are settled. If there are assets and funds left over, they would be transferred over from the estate to that trust.
And why was the 1953 trust created?
It is to my understanding, because I am not a trust and estates lawyer per se, but to my understanding, as a generalist, many times you, because you don't want your dispositions to be a matter of public speculation, you put everything in the estate over to a trust, which is then administered outside probate.
When did you learn that you'd be a co-executor of the 1953 trust?
So then I'm trying to remember, I think the 1952 trust was an amendment to an existing trust. So if you're asking about the 1953 trust amendment, that would have been at some point while he was in jail that I was there with him and his other attorneys. If you're talking about the prior trust, that the name was changed to that trust, if in fact I'm remembering correctly, it would have been when that trust was drafted and I was appointed as a trustee of that trust.
What was the discussion around how much you would receive as a co-executor of the trust?
As a co-executor, there was no discussion. There was simply, this is what it provided.
So you have no understanding of how $50 million was decided?
I think I tried to answer this question before. The trust itself, the estate document itself provides for a relatively, it's not small amount, but a relatively small amount, $250,000 to each of the executors. Normally, an estate of this size, if it were being probated, say, for example, in New York or in Florida, would as a base amount get, a large percentage, tens of millions of the large amount of the estate. And if it's more complex of an estate and requires more time, there would be applications for more money to be paid for that. In this case, that wasn't the case. There was one payment to be made of $250,000 to each of the executors to be made upon completion of the probating of the will. So as to the why he did what he did and why he gave money to whom he gave money to, we never had conversations like that with him. He always did what he did for his reasons, and he never discussed his reasons with me.
What's the current remaining value of the estate?
Gosh, I think the accounting has it at, is it like 100 and, I don't have the number, but I think it's just north of 100 or so.
Are you factoring in funds that are still due from outstanding investments?
Yeah, I'm not, because I don't know what that ultimately will look like.
So the rough math is 170 million from the investment he made with Valor Ventures.
Anybody who's ever invested in a fund like that can tell you that those numbers they're not meaningful until they're actually realized.
When does that fund come due?
The funds, I think, are a year apart. Their initial due date, one of them, I think two, was due in 26, but there is an option for the fund manager to extend. I think at least 2 years, and then even then, with the consent of the majority of the holders, could extend it further. So right now, I don't have any specific details on when those funds will ultimately be realized.
So the estate is currently valued just north of 100 with the potential of 170. I appreciate that's unknown. And the fund allocation at the wrap up of all of the outstanding claims would be 100 to Karina, 50 to you, and 25 to Con.
That's
roughly
100 to her, except no, because at the end of the day, because Karina was the recipient of all of the properties that were ultimately sold to pay off all the claims. There's some kind of a makeup formula for that based
So she'll
upon.
get more than 100.
She'll get more than 100. So, and that's first. So that makeup formula for all those properties gets done first, and then the rest gets
So
done.
you all get paid in order? Or do you strike a proportional balance?
I believe it's a proportional balance after the payment of the makeup for the properties.
Okay, so first is property makeup, and then the 150, 25 is divided proportionally based off of available assets.
This is my understanding, and remember,
You're charged this. So.
I know, but I have
Sure.
counsel that tells me what to do.
Okay, just clarify.
So that's,
Are there any other unknown amounts that are due other than other than the potential of 170 from Valor Ventures?
there are two other funds. One of the funds is, I think SUM or something like that, a partnership. That I believe that's being sold in the, I don't know after taxes what the number comes to, but it's a
Tens or hundreds?
10, less than 10, or maybe it's just over 10s. But we have to pay for taxes, number one, and that money is in part being used to fund the cash requirements of the class action settlement.
You said there's 3 outstanding claims?
The third one,
Or so are there 3 overall outstanding claims?
I want to say 3 outstanding claims. You're talking about,
Against the estate that would
Again-
preclude you from wrapping it up?
well, there's new claims that are filed almost daily. So,
Okay.
it's certainly there were new claims filed this past month, in addition to this class action. I don't know.
So it could be a while.
It could be a while. Look,
And the most you can get paid, you've got paid $250,000 for the entire thing?
I haven't gotten paid 200. That doesn't get paid until after the estate is probated.
How are you paying for attorney's fees associated with all this?
So the attorney's fees are paid from the estate because this is all expenses.
Not
of the estate.
yours.
No.
That's not fun.
Well, I think he's saying that I'm not.
Are you getting paid hourly for services associated?
You're talking about my attorney's fee?
Correct.
Oh, I'm not getting paid from the estate.
For 7 years, this has taken up
Well,
thousands of hours of your life,
exactly.
and you have not gotten paid $1.
Not from the estate, no. I pay, you know, I had a legal practice that I'm trying to work up. I have a real estate business that I'm trying to get off the ground.
No, can we consult on one of, it's an earlier question. I just want to make
Sure.
sure we get the record straight on the value of the estate. Can we consult for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Mr. Indyke?
We can go off the record. We'll go back on the record.
Thank you. Can Mr. Indyke just clarify on something that the Congress?
So when you had asked before about the 172 rough value of those two funds of the LAR, I wanted to make sure that it was clear that the hundred something valuation of the estate from the last accounting includes some valuation of the LAR. So the 172 is not on top of that. There is a portion of that 172 which is not included in the 100, but I don't know what the exact number is, but it is not the full 172. Does that make sense?
Could you ballpark it?
I really don't want to be an
All right.
It's in the accounting, no, that's fine.
Look at the account.
Okay.
FBI,
Sorry.
I don't want to be an accurate.
I appreciate you clarifying.
Mr. Indyke, I want to run through some entities that you may have had a role in. First, what is the Southern Trust?
The Southern Trust or Southern, I don't know.
Southern
what the
Trust
Southern
Company.
Trust is. Oh, Southern Trust Company, Inc. is a current entity that's owned by the estate. And it was the main operating business of Epstein before he died.
Main operating business, what was its general purpose?
It was ultimately going to be providing financial and medical informatics. It was also doing consulting services.
Who else beside you were affiliated with this entity, I would presume, right?
As an administrative role, I was secretary, I believe secretary and the vice president.
Who else was involved?
I'm trying to remember at the time, but right now, Khan is a treasurer. I think I'm president now. But at the time, I don't remember who had a titular role. But the office had, multiple employees in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Who were the beneficiaries of the trust?
It's not a trust, it's a company.
Excuse me. What is the butterfly?
Epstein is the sole stockholder, I think it's a stockholder. Yeah, sole stockholder of that entity.
What is the butterfly trust?
Are you familiar with the concept of a GRAT? A grant or retained annuity trust.
Can you briefly elaborate for the record?
Again, this is not my specialty, but as a generalist, a grant or retained annuity trust is a trust that you put in an asset that you believe has appreciating value. And you put in that value, and then you take annuities from the trust over some period of time. Sometimes it's 2 years, sometimes it's 3 years, sometimes it's 5 years. But the idea that you're taking annuities out every year at a certain percentage results in the gift being the gift to the trust being zero, and because you're getting it back a percentage every year, and while it's in that trust and assuming it appreciates over the term of that trust, the appreciation, although there's an income tax on the appreciation, the gift of that appreciation to a pour-over trust, which is the butterfly trust. So the gift of the appreciation of the property that's appreciated. If I put in $100 worth of property and it turns into $400 at the end of the term of this trust, somehow That appreciation that's left after you pay the annuities back, that appreciation goes into a trust, which is called a pour over trust, and that goes estate tax free. So you're getting, it's a convention that, as I understand it, is used regularly for appreciating assets to put those in a new trust after they've appreciated in value. So the Butterfly Trust was a pour over trust, had the appreciation in it, and allowed gifts to be made from the Butterfly Trust to be made tax free.
It appears that there were three distinct trusts, Butterfly, it appears 2013, and then a Caterpillar's Trust. Are you able to distinguish those three?
Caterpillar Trust is the grant that I just told you about that poured into the Butterfly Trust. Butterfly Trust 2013 was a pour over from another trust.
Who were the beneficiaries of these trusts?
I can't tell you all of the names today. In front, I can't tell you. I can't list them for you.
Was Karina Shuliak a beneficiary?
It's possible.
Were you a beneficiary?
Yes.
And why would you be a beneficiary if you're organizing?
The same. I wasn't the organizer of the trust, but it's the same. You'd have. Unfortunately, the only person who would know that would be Jeffrey Epstein.
And I may have got ahead of myself. You had mentioned that you couldn't tell the committee who these individuals were. Is it because you cannot recall all of their names?
And it was so like, for example, the Butterfly Trust, the pour over trust is allowed to be amended. And from time to time, there were amendments to that trust. I just don't know what the final iteration looks like. And I don't remember at this point who was initially, who's not initially, et cetera.
Did these trusts make payment to women identified to be victims?
I believe the trust made payments to women. I don't know if, I can't tell you which the women were, but I cannot tell you that women who were later claiming to be victims weren't recipients of those payments.
Did you have any role in determining who would be beneficiaries of the trust?
No, I had no role in determining who would be beneficiaries.
How much did you receive as from being a beneficiary?
In total? Pick it anytime.
In total.
Trying to remember. Either 3 or 4 million over time.
Have you ever facilitated a charitable contribution from an Epstein account or entity to a Leon Black owned account or entity?
I don't understand what that word facilitated means. Could you kind of?
Did you ever have any role in transferring or wiring money as a charitable contribution from an Epstein account to a Leon Black owned account?
No, I don't think so. No.
What is JEGE Inc.?
There were 2 JEGEs. One was an Inc., one was an LLC. One, they each of those entities own separate aircraft. I don't remember what Inc. owned. I think Inc. owned the Boeing aircraft. And I think JEGE LLC owned either a G4 or a G5 aircraft.
Did you have any role in the employment of staff for the plane?
Did I have a role in the employment of staff? Could maybe ask.
Did you draft employment agreements for staff of the plane?
No, I didn't draft employment agreements for the staff of the plane. The planes were, so there was one pilot who was the chief pilot. And then there were other, some of the planes required two pilots at a time because they were so large. But they were kind of part of the staff. And to the extent a second pilot was employed, I wasn't the one doing the employment.
What is the COUQ Foundation?
COUQ Foundation, I think it's a private foundation. It's a corporation. I don't remember if it's Delaware or not, but I think it might be a Delaware corporation, but it's a private foundation. The primary kind of idea of which was to do to make grants to individual research and scholarship. And I think it also did other charitable contributions as well.
Income tax filings from this foundation reflect over 200,000 in scholarship payments to NYU, Columbia, and Hunter College between 2001 and 2006. Do you know who these scholarships were for?
I don't know as I'm sitting here today.
There are also reports the COUQ made direct payments of over 30,000 euros to women with Eastern European surnames. Did you initiate these payments?
Is there any way to tell me what you're talking about? Because it doesn't, I don't, as I'm sitting here today, I don't have a recollection of that. But if you could tell me, if it's possible to tell me what payments you're talking about, I'd like to answer the question.
During your time working for Mr. Epstein, do you recall any payments made to women with European surnames or Eastern European, excuse me?
First of all, the idea of an Eastern European surname, I'm not sure, I'm not exactly, I understand like the implication of it, but I don't know for sure. But putting that aside, there were payments for employees made by some of the foundations. You know, it's not in front of me. It is possible that this was one of them. But it's hard for me to answer that question without looking at what it is that you're talking about.
What is the Gratitude America Foundation?
Also a private foundation. I believe Gratitude America was formed to do charitable contributions. I'm trying to remember if there was anything more specific other than charitable, general charitable contributions. The name would suggest more, but I don't remember there actually being more than charitable contributions.
On November 24th of 2015, you sent a letter to BV70 LLC thanking them for their charitable donation of $10 million to Gratitude America. You signed it Darren Indyke, Secretary. Are you familiar with BV70 LLC?
I want to say, the answer is I think so. I want to say, I believe that was a Leon Black entity and that Leon Black made a contribution to Gratitude America through that entity. Or that entity made a contribution. I don't know if it was Leon Black, but I know it was associated with it.
And we've discussed Leon Black throughout our questioning today. Why would this entity make a charitable contribution of $10 million to Gratitude America?
Whatever discussions were made between Leon Black and Jeffrey Epstein as to that contribution would have been between Jeffrey Epstein and Leon Black, and not something that is not something that I was told the reason why for, just that it was going to happen And then when I received it, I was told to acknowledge receipt.
What is the Max Foundation?
I don't specifically remember, it's not, when earlier it was mentioned, the Max Foundation, it did kind of jar a memory of there being a foundation for Darren Maxwell. I don't, other than that being the case, I don't know much more about it. My understanding was that it was a charitable foundation.
Were you a trustee of the Max Foundation?
Long time ago, but I think I was, yes.
And what was the purpose of the Max Foundation?
It was a charitable foundation.
Did Mr. Epstein direct you to serve as a trustee of this foundation?
I believe it was either him or Maxwell that had requested me to do this, and this was before any information about any allegation for me about either of them.
Were you compensated for your services in serving as a trustee?
No. Not separately from whatever compensation I received from Epstein.
Did your relationship with Miss Maxwell end at some point?
The relationship such that it was a kind of a professional relationship. When she no longer worked with Epstein, it kind of discontinued.
When was the last time you talked or communicated with Miss Maxwell?
I don't remember specifically, but as I think I said, it was a couple.
What is the
year or two? I'm not exactly sure.
What is the LSJE LLC?
LSJE or LSJ?
Excuse me, what is LSJE LLC?
My understanding is that LSJE LLC was the operating entity. Ultimately became the operating entity for Little St. James, the island in the U.S. Virgin Islands owned by Mr. Epstein.
Did LSJE make payments to women identified as victims?
I don't know. I wouldn't have done payroll for LSJE. LSJE was actually called LSJE stands for Little St. James Employee or Employment LLC. So that so to the extent it was making payments, it was, at least to my understanding, was making payments to people who were employed and work on Little St. James.
Have you ever been contacted by any law enforcement agency concerning Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
Just tap my memory to make sure when I tell you the answer is no, I don't think I will.
For the record, is it your testimony? Have you ever been interviewed by any law enforcement agency concerning Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
The answer is no, I don't believe I have. No.
Have you proactively ever provided any information to any law enforcement agency concerning Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
Personally, no. I know that over the last several months, the estate has provided information to the Justice Department.
And why did they contact the estate recently?
I don't remember how long ago it was, but I remember in the early days, they have contacted us for information, the estate. When I say us, I mean the estate for information. The contact was through lawyers and handled by lawyers, not by me.
We are in an hour, so I have one final question. Are you surprised that no law enforcement body ever reached out to you to request information as it related to Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell?
Even my role in my role as a transactional attorney for Mr. Epstein, no.
We will go off the record.